Guten Tag, meine Damen. In this tutorial we will learn how to build a full-stack chat application similar to WhatsApp in Next.js. This app has all the features you would expect from a chat application, so I'm logged in with two different accounts here that are chatting with each other. Because I don't have any actual friends, I have to chat with myself. When I type a message into one window, like "Hey dog, what's up?" you can see the typing indicator over here. When I send this message, of course it pops up in real time. And we have a ton of other features. We can add reactions to messages like, "Hey, this was very funny." We can open threads, so I can decide to reply this in a thread. This is a thread, haha. And send a message in here. And then we can open and close this thread like this. We see when someone is online. As you can see here right now, there are two people online, and we can even send attachments. Over this button here, we can add an image. Let's set this one. Look at this cool logo. And there it is. And there are so many more features. And I know what you're thinking. What? How am I supposed to build this myself? I'm just a little kid. I can barely code hello world. What makes all of these chat features possible and very easy to implement is this Stream SDK that we will use in this app. Stream is also sponsoring this video, and here we will learn how we can build a full stack application with this SDK. Now in this tutorial we will use the React SDK because we are building our app in React. But as you can see here, there are also SDKs for pretty much any other platform. You can build your app in Flutter, Android, whatever you want. Stream is also extremely customizable, so we can build our UI however we want. We can not only change colors and single elements, we can change anything if we want. We can either use their pre-prepared components that are styled and look good by default. We can customize them, but we can also just use the bare chat functionality and build the whole UI ourselves. This is completely up to us. It's very flexible. And the cool thing is it has a very generous free tier. As you can see here, if your project or company has less than 5 team members, and you make less than 10k in monthly revenue, then you can use Stream completely for free. So I encourage you to follow along in this tutorial and build this chat app with me. But Stream is not the only thing we will learn in this tutorial. We will not just use the SDK and call it a day, we will also add additional features on top. As you can already see, we can switch between dark and light theme, and it switches immediately, which is pretty cool. We don't have to reload the page. We will use TailwindCSS for the styling here, which is a very popular CSS framework. We will also make this whole app, this whole layout very responsive. As you can see in a large window, we have this rectangle here, which contains our chat, which makes sure that the window doesn't get too wide. And this is pretty much exactly how WhatsApp web looks as well. They have this rectangle when the window is very large. When we make the window smaller, this rectangle disappears and instead it switches to this full screen view. Again, this is how WhatsApp handles it, and this is how it would be displayed on a tablet, for example, or on a smaller screen. And when we make it even smaller, like on a mobile phone, then we only have one column left, and instead we have this menu button up here that allows us to switch between the different parts of the UI. And again, we will implement this with Tailwind. For authentication, because we need to log in to this app, right? We will use Clerk, which is an authentication provider, meaning that they take care of a lot of hassle that comes with setting up authentication. You just have to plug it in and it works basically. In my previous Next.js tutorials, I usually used Auth. Auth is also an amazing authentication library, but you have to do more stuff yourself with Auth. You need your own database, you have to set up everything. Clerk takes care of a lot of more stuff for you. And they have a lot of really cool settings and features by default. For example, we have this pop-up here where we can manage our account. And here we can change our account data. We can see where we are logged in, which is really cool. And apparently I'm logged into 1,000 Windows computers. This is because I used it in many different incognito tabs, I guess. But we can also sign out of these different sessions here. And this just works by default. We can connect different social accounts. These features are very difficult to implement yourself. But again, Clerk takes care of this for you. Now Clerk is not sponsoring this video, but it's just a very cool tool. But wait, there's more. What? Even more features? Yes, I know, it's amazing. But we will also implement web push notifications, which is a whole nother topic in and of itself. This could fill a whole tutorial. But I went the extra mile to implement this here as well, because I think push notifications are a really cool feature to have in a chat app. So right now we are not getting any notifications when we send messages back and forth. But when I activate notifications over this bell icon here, I get this prompt that asks me to allow notifications. We allow them, and then notifications are enabled. The icon here switches to a different icon, as you can see. And now when I don't have this window here focused, so for example, I can minimize it, I can also close it completely. And now when I send a message, I get a notification. Okay, the notification popped up on my other screen because the other screen is the main window. Let's try this again. I sent another message and there's our notification. And the cool thing is that this works even on mobile phones and other devices. Here we see who sent the message, we see their profile picture and the message. And now when I click this, it even opens the window again. And it opens the correct channel where this message belongs to. And these web push notifications are not part of the Stream SDK. We implement this ourselves, which means that you can also implement this into other apps. So it's really worth following along and learning this. And it's also really useful. Now, what are the prerequisites of this tutorial? If you are a complete beginner in web development or React, then this will probably be a bit too difficult. Ideally, you have worked with Next.js 13 and the app router before, because we will use that here. And I don't want to explain everything from scratch. We will also use API routes and stuff like that. But don't worry, I have a beginner tutorial on Next.js 13. I will put a link to it into the corner here that you can click, and you can watch this beginner tutorial first and then come back here. And then I wish you a lot of fun with this tutorial. Don't forget to like the video. Don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to kiss your mom and say that you love her. And then I wish you a lot of fun. Happy coding. Alright, let's get started. We will create a new Next.js project, and I removed my face from the screen so that you are not bothered by it. As usual, I have prepared the starting code for this project, which you can download from GitHub. The link will be in the video description below. The reason I provide the starting code is that we will install a bunch of different dependencies, and these dependencies get updates over time, the version numbers change, and sometimes this breaks things. And when this happens, a lot of you will be watching this tutorial a year or 2 years in the future, and you will be totally desperate and crying because you can't get this to work. The easiest way to get around this problem is to just download my starting code, because then you have the exact same versions as I will be using. Secondly, I will also put 1 or 2 image files that we will use in our project into the starting code. So if you download the starting code, it will be all set up and ready for you to build on it. However, you don't have to do this. I will also show you how you can set up everything from scratch if you are very brave and you don't care about package updates and version numbers. This is totally up to you. Just don't say that I didn't warn you. Alright, so now we will go ahead and set up the Next.js project from scratch, and again you only have to do these steps if you did not download the starting code. So we go on our computer wherever we want to create this new project, and here we want to open the command line. On Windows you can do this by holding Shift down, and then you can right click and open the PowerShell or the command line here. On Linux and Mac you have to probably open the command line and navigate to this folder. I'm a Windows user, I don't know how it works there, but we need a command line. And in here we now type npx space and then create -next -app add latest. This is basically a template to create a new Next.js project. This is the official template. So we execute this. Then it will ask us a bunch of questions. First of all, we have to confirm this with a Y. What is your project named? I'm gonna call it Next.js Stream Chat. You can call this whatever you want. But again, this is only necessary if you have not downloaded the starting code. So we confirm this with enter, and then we have to select a bunch of options. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes, because JavaScript is for lunatics. Would you like to use ESLint? We also select yes. This helps us find some bugs in our code. Of course, I never write bugs, but if I would add a bug in some alternative universe, this would help us find it. Would you like to use TailwindCSS? Yes. This also does a lot of setup for us that we would have to do ourselves otherwise. Would you like to use the source directory? This is basically for organization. It adds this additional src folder where we can put our code in. I like to have this, so we select yes here as well. Would you like to use the new app router? Here it's very important that you make the correct selection, because if we select no, then we use the old pages directory, which works completely different than the app router in Next.js. So here we have to select yes. Would you like to customize the default import? No. And then we have to wait a few seconds and it creates a new Next.js project. Okay, then we can close the command line and here we have our new project, Next.js Stream Chat. We open this in VS Code. We can do this with a right click, open in code. You can also just open VS Code directly and open the folder in there, however you want. And there's our new Next.js project. I love the smell of a new project. Anyway, we can actually start this if we want and take a look at this. We open the command line. You can do this over here, terminal, a new terminal. You can use the shortcut here or use this one here, which opens the existing terminal. In my case, that's Control Ö, but unless you live in Germany, you probably have a different shortcut here. And in the command line, we type in npm run dev, which runs a Next.js project in development mode. And then we can go to this localhost 3000 address here. Yeah, and this is how a new Next.js project looks by default. We get this front page here with some links and this little fav icon, and the tab has a title that says Create Next App. But we're gonna rip all of this apart in a moment and build our own app. I just wanted to show you this, say goodbye. You will see this here for the last time probably. And then we have to add a bunch of dependencies. But again, this is only necessary if you did not download the starting project, because the starting code already contains these dependencies. So we stop the run dev execution by pressing Ctrl Z in the terminal. And then we type npmi, which is short for install. And then we add a bunch of dependencies. And when we type them in, we have to make sure that we don't add any typos, otherwise it will not recognize the correct package. So in no particular order, we add Clerk / Next.js. Then we have Clerk or add Clerk / themes. Then we add T3 minus OSS / env minus Next.js. So these first two packages belong to Clerk, which again is the authentication library we will use. And T3 env next is just a utility library that we will later use to get type-safe environment variables. Don't worry your pretty head about this right now. Okay, but we have a few more dependencies to install. Next we need add types / web push, which we later need when we set up push notifications. Space, then we have ESLint minus config minus prettier. We will set up prettier for this project, which is a very useful code formatting tool, which is particularly helpful with TailwindCSS because it helps us order the classes correctly. Okay, then we add prettier itself. But here after prettier, we also want to write add 2.8.8. This way we don't install the latest version, which is 3.0. We want to install this older version because there's a bug right now that makes this new version not work properly with the VS Code extension that we will also use. So we install this version here. Then prettier minus plugin minus Tailwind CSS. Again, we need a specific version here. So we type add 0.4.1. Then we need Lucid minus React. This is an icon library. We use this later for the theme toggle, for example. Then we need stream itself, which we install with stream-chat. Then we need stream-chat-react, which are the React components. And we are almost done. We also need Tailwind merge, which is another utility package. You will see this later. We need web push. We need sort, which is a validation library. And finally, we will need Swix. You will see what this is for later. This is related to a Clerk. Okay, those should be all the dependencies we need. And again, if you don't want to type this in by hand, you can download the starting code. So we press enter to install all of them, which will take a few seconds. Okay, and I've also prepared a cute little logo for our project. And to create this, I used a cool AI tool called Microsoft Designer. If you have a Microsoft account, then this is free to use. This can create graphics with AI for you. And I used this to create this logo. I actually made a short tutorial about this, which I uploaded as a YouTube short, where I show how exactly this works. Just search on YouTube for Coding and Flow Microsoft Designer, then you probably find it. So I want to put this logo into our project here as well. And again, this logo is already in the starting code. But if you set up the project manually, then I will also put a direct link to the logo in the video description below, so you can copy it from there. So we drag and drop this logo into our public folder here. And we can also delete these two SVG files here that come with the Next.js template by default. We can leave them in there or delete them, doesn't matter. Okay, that's our logo. And I also turned this logo into a fav icon. Again, the fav icon is what you see in the browser tab. The fav icon belongs into the src folder and then in the app folder. When you set up a new project, we get a fav icon by default, which again is in the app folder. There it is. This is the Vercel logo, the creators of Next.js. I don't know why it's a triangle. My theory is that they are related to the Illuminati, but I'm not sure. But what I know is we want to replace this fav icon for our own one. So we can delete this. And then we drag and drop our own fav icon into the app folder. It's important that you put it in the app folder and not anywhere else, because otherwise it won't work. And if you want to know how you can create such a fav icon, you can just Google for fav icon generator. There you can usually upload a logo like this one and it will generate this smaller ICO file from it. Okay, there are still a few more steps to make sure that our IDE is set up correctly to work with Prettier and TailwindCSS. First of all, we want to install the TailwindCSS IntelliSense extension in VS Code. This is an official extension, so you don't have to worry about downloading some super virus. But this is very useful because it gives us stuff like auto-completion, lint warnings when we mess something up in our Tailwind code. And very useful when we hover over a Tailwind class, we see the corresponding CSS attributes that this applies. So I highly recommend that you install this. It's not necessary, but you probably don't want to work with Tailwind without this. Then there are these two settings here that I recommend. We can set them up in the Settings tab over here, File Preferences, Settings. First we search for File Associations. And here you want to add a new item that has this configuration, star.css. So we apply this to CSS files. And this way we enable the Tailwind extension in CSS files. And the second setting are the quick suggestions. You want to enable quick suggestions for strings because these Tailwind classes are strings. And this way, when we type in a Tailwind class, we get this auto-completion pop-up. Then we also want to install the Prettier VS Code extension, because this way we can use the formatting shortcut to format our code and we don't have to use the command line for that. So install this as well. Again, this is an official extension with over 35 million installs. So this is safe to use. And earlier when we installed the packages, we also installed this Prettier plugin for Tailwind CSS. This is what connects Prettier to Tailwind and it enables this automatic class ordering, which is really useful. Otherwise, it's easy to lose overview over your Tailwind classes. So we already installed this. We just have to add this prettier config file with this content here. You can just type this out by hand. We go into our project, open the sidebar. We want to create a new file in the root folder. So right here in this empty space, we create a new file with this exact name, prettier.config.js. And here we insert this code. And then we can press the formatting shortcut, which on a German Windows keyboard at least is Shift-Alt-F. If you don't know the shortcut, you can also press Ctrl-Shift-P or Command-Shift-P and search for Format Document, and here should be the shortcut. But if Prettier is not set as the default formatter yet, you have to set this as well. For this we go back to the settings and search for default formatter, and we set this to Prettier. And one more step, we go into ESLint rc.json. Here we change this part to an array, and we add a second element which says Prettier. This sets up ESLint with Prettier so that they work together correctly. And if you haven't yet, you can also install the ESLint extension. You should do this anyway, because this shows you the lint warnings directly in the IDE. And again, otherwise you would have to execute this over the command line every time. So I recommend that you install these three extensions, ESLint, Prettier, and Tailwind IntelliSense. We don't need a Prisma extension in this tutorial because we don't use Prisma today. Okay, and this should be all the setup necessary to get going. Again, I will upload this whole project as it is right now with the images and all the packages installed to GitHub as the starting code, and you can download it from there. But you still have to modify these settings in the IDE yourself, because this is not part of the code, that's part of your IDE configuration. Okay, next let's set up authentication. And again, we will use Clerk for this, which is an authentication provider with a lot of cool features. And of course they have a free tier, so you don't have to pay anything to try this out. So we want to create an account here. Click on sign up. I click on sign in because I already have an account. And then I log in with my email address here. And then we should find this empty dashboard. And by the way, Clerk doesn't only work with Next.js, it also works with other frameworks. Okay, and we want to create a new application. Let's see. We have to give the application a name. Let's call it Next.js Stream Chat. How will your user sign in? We can still change this later in the dashboard, so this is not set in stone. And here we have different providers available. Let's keep email address and Google selected by default. We can still enable the other ones later if we want. And then we create the application. Then we find our API keys here and we want to put them into our project. So let's copy them, go back to VS Code, and then in the root folder we have to create a new file called .env.local. This env file is also contained in the git ignore by default. Here .env.star.local. So all these .env.local files will not be pushed to GitHub by default. So this is where we want to put our secret keys and credentials that we don't want to have in our GitHub repository. So we paste these two keys in here and save it. And the name of the file is grayed out, again to indicate that this is not pushed to GitHub by default. The Clerk documentation contains the next steps that are necessary to set up Clerk with Next.js. So we already installed the dependencies, we stored our keys. Next we have to wrap our layout with this Clerk provider. So back into our project, we open the layout tsx file, which we get in a new Next.js project by default. Then we go inside the return statement here above the HTML, and we wrap this whole thing into a Clerk provider. If it doesn't import automatically, we have to do this manually. Import curly braces Clerk provider from @clerk/Next.js, this one here. Then we can close this tag, cut out the closing tag and wrap our whole HTML tag with it. Since we set up Prettier for code formatting, we can just press the formatting shortcut. which again you can find by pressing Ctrl+Shift+P or Command+Shift+P and search for format document, and right next to it is the shortcut. When you press this, Prettier formats the code, and it also does things like turning single quotes into double quotes and adding line breaks at the correct places. And it also adds semicolons automatically, and I really like Prettier for this reason because it's a very opinionated formatter, meaning that you don't have to decide, do I use single quotes or double quotes, semicolons or not. Prettier makes this decision for you, and it just does a really good job at formatting code in general. Much better than the default formatter in my opinion. Alright, while we are here, let's also change the metadata of our website. If you watched my Next.js beginner tutorial, then you know that this title here is what will be shown in the browser tab, for example, or when we post a link to our website on social media. Let's change the title of our app to Flowchat. That's the name of our app. And we change the description to a live chat app built with Stream and Clerk. And now when we run our app on localhost again with npm run dev, we should see this new title here. Let's open this. And there we go, Flowchat. It hasn't applied the fav icon yet, even though I set the fav icon here to our own one, but this is just some caching issue, I think. This will probably just change automatically after a while, but we will definitely have the correct fav icon when we deploy this project. One more thing, I also want to wrap the children here into an HTML main tag, because each page will be the main content of the website, and this is just proper HTML structure. The next step described in the documentation is to set up such a middleware that protects our different routes and enables authentication on these routes. A middleware is a Next.js feature that runs some code before we access a page. So back into our project, we put this middleware directly into the source folder. So not inside app, but inside src. New file, and we call it middleware.ts. And you have to call this middleware, otherwise Next.js will not recognize this. Okay, and in here we export default Auth middleware, which is provided by Clerk, and we pick this first import here without the /server. Then we add a pair of parentheses and an empty pair of curly braces. Between these curly braces we could put additional configuration, but we don't need this here. And then we also have to export const, something called config, which decides where this middleware will run. And again, the naming of this variable is important, otherwise Next.js will not recognize this. In here we have to define a matcher, which is an array of strings, the routes where we want to execute this middleware. Now in the Clerk documentation they have this matcher that matches all pages by default, but it excludes static assets. Usually this is the one you want to start with, because then all your pages are protected and authentication is also enabled on all these pages. In our project we can be a bit more specific, because I want to put the whole chat under the /chat URL. So we only want to protect this route. The front page, for example, will be public for everyone to open without having to be logged into an account. You just have to keep in mind that the routes you don't put in there will not have any authentication features at all, meaning that you can't read the current user on these routes. But this is fine here. We only want to use authentication on the chat route, and we can turn this into a regular expression and say parentheses dot star closing parentheses. What does this do? This way not only chat, but also all subroutes of chat, like /chat/profile, for example, are protected. We won't have any subroutes in this project, but I think this makes sense because you might want to add additional pages under /chat, and this way they are protected as well. Again, we can press our format shortcut, which adds the semicolons and sets the indentation properly, and then we can save this. Just make sure that the Auth middleware is the default export for this to work properly, and that the configuration is called config. Okay, let's create this /chat page. And if you watch my Next.js beginner tutorial, then you know how to set up these routes. We have to create a folder in our app folder here, but as a shorthand, I click on new file and not new folder, because then we can do this. We can write chat / to create a folder, and then the name of the file we want to create, which has to be called page.tsx, to create a new page under the /chat route. Here we will put our whole chat later, but for now we just put a page with some text on it here. We export a default function to create a functional component. We call it chat page. And for now we just return a div which says this is the chat. Then we change our front page, which is this other page.tsx file in the app folder. Here we can delete this whole main tag with everything inside it. And remember, we put the main tag into our layout. So instead of main, we put a div in here. And on this front page, I only want to put a title and a button that brings us to the chat. And I want to center all of this on the page. So we add some Tailwind classes to this div. With hScreen, we make this page as big as the screen size. With flex, we turn this into a flex box, and with flex color into a flex column, so everything will be below each other. And then we add items center, and as you can see, we get this really nice auto completion because we set up the Tailwind VS Code extension and added the appropriate settings. So we add item center and justify center. This way everything within this div will be centered on the screen. And we also set up the Tailwind plugin for Prettier. Remember, so now when we format our code again, Prettier will automatically put these Tailwind classes into the appropriate order, the recommended order. This is very useful to keep a better overview over your Tailwind classes. Okay, I also want to see the changes we are making here, so I put this in split screen. And in here I want to put an h1, a title, which will say flowchat. And there it is, very cute. Let's style this as well. I want to make this bigger with text 6XL. I want to make this bold with font extra bold. Amazing. We also make it bluer with text blue 500, and we will use this color as our primary color, basically. Of course, we could set up our very own colors, but this is fine for this project. And lastly, I want to add some margin bottom with MB-1, because below the title we will put a button. And also a text. So below H1 we put a paragraph tag, a P tag. Again, we want to add a margin bottom. This time we use MB10. And since we set up the Tailwind extension earlier, we can hover over these classes and we see which CSS attributes are applied. So MB-10 is a margin bottom of 2.5 rem or 40 pixels by default. The text will say the coolest chat app on the planet, which is not an overstatement. And below this, I want to put a button that brings us to our chat, so to the /chat page. Now here's the thing, I want to style this like a button, because we will have different buttons in our app that all should have the same styling, but I want this to actually render a link, because we are linking to the /chat page, and you shouldn't use HTML buttons if you just link to a page, because this is bad for accessibility. If you link somewhere, you should use a link, but you can style this link like a button. In order to do this, we will do something really cool. We will set up our button component that contains the button styling, but we will code it in a way that allows us to render other elements than a button, but with the same styling. For this, we create a component folder in the src directory. You can also put it in the app folder, doesn't really matter, but I think it makes more sense in src. New folder. Components, this is where we put all kinds of reusable components that we use on different pages. And in here we put a button.tsx with an uppercase B. Okay, export default function button. Let's start simple. For now we just wanna render a normal HTML button with a lowercase b. We give this a self-closing tag. Then we go to our arguments of the function, add an argument called props, and this will be of type component props without ref. After component props without ref, we add a pair of angle brackets, and in here we add a string which says button, like this. Then we go inside this button tag and we spread these props in here with curly braces, ... props. This utility class here allows us to accept the same props that a normal HTML button accepts. This is what component props is for. It's a React utility type. For this purpose, we pass all these props to our button here, which includes also the children prop, which decides what will be put as text into the button. So right now we basically just created a button that behaves like a normal HTML button. That's nothing we can be very proud of yet. But we can start by styling this button the way we want, because then we have a button with a specific styling applied. Our very own button. First of all, I want to give it the same BG Blue 500 color, and I want to give it rounded corners with this rounded class here. Maybe let's save this for now and put it on the screen, and let's see how this looks. So here we put our new button on the front page with the uppercase B, and we import this from our components folder. And the text will say start chatting. This here is complaining because I forgot the return statement. We have to return this button from this component. And then, yeah, there's our button. Looks a bit pathetic right now, but we will get there. Don't worry, little guy. Let's continue styling this sucker. So we have rounded corners already and BG Blue, which is a nice start. Next we use text white, which I think is self-explaining. Let's give this little guy some padding. Now with P- we have different padding classes, but I actually want to use a very specific pixel value because Stream Chat also brings some buttons with it, and I want to use the same padding as the Stream Chat buttons have. You don't have to do this, you can use one of these utility classes, but I want to be exact here. And we can use an exact value with the so-called literal value syntax. For this we write P- to create a padding, and then we put a value between square brackets. And I want to set the padding to 0.875 rem. When we save this, it looks more like a button. And the default Stream Chat buttons change their color not when we hover over them, but when we click them. And when we click something, the CSS state will be set to active. So we can use this active modifier that we have available in Tailwind with active colon. We also have hover colon to change the hover color or any other attribute, but we only want to change the active color. We set this to BG Blue 600. And now when we click the button, it changes the color. Amazing. When the button is disabled, which you can set with disabled colon, I want to set the background color to BG Gray 200. And it's also a good idea to center everything we put in this button so that if we also want to put an icon in here, for example, it's aligned properly with the text. So what we do is we also make this a flex box with flex. We set items center again. Justify center, and we add gap -2, which sets a spacing of 0.5 rem between the elements that we put in this button. So if we put an icon in here, for example, the icon and the text will be centered and there will be some space between them. And again, we can format this with prettier, which puts the class names into the correct order. Now, part of these button props here is also the class name, because this is a prop a normal button accepts. We also set this here. We also want to allow users of our button, so either us or our team members in the future, to change the styling of the button if they want to. The problem is if we just add a class name here like BG Green, for example, to modify this, As you can see, sometimes this just doesn't work. Why? Because now we have two competing background color classes on this button, and Tailwind has a very specific order in which it applies them, and our BG blue will be applied after BG green, so it doesn't work. This is what we installed this Tailwind merge package for, because this allows us to merge these classes intelligently so that the one we passed from the outside will always be applied over the ones already set inside the component. Using this is very easy. So we have this whole class name string here, right? Let's cut this out just for a moment so we better understand what we are writing here. We add a pair of curly braces so that we can call a function in here. The function we want to call is called tvMerge, twmerge, but we have to import this manually. Import twmerge with a capital M. This is written in camel case. And we get this from the Tailwind merge package. This is a function that we can call. The first argument are the classes that we set up earlier. And the second argument will be props.className, because this is the class name we pass from the outside. And Tailwind merge will take care of replacing these classes here for the ones we pass from the outside. So now when we save this and pass BG green here, it will be applied. But the other classes like the rounded corners and so on still work. So you usually want to use Tailwind merge in your custom components if you use Tailwind. And we don't want to apply any different styling on this button here on this page, but it's just good to set up a reusable component that we can style from the outside if we want to. And this is what we did here. Okay, but as I already said, we want this button to be a link and not an actual button. Right now this is a real HTML button. But using a button just to link to a different page is bad for accessibility. We should put an actual link here. But I want to keep the styling of our button component. For this we will use a cool trick. We will add a prop to this button that allows us to render any other kind of component but keep the same styling. Many component libraries provide this feature out of the box for you, but I think it's also good to learn how to set this up yourself if you want to create your very own components. So first of all, above the button component, we create an interface to create a different type for our props here. Because now our props should not only take the button component props, but also an additional prop. So we create an interface that we call button props. The name of this interface is up to you. You can also call this Bazinga props or Florian props to honor me. But I think button props makes more sense. Curly braces. In here we want to pass a prop that is by convention called S, but with one S and not two S. We make this optional with a question mark, and the type of this will be a T. Wow, what is T? T allows us to pass a generic type. In other words, the S prop can be any type. This allows us to pass any kind of component, for example a link. But we don't hardcode the specific type, we want to keep this flexible so that we can render whatever we want for this button. But right now React doesn't know what this T here means. We have to make it a generic type by going behind interface button props here. Then we add a pair of angle brackets, and in here we write T extends React.element type. This tells React, or rather TypeScript, that this is a generic type argument, but it has to extend React.element type because we only want to be able to pass components here and not other types that don't have anything to do with a React component. Then we want to change the props we are passing here. So we remove this part. We add curly braces to destructure our props. In here we will have our S prop and then all the remaining props. And we can get all the remaining props by writing ... props. This allows us to still get all the button props out of here, but also our additional S prop that we added to our button props. But we also have to set the type of the props again, right? So after the curly braces here, we write a colon. We want to make this button props of type T. So whatever component type we pass here. And if this is confusing to you, don't worry, generics is just a confusing topic, but I try to break this down as simple as possible. Don't worry if you don't get all of this right away. It's also okay if you just follow along or maybe watch this section again to really understand it. But we are almost done with setting up this component. This will not get much more complicated. But we also have to add a second type here, which we do with this ampersand sign, which creates an intersection type in TypeScript. Because button props right now only contains this S prop here, right? But it doesn't contain these other button props. For this we used component props without ref. So we have to add this back. We just add a little bit extra. We write omit, which is a TypeScript utility type, pair of angle brackets. In here we use our component props without ref that we used earlier. We set this to type T this time because this should be flexible. If we pass a link, for example, this will take all the props of a link. After the closing angle bracket, we write a comma and then we write key of button props of type T, like this. And then we add another closing angle bracket, which belongs to this one here, of the omit call. Okay, so this again allows us to pass all the props that our T component, which can be any component, accepts. And this omit simply removes the props that are contained in button props from the component props that we can pass here. This means that if there are any props we put into button props that are also contained in the component props, it will remove these props with the same name from the component props so that there are no clashes. For example, if we pass a link as the component, then a link has an href attribute, right? If we added href to our button props, then our own href would take priority over the one that belongs to the link because we use this omit type to remove these duplicate keys. I hope this is understandable. We could remove the omit type and just write it like this. Just add the component props without ref here. The way we did it here with omit is just a bit more future-proof if we later decide to add additional props to the button props. Just one more thing to get rid of this error here. We have to add the same t-extends react element type. It's a difficult word. Try to say this 3 times fast. We have to put this behind our button function name here, like this, and then the errors disappear. Then, and this is the last step, I promise, we don't want to hardcode a button here because we want to render either a button or this as component that we pass here, right? So before the return statement inside the component, we create a const which we call component with an uppercase C, and we set this to either as, and if we don't pass as, because as is optional, we want to render a button, for which again we use a string that just says button. And then instead of button here, we want to render component. And voila, this now allows us to pass any component instead of a button. That will get the same styling as the button and it will look like a button, but the actual HTML that we pass is not a button, but the component, for example a link, and it will also take the same props that this component takes. So let's just try this out. We go back to our front page, and a button doesn't take an href prop by default, right? We don't get autocompletion here because a button is not a link. But when we set the s prop to a link and we want to use this next link here, this next link component, we now get a warning because it expects an href prop, because a link requires an href prop. And now we can pass any props in here that belong to this link class. For example, an href, and we want to link this to /chat. And now we have created this reusable button component that allows us to render other HTML elements here. Now this is an actual link. It looks like a button, but when we hover over it, we can see in the bottom left corner which page this will link to. And when we open the Chrome DevTools and check out what is rendered here, we can see that this is an actual link, an A tag. It's not a button anymore. And this is good for accessibility. Because again, if you link to a page, then you should also use an actual link tag and not a button tag. Okay, this was a little detour into the topic of generics. I hope this was insightful. It's definitely a really useful thing to know. And every popular component library has a feature like this, where you can pass another component to render instead. One more little change in our button component here. We go behind t_extends React element type here on our button function. And then we set a default value for this. And again, we set this to button as a string. This way our component knows that if we don't pass an s prop, it should accept the same props that a normal button accepts, right? So this is just the default value for t, basically. And more interestingly, now when we click this button, we get to a login page. Spoiler alert. This took a moment, but this is only so slow sometimes in development. In production, this will of course be very fast. Next.js is generally slower in development. But here we see our Clerk login page because we protected all/chat routes in our Clerk middleware. This works right out of the box, and Clerk also gives you this URL that it uses by default. It's funny that this is called healthy rum. But of course, for branding purposes, it would be better if this would be our own URL, right? But we can easily change this by rendering this component in our own page instead. This is also described in the Clerk documentation, of course. It works the following way. We create a new route in our app folder. Again, we create a new file, and then we write sign -in, the spelling has to be correct, / to create a folder. Then we add 2 pairs of nested square brackets like this to create a catch-all route. This is explained in the Next.js documentation. This allows us to put different subroutes in here. And here we write ... sign -in again. And after the closing square brackets, we write / page.tsx. Now we have the sign-in folder, then the subfolder, and in here we have a page. And in here we want to export default function. Let's call it sign-in page. Here we return a div. And inside this div, we put this sign-in component from Clerk Next.js. It should add this import statement here. The sign-in component is basically what you see over here, just on our own page. We close this. Let's save this for now. We take care of the styling later. Then we add another route for the sign up page. So again, in the app folder, new file. The folder is called sign up / then we add these nested square brackets again. Again, ... sign -up, and then we put a page in here. Again, export default function, sign up page. Again, we return a div in which we put this sign up component. Let's save this, and in order to activate this, we have to set some environment variables. For this, we create a new file all the way in the root folder where also .env.local is. And here we put a .env file. In Next.js, env.local is usually where you put your secret credentials. And env.local is also contained in git ignore by default. But you will notice that the normal.env file is not in here. Because in Next.js, the convention is actually to not put secret credentials into the normal.env file, but default values and also configuration that we want to push to GitHub. And since these routes we set up here are not secret, it makes sense to put them in here and push them to our GitHub repository. And in here we want to put these 4 variables. You can pause the video and type this out by hand. This is described in the Clerk documentation. Make sure the spelling is correct, because Clerk reads them automatically. I think their names are self-explaining. Here we set the sign in and sign up URLs, and here we define where we want to navigate to after we signed in. We want to navigate to the chat page. So again, pause the video, type this out, don't be so lazy. Then we save this. And now when we navigate back, let's also refresh the page just to be sure and click our button. Oh no, it's not a button, it's a link, right? Again, then we should get to our own URL. And there it is, under localhost. And later this will be our real domain. Now the styling is still a bit off, so let's improve this next. Let's go to the sign in page first, because this is the one we have opened here. Sign in page. We add some class names to the div here. Again, we want to make this as big as the screen with hScreen. And then I want to center this on the screen. And even though there is this meme that says that centering something inside the div is difficult, you can easily do this usually with a flexbox and item center and justify center. And voila, it's centered at any screen size. We can also change the color of this button here. This is blue, but it has a different shade of blue than our Tailwind color, which we want to use as the primary color. To change the appearance of the sign-in component, we have this appearance prop. To this we pass a JavaScript object, so between curly braces we add another pair of curly braces. And this is described in the documentation. If you want to learn more about this, we can set the primary color over this variable's value. So now we have curly braces inside curly braces inside curly braces. That's JavaScript for you. And in here we set the color primary to a string, to a hex string to be more specific, 3b8 to f6, which is the exact shade of blue that Tailwind's Blue 500 has. As you can see, the blue changed slightly. If we go to the sign up page, we have to style this one as well. First of all, let's press our format shortcut on the sign in page. And this is why I love Prettier. It automatically adds the parentheses and it puts them into new lines. And it's just really nice to not have to take care of this yourself. Okay, let's style the sign up page. Again, we add the same class names to the div. hScreen, flex, items center and justify center. And the same appearance prop to sign up. Variables colon, color primary, and the same hex value. Let's try signing into our amazing chat app. And by the way, I think you can get rid of this branding here with a paid account on Clerk. We are on the free tier, so we have this secured by Clerk, but this is fine. But if it's important for you that you have your very own branding, then this is possible as well. Okay, we have set up Google login and email login earlier. Let's create a new account. I want to start with email login. And for this I will use my recording address, codingandflow.recording@gmail.com. codingandflow.recording@gmail.com and a password. And this actually has password strength protection implemented by default, which is really cool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 does not work. 7, 8. Yeah, it's okay. It's good enough. In reality, I don't have to lecture you on password strength. Let's click continue. Okay, it actually protects us from using such a simple password. This password has been found as part of a breach. So this is another really cool feature that Clerk brings out of the box. Let's add flow at the end. I just hope I can remember this. But you will later see that we actually don't even have to remember our password, because Clerk can also send a verification code to the email address instead. Anyway, let's create this account. Okay, this is not secure either. It probably doesn't like that I put my name in here. Let's use, I don't know, ASD123, ASD123. Let's try this one. Doesn't work either. We probably have to put some special character in here. No way I can remember this password. But now it works. And it sent us a verification code to this email address, which we can see here. 183201. And again, this all comes out of the box and we are logged in. This is the chat. This is the chat page we set up earlier under /chat. Okay, let me delete this email and then close this window. Let's open this chat page in our IDE again. This is the chat. And I want to be able to log out. Later, of course, we put our whole chat app in here. But for now, I want to render this user button, which is a Clerk Next.js import. And when we save this, we get this button here with our profile picture. And when we click this, we get a pop-up menu, which is provided by Clerk, over which we can sign out or manage our account as we saw earlier. This is just one component we have to add. Really cool. We can also configure this, and one prop I want to set is the after sign out URL. After we sign out of our account, I want to navigate back to the front page automatically. We will try this out in a moment. We can also upload a profile picture, for example. And this is just something you don't have to take care of yourself. I think on my USB stick here I have this really appealing photo of me, which is now my profile picture. And there it is. Amazing. Let's refresh the page to make sure this after sign out URL is applied. And then let's sign out, which brings us back to the front page. Nice. And when we try to open our chat again, we have to sign in again. This time let's use the Google login. And as I mentioned before, Clerk automatically provides a Google app for you in development, which is really cool because usually you have to set this up yourself in the Google Cloud Console. It's not a big deal, but it's nice that you don't have to take care of this. And I want to log into this Google account here. So next, I have to add my verification code. And now I'm signed into this Google account. Again, we can manage this account, we can change the email address, change the connected accounts, and we see where we are logged in. Cool stuff. And in the Clerk dashboard, you can configure this app, add more social logins. For example, we can see our users here. The one that signed in via Google automatically has the name set. This is coming from the Google account. The other one only has the email address. Here you can manage your users. Under user and authentication, we can add additional social connections. This will automatically appear on your sign in and sign up pages. For example, let's try out enabling Facebook. And then when I open localhost /chat on an incognito tab, we now have this Facebook button here. And we can log in via Facebook as well. But I don't want to do this right now. And they have a lot of configuration you can set up here. We can ask for a phone number, for example. We can require the user to type in a username, which can make sense in a chat app. I encourage you to just take a look at this and these different settings. It's also possible to synchronize these users with your own backend database if you need to. For this we have to use a webhook. You will later learn how to set up such a webhook. But for now we are done with our Clerk setup. Authentication works. Next we want to set up Stream itself so that we can actually put our chat in here. Okay, now it's time to set up the Stream app. Again, Stream is what brings the whole chat functionality. So we go to getStream.io and we want to create an account here. I'll also put a link to this in the video description below, under which you can reach this page and start a free trial. I already have an account, so I want to sign in. After you created an account and logged in, you should see the dashboard. And here we want to go to apps and create a new app. And again, I'm going to call this Next.js Stream Chat. The server location here, you can set this to whatever you want. Shouldn't really matter. We want to keep this in development and then create this app. And then we get our two API keys here. We want to put both of them into our env.local file. So we copy the key first, go into our project, open .env.local, and we create a new environment variable called next_public. Next_public is necessary if you want to make these environment variables available on the client. So those are the keys that are not secrets, because we can expose them to the client. If you don't add next_public, then they will be undefined on the client and can only be used on the server. So we call this next public stream key, and we paste the one we just copied. Then we also need the secret here. Let's copy this as well. This one should not be public because this is actually a secret. This is actually sensitive data. So we don't add next public, we just call this stream_secret and paste this here as well. And again, those are sensitive credentials that you don't want to share with anyone, so we also don't push them to GitHub. Next, we want to go to the globals.css file, which we get with a new Next.js project by default. We want to delete all this garbage here because we don't need this default styling. And instead, we want to import this line. This is the CSS file for the Stream React components. I got this from the documentation. You can just pause the video and type this out by hand. And this adds the default styling to our Stream components. And then we want to put these Stream chat components onto our chat page, right? So we go to the page.tsx file /chat. Here we want to connect a user to a stream. And for now we will do this manually. Later this will happen automatically from whatever user we sign up in Clerk. But to get started and understand how this works, we will hardcode this user for now. And we do this above the chat page component because we only want to execute this once when we open this page. Here we set a user ID. And for now I want to copy the ID of this user we are logged in with right now. So we go to our Clerk dashboard again. Again, you can reach this under dashboard.clerk.com. Here we go into our app and we want to find our user, this one here. I want to get the ID of this user. So we click here on users, this one, and there is the user ID. We copy this one, but again, we just hardcode this for this part to make it easy to get started. Later, this will all happen automatically. So we paste this as a string for the user ID. Then we need an instance of the stream chat client. We are still outside of the chat component here. So we create a const chat client. We assign this to a stream chat with an uppercase S. And it seems that we have to manually import this again. Maybe on your side it imports automatically. Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't. We want to import stream chat from the stream chat package. And on stream chat we have this get instance function, which allows us to get an instance of the stream chat. And get instance makes sure that there's only ever one instance of the chat client, because we only want one at any given time. This will always return the same one. And here we need our stream key, the public one. So we pass process.env dot and then the name of the public stream key, like this. This complains because every environment variable can be undefined by default. For now we will fix this with the non-null assertion operator, which is an exclamation mark. This is not good practice and later we will replace this for a better approach, but for now, to keep it simple, this is fine. Below this line we call chat client, connect user, parentheses, in here we put curly braces. We set the ID to this user ID we hard-coded. And we will also hard-code the name for now to Florian Walter or your name. Again, later we don't have to hardcode this, then it will work automatically. And as the second argument, after this user we passed, we need a token or a token provider. Later we will set up a token provider, which is an endpoint that generates this token. But again, for now we will hardcode this. And to get such a token, there is a generator in the stream documentation, where on the left side you have to put in your secret. This is put in there by default if you are logged into your account. I will put the link to this page into the video description below, so you can generate your own token. And then we need the user ID, which has to be the same one that we set here, right? So we add this here, and then we get this key that we can use to hardcode this user into our app. So we copy this as well. Again, the link to this page with this generator is in the video description below. And we paste it in here. This way we can sign in with this user with this ID. Then we need to create a channel, which we do below. Const channel equals, we take our chat client and call.channel on it. The first argument to this function is a string, which defines the channel type. We use the messaging type, so we add messaging as a string. Other available types by default are livestream, team, gaming, and commerce. And the channel type defines what features are available in the chat. So a gaming chat has slightly different features than a messaging channel, for example. And you can also create your very own channels. This is all described in the stream documentation. Our app is a typical chat app, so we use messaging channels. The second argument is the channel ID. I'm gonna set this to channel_1. You can pass whatever you want. The third argument is a JavaScript object with more configuration. So we add a pair of curly braces. Here we can set the name of the channel, which I set to channel number 1. And we have to define the members of this channel as an array of IDs. For now, this is just the user ID that we hard-coded here. Okay, and then Stream provides a bunch of different components that we can use to build our chat UI. You can customize these components. We will see how this works later. You can also skip the components completely and build a chat in the way you want. But they are very useful and they look really good by default. So inside this div here, we first put a chat component. Auto import again doesn't work, so we have to import this manually. Import curly braces from stream chat react. In here we have this chat, and this chat is the wrapper that provides all the chat functionality. So we close this, and to this opening tag we have to pass the client, which is the chat client that we just set up above. In here we put this channel component, which again is an import from stream chat react. It takes the channel prop, to which we pass the channel that we also created above. When we save this, we get an error because this is a server component right now, but since we use this chat feature here, which needs client-side features, we have to make this page a client component. Again, I explained this in my Next.js 13 app router beginner tutorial. We do this by adding this use client directive at the top. This allows us to use JavaScript features on this page. So let's refresh this. And we saw some loading indicator, but our chat is empty right now. Let's finish setting up the UI. In the channel, we put this window tag. Again, you have to use the stream chat react one. We close this. In here, we put the channel header, which gets a self-closing tag. There is our channel header with the name of the channel that we just set up, channel 1. This is the one we pass here to the channel component. Then we add message list from stream chat react as a self-closing tag, which shows an empty view right now. And below we want to render the message input, which is the typical chat app input field. Now we can Already typed something in here and this will work. The styling is not properly yet. I want this input field to be at the bottom, but we will take care of this later. We have to put one more component in here below the window, which is thread from Stream Chat React. This allows us to open threads on this page as I showed you earlier, where you respond to a specific message in a separate window. But we only have one user right now, so I can't show it you at the moment. And again, the styling here is coming from this global CSS file where we imported the stream chat styling. If we remove this, it looks like this. And I don't know where the smiley face is coming from, but it's hilarious. Yeah, we have to refresh this after we edit this back in. Yeah, this is the smiley face here. That's the emoji picker. So all this stuff just works right out of the box. We can even send an image. Ashley, look at me. And we can send this. And chat features just work. We can, I can actually open a thread here. This is the thread viewer. We will improve the styling later. And we can also react to this. This is a very funny image. We will improve our whole setup and everything, but for now I just wanted to show you the most basic setup, basically, with a hard-coded user and a hard-coded channel, just to see how easy it is to get something up and running. When you try this out and you make changes to your code and you get disconnect errors, then just refresh the page. You can ignore them for now. We will take care of this later. And your stream dashboard also has different configuration options that you can check out here under chat messaging. And in the Explorer, we should now also see the user we just created. This is the one that has the Clerk ID that we hard-coded. And we will later come back to this dashboard and set up more stuff in here. For now, I want to change some of the colors that we get with Stream by default to match them to our brand color. So again, the avatar background, for example, is blue, and also buttons in Stream are blue by default. We can customize these values in CSS by overriding these stream classes. Again, this is described in the documentation. Again, please pause the video and type this out by hand. Make sure that the spelling is correct. Those are CSS variables, so they start with 2 dashes. And here in between are 2 underscores, not 1 but 2. So we change the primary color to our 500 blue. This is the Tailwind class that we can access via this theme function in CSS directly. The active primary color is when we press a button, for example, when we disable a button. And if you are smart, you probably notice that those are the same values that we set on our custom button here. BG blue 500, active 600, disabled gray 200. We also want to apply the same colors and the same border radius to the stream components so that everything looks the same. So when we save this, this blue changes to a slightly lighter blue, our blue 500. One more thing, we go to the Tailwind config file and we remove this whole theme block here. This is there by default because it contains this background image with this gradient that we saw when we first opened this project. We don't need this anymore. Now we just have a plain white background. Okay, and the next step is to get rid of this hard-coded user here on our chat page, because this user should automatically be read from the Clerk user that we logged in with, right? Because right now we hard-coded this one user ID. Of course, we want to be able to log out and then log in with a different user. So let's take care of this next. Alright, so again, instead of hard coding the user on our chat page here, we want to log in the user more dynamically. After logging in with Clerk, all of this should be set automatically, and we also want to be able to open our own channels and so on. First of all, we need an endpoint that generates this token that we hard coded here. Because again, this is the token for this one specific user ID, and right now we can't log in with a different user, so we need a place where we can generate this token. This has to happen on our backend because this is basically an admin operation. So in Next.js we can create serverless functions that will run only on the backend. We don't have to create a whole separate server for that. Again, I explain how all of this works in my Next.js beginner tutorial. For this, we create a new folder in the app folder. Again, I use file, so I can create folders and files with just one operation. Into app, we want to put an API folder. In here the route, we call it get token. You can give this any name you want. And in here a route.ts file. Not tsx because this doesn't contain a React component, it's just a TypeScript file. But you have to call this route, otherwise this will not be recognized by Next.js as an API route. Okay, here we export an async function. Careful, this is not a default export, it's a normal export, and this is important, otherwise this will not work. And we call this get in all uppercase. This creates an HTTP GET endpoint in Next.js. We wrap all of this into try catch because the operations we do in here could throw an error, and if this happens we want to return an appropriate error message and also log the error. So in the catch block we call console.error, to which we pass the error, and then we return a next response. We have to import this from next server. This is a convenience class that allows us to create this JSON response, just like we would do in an Express server. To JSON we pass the actual JSON body. This will say error colon internal server error. So this is the JSON we get back when there is an error happening in this route. And as the second argument we pass the status code and set it to 500, which means internal server error. This is nothing special. And in the try block, we now want to generate a token for this user. The token is necessary in order to log in with this user and this user ID. It's used to identify the user basically. So back to our route. First of all, we want to get the current stream user we are logged in with, because we only get to this chat page if we are logged in, right? If we try to open the chat page while we are logged out, we will be redirected to the sign-in page. This means that we can also get the Clerk user in this route. We do this with await, and then we call this current user function, and we import the one that has /server at the end. Not /Next.js, but Next.js server. I think it actually doesn't matter which one you import, but since we are on the server, just to be sure, we import it from the server file. Okay, this way we get the currently logged in Clerk user on our backend when we make a request to this endpoint. Just to be sure that this actually works, let's log this. Calling get token for user colon, and as the second argument we want to pass user.id. This automatically adds the save call operator because the user could be null if we try to make a request to this endpoint without actually being logged in. So below we check if !user, so if user is undefined. Then we also want to return an error response. So again we return a next response.json. The JSON will contain this error key again, which will say user not authenticated. And as the status code we set 401, which is the HTTP status code for not authorized. This is the appropriate code to send here. Then below this check we know that the user is now defined. So next we need a handle to the stream chat client, which again we do with this get instance call. The only difference is that on the front end we only pass this public key. On the back end we also have to pass the stream secret, because the client on the back end has additional privileges that we only want to enable on the back end, because they are not safe to be used on the front end. So again we create a const stream client. We assign this to stream chat get instance. And then we have to pass our keys. But remember we use this exclamation mark operator here because environment variables can be null. But as I already mentioned, this is a bad thing to do, because if you actually forget to set the environment variables, which can happen, for example, when we deploy this to production, then we will pass undefined here and this whole thing will misbehave. It's better if we actually throw an error early when we start our app if we forget to set an environment variable. There is a popular package we can use to make sure all the environment variables are set, and at runtime we also get the appropriate type. not the possibly undefined type that we have at the moment. After setting this up, the type will always be defined, because we have this check in place that validates that all the environment variables are set. We already installed this dependency in the very beginning. We only have to set this up. So let's create a new file. We put this into the src folder and we just call it env.ts. Here we export a const that we call env, and we assign this to create env. Again, we have to import this manually. Import curly braces from add t3 oss env Next.js. That's the package we installed earlier. And in here we have this create env function that we want to call here. And in between curly braces we set this up. And the way this works is that we have this server key here, server colon curly braces. And in here we put the same environment variables that we want to have available on the server. Those are the ones without the next public in front of it. That's the stream secret and the clerk secret key, right? So stream secret. We validate this using the Sort library, which we also installed earlier here. Sort is a validation library. And this works really well together with this env package. So stream secret colon. Then we use C, which imports C from sort. We call .string, which validates that this environment variable that we pass is a string value. And we also set min1, which makes sure that this string isn't empty. Okay, let's add the second one. Clerk secret. We can duplicate this line with the same validation logic. Then after the server block, we do the same for the client variables. In here we want to put next public stream key, again with the same validation. c.string.min1, duplicate this line, next public clerk publishable key. And then after the client block, we have to add this experimental runtime env block. And in here we have to add these two client values, not the server one, the client one. And we have to pass them explicitly. Otherwise this doesn't work. This is just a limitation of Next.js, but this is all described in the T3 OSS documentation. And this is why we see an error message if we don't pass this. Everything is underlined because this wants us to pass this runtime env block. So here we write next public stream key and we pass the environment variable explicitly with process.env next public stream key, and we do the same for the clerk publishable key. Process.env clerk publishable key. And the reason it has this experimental in front of it is because there's also this normal runtime env block that we could use. This one requires us to also pass the non-public server keys. But with this new value here, we don't have to pass the server keys because for some reason this approach is only required for these client keys. But again, this is all explained in the documentation of this package. We could also put the values of this normal.env file in here, but since we push this to our repository, we know that the values will always be there. Only the ones that we don't push to GitHub, we have to set every time we deploy this project somewhere. So we have to make sure that we don't forget to set them. Okay, and what this allows us to do is instead of process.env, we can now use our env file that we just created from add/env. In here we now get auto-completion, which is really cool. We want to pass the next public stream key, and this value is now also guaranteed to be a string. Because if we forget to set this value, then we will get an error from this validation file we just set up. This error will be shown right when we open our app, which is much better than forgetting this value and then continuing with an undefined value and have our app misbehave in weird ways. We want an error if we forget to set this variable. Okay, and then we pass env.streamKey, which is the secret key, as the second value here. Now we have this stream client that we can use on the backend, for example, to generate such a token. Creating the token is easier. We create a const token and we call streamClient.create token, to which we have to pass the user ID. Remember earlier we hard-coded the user ID when we generated this token. We used the Clerk user ID, and we still want to use the Clerk user ID, just that we now read it from the logged in user. So here we pass user.id, and since we have this not null check, we know that the user is defined down here. And then we return this token to the front end. So below, return next response.json. In the JSON body between curly braces, we put this token. And we set the status to 200, which means success. Okay, so this is the endpoint we need to generate our token, and this will work, but it's not security best practice right now because this token will be valid indefinitely and it can't be invalidated, for example, when we want to ban a user and force them to log out. The stream documentation explains how we can implement these best practices. We need an expiration time for this token and an issued at timestamp. So let's do this. It's just a few more lines we have to set up. Below the stream client here, we create a const expiration time. After this time is over, the token will be invalid and the chat client will automatically fetch a new token when this happens, if we are still logged in. We assign this to a math.floor, which rounds this number down, whatever we put between the parentheses. In here we call date.now, which gets the current time in milliseconds. And we want to divide this by 1000 to get the number of seconds. And then we want to add 1 hour to it. So 60 seconds times 60 minutes, like this. Then we also need the time when this token was created. Const issued at, again math.floor, to which we pass date.now divided by 1000 to get the seconds. And this is the value when this token was created. But sometimes it can happen that our server clock and the clock on the stream server differs by a few seconds. And then we will get an error. To get around this, we just subtract 1 minute from this value. So we basically say this token was created 1 minute earlier than the actual time, which just avoids this discrepancy between our own server time and stream's server time. Okay, and then we simply pass these 2 additional values to the create token method. Expiration time and issued at, and then everything will just work and our setup is correct and secure. Okay, but in order to get our user on this endpoint, we have to add this route to our middleware, because again, only whatever matches in here will have Clerk authentication enabled at all. So to this array, we add a second string to this endpoint, which is /API/getToken, right? And now Clerk will work on this route and we can get the currently logged in user in there. And now, instead of hard coding this user here in this component, we want to read the user ID from Clerk and log in a user with this ID and also generate a token from this Clerk ID using our new endpoint. And of course, we also want to be able to log out and even log into a different Clerk account, which has to disconnect this user from stream and connect a newer user. This means we can't hard code this here because this will only be executed once. Instead, we have to put this into a use effect that will be executed whenever the Clerk user changes. Now we could put this use effect directly into this chat page component because it's a client component and we can use use effect in here. But for organization, it's good to put this into a custom hook so that we have all this login code separated from this page. So let's create a custom hook. For this, we could create a hooks folder, but we only want to use this custom hook in one single place. That's the chat page. So I like to co-locate this file with the page itself. So let's put it into the chat folder in our app folder. We call it use initialize chat client.ts. I want to make the name of this hook very specific because we are only supposed to call this hook once to initialize the chat client. So let's create this file in here. I also want to open this page here on the right tab because we basically move this code over here, and I want to show you the comparison between our old hard-coded approach and the new approach. So in here we export a default function with the same name, use initialize chat client. A custom hook is basically a way to wrap a use effect or a use state into a separate function. And it's important that the name starts with use. This is a React convention, and this will also be enforced by the linter. If the name doesn't start with use, then it will complain if we try to use other hooks like use effect in here. So at the first line, we want to get a reference to the logged in user. We can get this with this use user hook that we import from Clerk Next.js. And in here is the user object. The difference between use user and current user that we used earlier is that current user basically just returns the user once when we call this, and that's it. When we use this hook, we always get the updated user. So if we log out and log in with a different user, then this value here will change. And this is important because when this happens, we want to trigger a use effect, which also disconnects the user from the chat client and connects a newer one. And again, we can only use these hooks if we name our function with use in the beginning. Otherwise, this will show an error. Okay. Then we need a state that contains the chat client. So we create a const with square brackets this time, because we want to create a use state, which is a React import. The type of this will be a stream chat or null. And we also initialize this with null. And here, as usual, we get our tuple from use state. The first value is the chat client itself that's contained in the state, and the state setter set chat client. This is just normal React stuff. And then below we call a use effect, which will be responsible for initializing the chat client and connecting the stream user with the ID of the Clerk user. As usual, the user here can be null or undefined if we are not actually logged in. So in the first line we want to check if user.id is undefined, then we just want to return here. And we also add user ID to the dependency array of this use effect. The reason I don't pass the whole user and instead use the user ID directly is because we only want to rerun this use effect if we actually log in with a different user, so when the user ID changes. But if we update the current user, for example by changing some profile information, we don't want to execute this use effect again. Only if the user ID changes. Then we need our stream client, which we do again by calling getInstance. So const client equals stream chat getInstance. This time we don't use process.env, instead we use our safeenv file, and in here is our next public stream key, which is now guaranteed to have a value. Then we want to connect the stream user just like over here. So client.connect user, parentheses, curly braces. Again, we have to set the ID, which we get from the Clerk user ID. Over here we hard-coded it. Now we read it from the currently logged in Clerk user. We set the name to user.fullname, And you saw the full name earlier in the Clerk dashboard with the account that I logged in via Google, because there we got my name from Google. The other account where we used email login didn't have a name. This is why full name can be undefined, or rather null. If this is the case, we want to use the user ID as the name instead. So this will be shown in the UI later in our chat. The user ID is guaranteed to have a value. Then we can also set an avatar image with image column. And again, we want to use the image that is contained in this Clerk user, which we get over this image URL value. And then as the second argument over here, we passed the token, right? But here we hard-coded the token. Now we want to get the token from our endpoint here. So for the second argument, we don't pass the string, we pass a token provider, and a token provider is just a function. So we can create an async arrow function like this, which makes the call to our getToken endpoint and passes this token to a stream. And stream then knows how to use this token to verify that the user ID actually belongs to this correct user. So in here we do a good old fetch call. We create a const response. We call await fetch to our endpoint, which is /API/getToken, right? This is a normal GET request, so we don't have to add any configuration. But we want to check if response is not okay, which means that the status code is not 200 or 300, then we want to throw an error. This happens, for example, if the user for some reason is not authenticated, or if we get any other kind of error. If this is the case, then we won't get a token back. So we want to throw an error here, which will then show an error message in the chat UI. And we pass failed to get token as the error message. I don't remember if this is actually shown in the UI. I don't think it is, but it will be logged to the console, so we can read it there. After this if block, we know that the response was successful. So we want to read the token out of the response body. We create a const body. We assign it to await response.json to get the JSON body out of there. And this JSON body contains the token that we actually care about. And we simply want to return this token with returned body.token. And again, stream will take care of the rest. It will check that the token is valid, and only then connect user will be successful. Then I also want to add a catch block to this connect user call, because this returns a promise. So we add a catch block here. We could also wrap this into try catch with await, but then we have to wrap this into another function, which just makes this code more complicated. So in some situations, I prefer these promise callbacks instead of async await. But usually I use async await whenever possible. So in the catch block here, we get the error, and we simply want to log this to the console. Failed to connect user, comma, and then the error itself. But we remove the semicolon here, because below we also want to call .then, which will be executed if connect user was successful and the promise resolved. In here we also pass a function without an argument. And in here we want to use our set chat client setter function and pass this client that we instantiated to it. So after we connected the user, we set our client to this state. And then we can use this chat client in our app to use our chat features, just like we did here. Okay, but we also need to clean up this use effect, because when the user ID changes, this will run again, and it will call getInstance and connect user again. Calling getInstance again is fine, because again this always returns the same instance. But we must not connect multiple users, otherwise this will create more and more connections, which is bad. Whenever you have a use effect that creates a connection or something similar, then you have to provide a cleanup function to remove the connection before this use effect runs again. We can create such a cleanup function by returning a function from useEffect. This return function will be executed whenever useEffect runs again. So the first time useEffect runs, we connect this user. When the user ID changes, it will execute the cleanup function and only then run the code block in useEffect again. And in here, we want to clean up connect user by disconnecting the user. First, I want to set the chat client to null again, because when the user is disconnected, we don't want to be able to use the chat client because it's in an invalid state. Below, we take our stream client again, call disconnect user, which is self-explaining. And again, we attach a catch block here in case this goes wrong, which gets past the error. And we want to log this to the console. Failed to disconnect user. And we pass the error as the second argument. And again, afterwards, we also want to add a then block. And here we will simply log a text that says connection closed, just so that we can see this in the console. Just a few more things. The dependency array complains because we also use the user full name and image URL up here. So we have to add them as dependencies as well, which means that if we change these values, we will disconnect and connect the user again, which is necessary to update the chat with the latest values. So we pass user.fullname and user.image URL as dependencies. And then lastly, below our useEffect, we want to return the chat client so that we can use it in our app. So this hook was quite complicated to set up, but it all makes sense, right? Let's quickly recap what we did here. So we read the currently logged in user through Clerk's useUser hook. We use this user ID and the user metadata, which again is coming from Clerk, to connect this user with a name and an image to our stream chat. In the process, we call our getToken endpoint, which makes sure that the ID that we pass here actually matches the ID of the logged in Clerk user. This information is contained in this token. After we have connected our user, we set our chat client from null to the actual client so we can use it in our UI, in the app. And the rest is basically just clean up in case this hook runs again, which happens, for example, when we log out with this user and log out with a different Clerk user. And this hook is only supposed to be called one time in one place. And that's our chat page. We delete our hard-coded user here, so all the code above our chat page, because now we have our new hook, which takes care of this. So this hook returns the chat client, remember? And the hook is called useInitializeChatClient. We call this, and this chat client is either a stream chat client or null. It's null before we are properly connected. We also need our Clerk user here again, which again we get with useUser. And you can call this how often you want in your app to get the current user. You don't have to pass this user around. You can just call the useUser hook multiple times in different places. Now, if the chat client or the current user is undefined, we want to render a loading indicator because we can't initialize our chat with a client that is null. So above the return statement, we check if !chat client or !user. If one of these is null or undefined, we want to return a different UI. A simple div that contains a loading indicator, and the loading indicator is coming from the stream chat React components library. We're just going to reuse this one instead of creating our own. And we set the size to 40. I want to put this loading indicator in the middle of the screen, so we style the div that wraps it with hScreen, flex, item center, and justify center. We have done this before, right? And now this doesn't complain anymore because if we get to this return statement, chat client is guaranteed to have a value. From the channel component, we remove this channel prop, and instead we render a channel list next to it, which is another Stream Chat React component. As the name implies, this is a list of channels that we are in, and this will automatically forward the active channel to the channel component. So the channel list gets a self-closing tag, but we have to add some filters via this filter prop. In here we put another pair of curly braces. We want to show only channels of type messaging. Remember, we created a messaging channel earlier. And we also have to filter for the members in here. And it will actually throw an error if we don't do this, because we can only show channels where we are members. So we write members colon curly braces, and in here we can use this filter syntax with different operators available. We want to keep it simple. We use the $in, to which we pass an array, and here we pass the user ID. This is why we need the user on this page as well. This way we will filter the channel list to only show channels where the currently logged in user is actually a member. And again, if we don't do this, we actually get an error because we can't show channels where we are not a member in. Okay, below this filters prop, we also pass the sort prop. I think this is self-explaining. Again, curly braces inside curly braces. And we set last message add to -1 so that we always have the channel with the newest message at the top of our channel list. And lastly, we pass options. Again, curly braces, curly braces. We set state to true. This was contained in the example in the documentation. I actually forgot what the state value here was for. We have to read the docs for this later. We set presence to true. This way we can read if a user is currently online and show an online indicator. And limit is there for pagination, so we only show 10 channels at once, and then we can click the load more button to load more channels. So let's save this and see how this looks. Up here is actually our channel list, the one with the gray background. Now we want to put this to the left side of our chat, not above it, because otherwise this will look weird later. But it's already cool to see that we have our channel here. Right now we don't have a way for a user to join a channel through our app yet. But I still want to put a second user into this channel to see if this works. So for now we will do this manually. We go into our Stream Chat Explorer. Here we have our channels, our channel 1, and here we have the members list. I want to add a new channel member, and we get the ID from Clerk. So this is the member already in the chat, right? And we also want to put this one in there. We copy this ID, paste it here, but we get an error because I think we have to log in with this other user before this will work, because we don't have a stream user for this Clerk user yet. So let's open our chat in the incognito tab and log in with the email address once again. Coding and flow recording. And then we type in the password, which I think was $, ASD123, ASD123. Yeah, it worked. Now we should have the second stream user, which is not part of any channels yet. Let's try this again. And it worked. Nice. Now this other user should be part of the same channel. And we can actually see it here in the channel list immediately. We can join this, and now these two users can chat with each other. The layout isn't set up properly yet. We will take care of this later. But we can type something, and you can see the typing indicator over here and over here as well. Now this user here doesn't have a username, so we show the ID instead. But again, you can set up your Clerk app so that you can or have to pass a username. That's up to you. You can also update this later. Hi, we see the message here. What's up? We see the message here. Cool stuff. Maybe let's also create a second channel to see how this looks. So we have channel 1, and I want to add a new channel here. Create channel. I call this one channel number 2 because I'm very creative. I changed the ID to channel_2 and we set the channel type to messaging again. And in here I want to put the same to users again. So this one, and we can find the other user ID in this other channel. Messaging channel 1 members, and we already have the PHT one, right? So we want to copy this other user ID, go back to channel 2, messaging channel 2, and add this as a member here as well. Now in our UI, in our channel list, we see this second channel, and we can switch between them. Again, the layout is messed up. We will take care of this next. And later we will also learn how we can create group chats and set an image on the channel. So make sure to watch the whole tutorial. For now I want to improve our layout here. So back onto our chat page. So we start by adding a class to this outer div. We want to make this only as big as the screen. And after we save this, we see the loading indicator again. Why? Because our useInitializeChat client hook is executed again. In the process, it cleans up the previous StreamChat client, sets it to null, and when this is null, we render the loading indicator. And this is actually necessary because otherwise we would get an error. Okay, then inside the chat component here, we put another div, and we put a closing tag below this channel closing tag, but within the chat tag. Because we want the channel list and the channel itself to be aligned horizontally and not below each other. So we add a class name to this div as well. We turn this into a flex box and we make this a flex row, which aligns this horizontally. We saw a short error message, but we can ignore this. This happens because we changed the layout here. Okay, here is our channel list. And by the way, the image we see here is the profile image of the other user. But the layout still isn't great. Channel list is too small. First of all, we go to this div again and set it to age full so that this whole thing is only as large as the screen itself. Now we can't scroll down anymore. Instead, we scroll within the chat, which is much better. And then we wrap the channel list into its own div to add some constraints here. And we add a class name to this channel list div. We set it to a W full so that it will take up the full available width. But we also set the max width with max minus W minus, again to a fixed value that we set to a 360 pixels. So the sidebar will take up the full available width on small screens, but it will not grow larger than 360 pixels. And then we wrap the channel into a div as well. We set the class names on here. We set it to H full and W full. So this always takes up the available space. And now this looks much better. Here's the chat window itself. It never gets bigger than the actual screen. And over here is the channel list and we can switch between channels. Later we will add more UI elements to this, like our menu bar, but for now this looks already pretty cool if you ask me. Now in our layout, by default we have this inter font applied to all our pages, but Stream sets its very own font for all the text within this chat. But I want to use the inter font in here as well. So what we do is we go into our global CSS file again, then we add another block here. Again, stream minus chat, but then we add a star behind it. So this way we select every child element that belongs to the stream chat. We want to set a font family of all child elements to inherit. And in order for this to work, we have to use the important flag here. And now this uses our inter font for the chat as well, instead of the default system font. Here you can see now the inter font is applied. I like this more because this way we have the same font on all our pages. We also use the inter font on the front page. So we want to use this in the chat as well. And just one more time for comparison, I will comment this out. This was the old font. and this is the inner font. Not big of a difference, but for consistency I like this more. One more thing I want to fix: when we look in the console, we actually get some module not found error messages here. This is caused by some compatibility issues between Next.js and Stream. And what I did, I simply googled these error messages here together with Next.js, and this quickly led me to a solution. We have to go to the next config file, and here in this empty next config block, we have to add this part. Again, please pause the video and type this out. We don't have to understand in detail what this does, but this fixes these error messages. And whenever we make a change to the next config, we have to restart it. It automatically stopped the execution, so we run npm run dev again. And now we won't see these module not found error messages anymore. Okay, cool. Just one more thing. I want to try out if our token expiration actually works. Right now we have set the expiration time to 1 hour. Just for a moment, I'm going to set this to 1 minute. You don't have to do this. I will change this back in a moment. Then I refresh the page and we should see a log message that says get token is called for this user ID. And this takes a moment because I just restarted the dev server. And there it is, calling get token for user and then this Clerk user ID. And now after 1 minute, we should see this message again, because the token will be expired and Stream automatically goes ahead and fetches a new token from our endpoint, if this works correctly. So let's wait a moment. So 1 minute has passed and we see this log message again. So this means this worked. Let's revert this back to 1 hour, because this is a more reasonable value. And next I want to make our chat layout here more responsive, because right now, even though it looks kind of cool, it's not perfect yet. For example, on small screens there's not enough space to show both the sidebar and the chat, especially when we also open a thread. So let's fix this next. Okay, now I want to add some additional UI elements like a menu bar where we can see our Clerk user account and log out and so on. And I also want to improve the responsiveness of our layout here. So let's do this next. And I want to start by creating the menu bar. We put this into the chat folder here, where also this whole chat page is in. Again, we could put this into the components folder, but we only want to use this in one single place, so it makes sense to co-locate the file. And we call it menubar.tsx. You can give this component any name you want, but menubar is a fitting name. So as usual, export default function menubar, and then we return a div here. Let's save this for now and put this on our chat page so we see how this looks. We put this above the channel list right here. Save, and let's see, menu bar, there it is. Okay, so we can finish setting this up. In here I want to put our Clerk user button that we already used earlier. And again, I want to set the after signout URL to the front page. And then we give this a self-closing tag, and then we have our user button here again. Then on the right side, later we will have different icons. Remember, we had an icon to change the theme, one icon to enable push notifications, and so on. So we add another div below. In this div, we put a span. And inside the span, we render this users icon, which is an import from Lucid React. This is just an icon. We give this a self-closing tag, and there it is. We will later make this icon here clickable, like a button, but since this is not a button, we have to set the correct cursor by default. So we add a class name and set this to cursor pointer, which is a Tailwind class. And now when we hover over this icon, we have this cursor that we also have when we hover over a button. I added the span because I want to add a title to this icon, and we can set this on the Lucid icon directly. So we wrap it with a span, and this will say show users. Now when we hover over this, we see this pop-up text that says show users. And screen readers can also read this, so this is useful for accessibility as well. And then we have this div here that wraps this user's icon. Remember, later we want to put multiple icons in here, so we turn this into a flex box as well. And we add a gap of 6 so that there will be some spacing. We don't see how this looks now because we only have one icon in here, but later when we have multiple icons, they will have the proper spacing and alignment. Okay, and then we also style this outer div here. So here I want to add some padding with P3, which adds a padding on all sides of this menu. We use a flex box, and flex row is the default, so now the elements are aligned horizontally. We want to center them with item center, and then we want to use justify between, not justify center, but between, which moves the first child element, which is the user button, to the left side, and it puts this div on the right side. So all our icons that we put inside this div will also be aligned to the right later. Then we add a gap of 3 here as well. So on small screens there will still be a gap between these right icons here and the user button. We set the background color to white with BG white explicitly, because right now it's transparent, we only see the background. Later we will make the background gray, so we want to make the menu bar white. And then I also want to add a little border to the right side so that it fits with the channel list below, which also has a border. We can set a border on the right side with border -e, this attribute here, which adds a border of 1 pixel. And we set the color of this border to border -e minus. And then again we hardcode the color, because I picked the exact same color as the border of this channel list here has, which is DBDDE1. And there's the border. Now it fits to the rest. Let's format this in the correct order, and then we are done with this menu bar for now. Next, for organization, I want to put all this sidebar code and the channel code into separate files, because we will add more configuration and elements to them, and otherwise this page file will get too big. So we create a chat sidebar component here in the chat folder. New file, chat sidebar.tsx, copy the name, export default function, chat sidebar. Let's open the page on the other side, because we want to move these elements over here. So in here we put a return statement. And we basically want to cut out this div here that wraps the menu bar and the channel list. And we want to put it over here, which of course means we have to import the menu bar here and the channel list from stream. And we also need the user here. We will pass the user as a prop. Now we could also call use user here, but the user we get from use user can be undefined. But since we will render this sidebar down here where we already checked that the user is not undefined, we will forward this user as a prop, because then we have the guarantee that it is defined. So for the props we create an interface in the chat sidebar file, which we call chat sidebar props. You can give this any name you want. This is just the naming convention I usually use. And we want to pass a user. And the type of this user in Clerk is called user resource. We have to import this. And this is contained in this Clerk, not Next.js, but types package. And in here is the user resource. We destructure these props here to get our user out of them. And they are of type chat sidebar props. And now down here we can use this user, which will never be undefined. Okay, now we can save this. And we can put our chat sidebar in here. We pass the user to it. And then our layout should still work and look the same as before. just that we now have this whole sidebar in a separate file. There are some additional props we can set on this channel list. For example, show channel search. When we add this, we get this search field here, and we can search for channels. Now by default, this actually only searches for users. So if I type in user, I find the user, but it doesn't search for the channels. And there is a little glitch in the CSS that we will also fix in a moment. To also make it able to search for channels, we have to add some more configuration here. Below show channel search, we pass additional channel search props. And again, between these curly braces, we put another pair of curly braces. And in here we can set search for channels true, which, as the name implies, makes it possible to also search for channels via this search field. But again, we have to filter to only show channels where we are member in. So after search for channels, we add a comma, and then we pass search query params, colon curly braces, channel filters, colon curly braces, and you should get auto-completion for every step along the way. And finally, we want to add a filter here that looks similar to the filter we set on the channel list. Again, between curly braces, it's members, colon, curly braces, $in, colon, and inside an array, we pass our logged in user's ID. Let's save this, but before we try this out, let's also fix the CSS problem. We go into the globals.css file again. And I fixed this myself by playing around with the Chrome DevTools and changing attributes until this worked. I don't know why this UI glitch is there. Might be some incompatibility with the remaining layout we set up, but we can fix this by adding an attribute to an element, and we have to target this element with a very specific chain of classes. Again, we write .stream or str-chat, but then we append __ channel minus search. Make sure you spell it the same way as I do, otherwise this will not work. Then we don't add a space, instead we write dot again, str minus chat, __, again channel minus search, minus with minus results. Let me make this bigger so you can see the whole thing. And one more class, again dot, str minus chat, __, again channel minus search, minus inline. And I just figured this out myself. And in here we want to set the height to fit content. And when we add this and save this, this should get rid of this glitch where the height of the search input field is wrong. Just make sure that you spell this chain of classes exactly the way I did. So and now we should be able to also search for channels, and this worked. We can also search for users, and we don't have any glitches in our UI. So now when I select a channel here, it opens the channel. When I select the user, it opens the chat with this user. Nice, and we basically get this out of the box. We just had to add some configuration. Can close the global CSS file. And I also want to move this div here into its own component. So let's create another one. In the chat folder, I'm going to call this chat channel.tsx. Export default function chat channel. And here we return this whole div. Cut it out, paste it here. Import a trillion classes. We can actually copy this import statement from over here, like this. And by the way, you can remove unused imports with this organized imports shortcut here. In my case, that's Shift-Alt-O, and when I press this, it removes these unused import statements, and it also orders the other ones properly. So let's save this and put it here in the chat page. Chat channel. So now this is much more organized, and we don't even have to pass any props because the chat component here provides all the necessary values to the channel list and the channel components via context. This is why we don't have to pass any props. These components can read these values directly from this parent. You just have to make sure that these components are wrapped inside the stream chat component. Okay, but there is still a problem with our layout, because when our screen gets very small, there is just not enough room to display both the sidebar and the chat, especially when we also open a thread. So now it looks pretty terrible. We want to make this layout more responsive. And my idea was to only ever show one of these rows on a small screen, either the sidebar or the channel or the thread. And on larger screens, we then show everything at once, like we have it right now. So let's once again go into our chat sidebar. And I want to add an additional prop to the chat sidebar props, which is called show, and it's a boolean. This decides if this component is shown or hidden. We add this to the props argument list here, so we can use it in our component. I want to use this show variable in these class names here of the outer div. So what we do is we remove the quotation marks around it. Instead, we surround it with backticks so that we can put variables in here, but we also have to wrap this whole thing into curly braces. And then we add a variable in here with $, curly braces. We want to check if show is true, then we use the ternary operator. If show is true, we want to display this as a flex box. If not, so colon, we want to use display none, for which we can use this Tailwind hidden class. This will make this component invisible when show is false. And outside of this expression, right here at the beginning, we also add flex col, so that the elements are below each other. On smaller screens, we also want to disable this max width attribute, because on small screens it should always take up the full width. So what we can do is we can use a screen breakpoint modifier, just like we earlier used active colon. There are also different modifiers in Tailwind for different screen sizes. We use md colon. And when we hover over this, we can see that this creates a media query for a min width of 768 pixels. So only at this medium screen size, this attribute will be applied. Below it, it will not be applied, and we will fall back to a full width. Okay, we save this, and then we do the same over in our chat channel component, which we also want to be able to hide. So we need props here. We create an interface, chat channel props. Again, we add this show boolean. And then we destructure it down here in curly braces, chat channel props. So let me reformat this code with prettier. And then we remove these quotation marks here as well, wrap this into curly braces and then into backticks and add our expression here. Here again, we want to check if show is true. In this case, we want to use display block. Because we only have this one element in here, we don't need to align them vertically or horizontally. And again, the opposite will be hidden. Save. Okay, let's try this out. Over on our chat page, let's pass show equals true for the chat sidebar. We hardcode this for now. And show equals false for the chat channel. And now it looks like this. It only shows the chat sidebar, but we only want to do this on small screens, right? So we don't want to hard code these values. Instead, we want to have a state that we can then toggle between. So we create a const square brackets, chat sidebar open, and set chat sidebar open. And we initialize this with a use state and the default value of false. And then we pass these values down here. So we want to show the chat sidebar if chat sidebar open is true. And we want to show the chat channel if chat sidebar open is false. Now it's interesting to note that we only hide these components using CSS. We don't unmount them. We could also do something like this. We could wrap this into an expression and only render this if chat sidebar open is true, like this. But this way, all the data that is loaded in the chat sidebar, which is the list of channels and users, would be a reset and then loaded again the next time we render this component. By using only CSS, the chat sidebar will only be hidden, but the data will still be in memory, which makes switching between the different views much faster, instant. And above this div that contains our chat sidebar and the chat channel, I want to put a button on small screens that allows us to toggle between these two views. So we wrap this into a div as well. And into this div we put a button. It's not our own button component because we don't need this primary button styling. This is just a raw button. Because in here I only want to put an icon. So in between these button tags we add an expression which checks if chat sidebar open is false. And then we use the ternary operator like this. And then we add the colon below for when chat sidebar open is true. Up here, when chat sidebar open is false, we want to render an icon for which we use this Lucid React menu icon. And next to it, I want to put a text that says menu. And we also want to wrap this whole thing into a span so that we can render both elements. And to align them properly, we have to add a class name to the span, flex, item center, and a small gap of 1. So this is how this looks. Let me make this bigger. If chat sidebar open is true, we want to render a simple close icon for which we use X, which is also a Lucid React icon. Just like this, X. Let's save this and see how this looks. So now we have this menu button over here. We still have to improve the styling. So I want to go into the div we wrap this button with and add a class name here as well. We make this a flex box and use justify center to center this button in this div. Then I also want to add a border at the bottom, which we can do with border B. And I want to give this border B a color, again with the literal value syntax that we used earlier. And the hex code is hashtag or pound symbol dbdde1. I want to add some padding with p-3. And lastly, I only want to show this button on small screens, right? And in the chat sidebar, we used MD as the breakpoint, where we want to switch between one column view and a two column view. So we add MD colon hidden here as well, so that this whole div will disappear on this medium screen size and larger. Let's save this and see how it looks. So there's our button, and on large screens it just disappears. So here we have the button, and at this breakpoint it goes away. And now we have to add an on-click listener that allows us to toggle the chat sidebar open state. So we add an on-click attribute to the button opening tag. In here we add an arrow function, which calls set chat sidebar open, and it sets this to the opposite of the current value, exclamation mark chat sidebar open. Now some of you might say that we have to use this state setter syntax where we get the old value and we use this to calculate the new value. This is a feature in React to synchronize these state setter cards. However, this is not necessary for event handlers like button on clicks. There we can use the current state directly from our use state up here. This is fine and this is described in the documentation. Okay, let's save this and try this out as well. Yeah, so now we can toggle between the two different columns, but on large screens we still only show one at the moment and our button here disappears. So let's fix this. And for this we could go into our chat sidebar and chat channel components, and we could say, okay, on medium-sized screens, show a flex box in any case with MD colon flex. However, I want the page, the chat page, to have full control over when these columns are shown. Because what I also want to do is, when we only show one column and we open the sidebar and we click one of these chats, I want to hide the sidebar and go to the chat immediately without having to press the close icon here. So we need control over this on our page. We can't hardcode the breakpoint into the component. So instead of passing this show boolean, we could also pass a class name to this component. I will remove this in a moment. You don't have to write this out. And here we could do something like this. Okay, on MD screen sizes, display a flexbox. Otherwise, use the chat sidebar open value to decide if this is shown as a flexbox or with display none. So remove these classes to the outside. One problem with this is now the color of this component, the page, has to know how the chat sidebar wants to be laid out. With display block or display flex, it's a detail of the chat sidebar that now leaks to the outside, basically. It makes it hard to maintain the code. Whereas with our show boolean, the component itself can decide how it is laid out. So we can keep this implementation detail in the component. The second problem with this approach is that I also want to have another menu later in our chat sidebar. And then we want to close the submenu whenever the chat sidebar itself is closed, for which we later will have to read this show value in the chat sidebar. This is why I don't pass the class name from the outside. Instead, I pass this show boolean. The only problem is that we can't use our Tailwind breakpoint here directly. We can't do something like this, md:\chat sidebar open. This doesn't work because this is not a Tailwind class. Instead, we have to read the current screen size in JavaScript so that we can use it to modify the show value. We can do this in a use effect, but I want to put this into a custom hook for better organization so that you can also reuse this in different places later. First of all, let me put this over here. And then we create a new file. This time I want to create a hooks folder for it because this is a reusable hook that you can use in different places. So we create a new file, hooks/ to create a folder in the src folder. And in here we put a file called use windowsize.ts. And again, since this is a hook, it has to start with the word use. And then we export default function, use window size. In here we put a state that contains the current window size and set window size. We call use state. And we want to put an object in here that contains the width and the height of the screen. So we initialize this use state with a JavaScript object. So we put curly braces in here. In this state, we want to put two values, the width and the height. And we initialize them with window.innerWidth. And we set the height to window.innerHeight. Then below we put a use effect that updates the state whenever the size of the window changes. So use effect, to which we pass a function, and it gets an empty dependency array. In here we create a function that we store in a variable, which we call handle resize. And to this we assign an arrow function. Now the reason we initialize this function like this is that we want to add an event listener that listens for the window size changes. And as we already learned, we also have to clean up our use effect and remove this event listener, for which we need the same value. So this looks like this. We call window.addEventListener. And here we can listen for the resize event, to which we then pass the handle resize function. So this function will be called whenever the window resizes. And then below we want to clean this up like we did in the use initialize chat client hook earlier by passing a return value, which is a function that does the cleanup. And here we only need to call one line, window.removeEventListener. Again, we pass resize for the event type and then the handle resize function again. So this way we attach this event listener, but if this hook is called again, which happens when the component that uses this hook re-renders, then before we add another event listener, the previous one will be removed, so that we only ever have one event listener active. And what do we want to do inside handle resize? Well, we want to update our set window size state with the current window size. Again, we pass a JavaScript object, which contains window.innerWidth for the width and window.innerHeight. And then lastly, at the very bottom of our hook, outside of the use effect, we want to return the current window size so that we can read this value in our components. And then we want to use this hook on our chat page. Let's put it here below chat sidebar open. We create a const window size. And to get the latest value, we call our use window size hook. And this will always give us the current window size, because this hook listens for window resize events. And then I want to create a const is large screen, so that we know when we are beyond the MD breakpoint. And again, I'm doing it like this with JavaScript because we can't solve our use case only with Tailwind classes and screen size modifiers. We need a more dynamic approach here, which requires JavaScript. But since this whole chat app requires JavaScript to work anyway, it's fine to rely on JavaScript here. Our app isn't usable without JavaScript anyway. And the amount of people who have JavaScript disabled in their browsers is like 1% or even less. Now remember, the MD breakpoint was like 768 pixels, I think, so we could hardcode this value here and compare to the window size. But I don't like to hardcode this value because what if we change our breakpoints in Tailwind later? This can be done in the Tailwind configuration. Instead, I want to read this value directly from Tailwind, and we can do that. So let's leave it like this for now. And for organization, let's put this code into another file. For this, we create a new file in the src folder, but first we create a folder with utils/, and in here we put TailwindCSS. And in this file we put Tailwind utility functions and values. And in here we need two imports. The first one is a function called resolveConfig, and we find this at TailwindCSS/resolveConfig. This helps us get our config values like the screen breakpoints out of our Tailwind config, and we also have to import the Tailwind config, which we find in our Tailwind config file, which is here in our project in the root folder. In order to get there from the current folder we are in, we write .. /.. and in here we should find Tailwind config. If your folder structure is different, then you might have to add more or less of these .. to move up one folder. Okay, below we create a const twconfig, then we call this resolveConfig function and pass Tailwind config to it. And out of this twconfig we can get now our breakpoints and different values of our Tailwind configuration, also colors for example. So let's create a const md breakpoint. This is the one we care about, and this way we can reuse it in different places in our app. Now we will get the value as a string, which we want to pass to a number. So we call number.parseInt, which is a function. In here we pass twconfig.theme.screens, and in here should be the md breakpoint. But TypeScript doesn't know that this md value exists on this screen value. So what we do is we surround this part with parentheses and we cast this to any like this. It's a dirty solution and there might be a better one, but since we don't put much code in here and we know that this md breakpoint exists, I think doing it like this is fine. And then we want to export this md breakpoint. Export curly braces. We don't make it the default export, we make it a named export, and this way we can read this value from the outside, and later if you need other values and other breakpoints you can add them as well. Okay, let's go back to our chat page and use this value here. So is large screen should be true. If window size.width, we only care about the width, is greater than or equal to the md breakpoint, which we import from our Tailwind utils file. And then we scroll down to our two show cards here, and we want to show both the sidebar and the chat channel at the same time if we are on a large screen, right? So to both of these show expressions at the beginning, we add is large screen and two vertical bars. This way we always pass true on large screens. So let's try this out. Let's refresh the page to apply these changes. And now on the MD breakpoint, not only our menu at the top disappears, we also see both columns. And on smaller screens, we can toggle between them. Isn't this cool? Now what I also want to do, and this is why I read the screen size in JavaScript, is if on small screens we open the menu, then we make the screen bigger and smaller again, I want to fall back to the channel instead of showing the chat sidebar. In other words, as soon as the screen goes beyond the MD breakpoint, I want to set show chat sidebar back to false. For this we can add a use effect to our chat page. So let's put it here. It has to be above our return statement because we can't call a use effect conditionally, which would be the case if we put it below this if check, which contains a return statement. We have to put it above it. So here we call use effect, to which we pass an arrow function. The dependency array will contain window size.width. This is what we want to listen to. And then we want to check if window size.width is greater than or equal to the MD breakpoint. Then we want to call set chat sidebar open and set it back to false. So let's save this and try this out as well. Gonna refresh the page again. So now when the window is small and we open the sidebar and make it larger again, the sidebar should be closed. So both columns smaller and we see the channel again. This is how I want this to behave. I think this is just a better user experience. Now when we take a look into the console of our project, we will be greeted by some friendly error messages, which says window is not defined. And this is cast inside our use window resize hook, and it's cast by the use state, the value we use to initialize it. Remember that Next.js pre-renders pages on the server first. Now use effects are not executed on the server, but use states are initialized on the server. The problem is on the server there is no window object, so we can't read the width and height from the window there. This is a very common problem in Next.js, and the way you will get around this is you have to check if you are currently on the server or on the client. We can do this the following way. We check if type of window is equal to undefined. Then we know that we are on the server. But instead of hard coding this here, I want to put this into a reusable utility function with a better name. So let's put another file into our utils folder, which I call utils as well. This will contain all kinds of generic utility functions. In here we export a const which we call isServer. This will be an error function like this, which does the same check. It checks if type of window is undefined. And then we use this in our use window size hook. We want to check if we are on the server when we initialize this use state. So instead of passing just a JavaScript object like this, we can also pass a function here. We have to surround this with another pair of curly braces for the function body. We want to return the same object, which is this part. But additionally, first we want to check if isServer is true, which we import from our utils file. Then we want to return another object where we set the width to 0 and the height to 0. So when we are on the server, this is what we will return. But it looks like I messed up the parentheses here. Should look like this. So when this use state is first executed on the server, we just use a width and height of 0. And when this is then run on the client again, we will get the correct values. And this is fine because on the server we don't care about these values since our whole chat app only runs on the client anyway. So now after saving this, the error should disappear. So even if we clear the terminal and refresh this page again, we don't get this error message anymore. Perfect. But we are still not completely done in terms of responsiveness because the screen is still too small when we show a thread. So this doesn't look very great. Instead, I only want to show the thread or the channel on small screens. For this we go into our chat channel component again. And there is a convenient prop we can set on the stream window, which is called hide on thread. But again, the color of this component, so the chat page should decide if this value is true or false, depending on the screen size and the other elements that are shown. So we add another prop to the chat channel props, which we call hide channel on thread, which is also a boolean. And then we add this down here as well. And pass this value to hide on thread. So let's format and save this file, and then we can close it. And we want to go back to our chat page, which now expects this value to be passed here. So we pass this hide channel on thread argument to the chat channel component. And when do we want to hide the channel? Well, we only want to do this on small screens, right? So we pass exclamation mark is large screen. Okay, let's try this out. So I open a thread and we are on a small screen and it only shows the thread. We can close the thread to get back to the channel, but on large screens beyond the MD breakpoint, we show both the thread and the channel and also the sidebar. So this setup was a bit more complicated than a usual responsive website, but now we are responsiveness is daddy, so to speak. But there's one more thing we have to take care of, because right now when we open the sidebar and select a channel, even though the channel is now selected, the sidebar doesn't close automatically, which is awkward, right? We don't want to have to click this button here. This means we have to attach some kind of on-click listener to these channel items in the sidebar. So let's see how we can do this. We go to the chat sidebar component again, and Stream provides different customization options that are described in the documentation. For example, to the channel list component, we can pass this preview prop, and this way we can show something else for these channel elements here instead of the default one. Now the default that is used here is this channel preview messenger component from Stream Chat React, and instead of creating a whole new layout from scratch, I want to keep using this. I only want to add our on-click listener on top. So what we do is, to our chat sidebar props, we add this on close callback, which is a function that returns nothing, so void. This will later allow us to request the parent to hide the sidebar, because we close it from within. And then we put this custom preview component that we want to create inside the chat sidebar component, because only this way we can call this onClose function here. And the component we pass to preview has to accept these channel preview UI component props. So what we do is, up here we create a const, which we call channel preview custom, and we assign this to an arrow function, which take these channel preview UI component props, which is an import from Stream React. Then we want to return a component, so we put this between parentheses, not curly braces, because this is the return value. And we want to use the existing channel preview messenger, which is used for the channel list preview by default. We want to keep this layout that we already have here. We close this, and to this we spread the channel preview UI component props, so everything works the same as before. But additionally, we want to override this onSelect callback, which is part of the channel preview messenger. And I found out about this by looking into the source code of channel preview messenger. We want to override this onSelect callback. By default, this just opens the selected channel in the chat view. We want this to additionally also call the onClose callback so that we can hide the sidebar. So in here, we first call props.setActiveChannel, and again I found out about this prop by looking into the source code of Channel Preview Messenger. We want to call this, but this can be undefined, so we have to add the question mark, the save call operator, dot, and then parentheses. To this we pass props.channel, comma, props.watchers. And again, I found this line in the source code of Channel Preview Messenger. This is why I know what this calls by default and which values this expects. So I basically added the same code that is also contained in the Channel Preview Messenger to keep the default behavior active. And then below, this is why we override this function in the first place. We want to call the onClose callback, but we also have to destructure this argument here and call it here. Okay, and again, this is necessary because we need a function that accepts these exact props, but we also want to call the onClose callback. This is why we have to declare this component in the body of chat sidebar. But this has one problem. Every time the chat sidebar is rendered, this function is declared again, and it actually creates a whole new channel preview messenger. So it basically throws away the old channel preview messenger and creates a new one from scratch every time the state of our component changes, because this triggers a re-render. This is not great, and in order to fix this, we have to wrap this into use callback. So what we do is, after the equal sign, we call use callback, which is a function from React. Then we wrap this whole function all the way down to this closing parenthesis into another pair of parentheses, because this is the use callback argument. And then we go before the last closing parenthesis, because just like use effect, this expects a dependency array when this use callback will be executed again. So we add an array here. And since we call onClose, this expects onClose as a dependency. And this avoids this problem I explained. This creates this function only one time. If the component re-renders, it will not recreate a function. It will use the existing one, except when onClose changes. If onClose changes for any reason, this function will be recreated from scratch. And this is all we need. And now we can pass this channel preview custom as the preview prop here, and it will be used for these chat sidebar elements. Let's refresh the page. And if this worked, now when we click one of them, it should close the chat sidebar. And we get an error. OnClose is not a function because we haven't passed it in our chat page to the component yet. So in the chat sidebar component, we want to pass this onClose callback, and we will handle this in a separate function, which we call handle sidebar onClose. And we create this function above. Let's put it here below the use effect. And the reason we don't declare this function inline is that we actually have to call use callback here as well. Because again, otherwise this function will be recreated with every render, and we get the same problem that we try to solve here with use callback. We don't want this function to be recreated with every re-render. So we have to wrap our function here in use callback as well. So we create a const handle sidebar onClose. Again, we call use callback, pass a function to it, which will call set chat sidebar open and set this to false. And here we add an empty dependency array. This function doesn't depend on anything. We only want to declare this once. Now, unfortunately, this is a bit complicated and usually you don't have to do this, but the way we have to pass our channel preview component here requires this setup. And lint also helps you with this a little bit. If we remove this onClose dependency here, it even says if onClose changes too often, find the parent component that defines it and wrap that definition in use callback. This is what we did here. We wrapped the definition of onClose into use callback as well. And the way I noticed this in the first place was that the chat sidebar was really slow and sluggish and even sometimes show glitches in the UI when the channel preview reloaded. And from this I just worked my way backwards by first removing this. Then I noticed that the problem was solved. Then I researched a little bit and I figured out that I have to wrap this into use callback, and then that I also have to wrap the onClose function in the parent into use callback. So you just have to run into this problem and then figure it out step by step. Okay, so the responsiveness of our chat on small screens is sick. But on large screens, it could be improved. Because right now, no matter how large the screen is, we always show the chat in full screen. And imagine we display this on a TV or a 4K screen, for example, then we want to constrain the width a little bit. The same as WhatsApp does it in its web version. So let's go to our chat page once again. And what we do is we go to this outer div here with HScreen. First, I want to set the background color to BG Gray 100. And then I want to apply some padding, but only on large screens. We use the XL modifier this time. XL colon PX. X is the horizontal axis, so left and right. We want to use a padding of 20 here, which means 80 pixels. And again we write XL PY. This one will be a bit smaller, 8. Then we want to render this whole section into another div, and we put a closing tag below the chat tag all the way down here. And then we add a class name to this inner div as well. So this outer div is the background basically, and the inner div will be this constrained box, which will get a max width with max minus W, and again we use the arbitrary value syntax. I want to set this to 1600 pixels. And I also want to set a min width so that we can't make this window too small where all the elements are squished together. We set this to 350 pixels. Okay, let's see. Let's make the window big. We have our constraint box, but it's still a bit off. So we add more classes here. We set it to H full, which gives it a height of 100%. So now it takes up only the available height. And then I also want to add a little shadow with shadow SM. So now on large screens we have this constraint box. We have this padding on the sides and on the top. And the box also has a max width. We still have to render this on the screen. We do this with mauto. So this looks pretty cool, but I think there is still a problem when we are on small screens. We have this scroll bar here that we want to get rid of. This is caused by this menu box we put at the top. But we don't want this to be larger than the screen. We can fix this by going to this div down here, and we set overflow y auto. And I think we also have to make this second inner div a flex box and a flex column. Let's see. Yeah, and now this is fixed. To be honest, I can't 100% explain why this worked. The truth is I played around with this with different values until it worked. But now we don't have this additional scroll bar anymore. And now everything should look perfect. Okay, let's reformat our code. And in terms of responsiveness, we should be done now. We have a really nice responsive layout that changes at different screen sizes. And this was my throat, by the way. But I think this is amazing. Let's also try logging out and back in again. So we see the loading indicator. We should get back to the front page. Yeah, it takes a moment, but again, in production, this is usually faster. Start chatting. And let me also show you something cool. Which one is the email address that we used to sign up with? This one here, right? Clerk has this use another method button. This way we don't have to type in our password. Instead, we can also email a code to our email address. So now I got this email. This just works out of the box, which is really cool. 814981. 814981. Wow, amazing. I can remember 6 digits. And we are logged into the other account. But I want to log into my Google account again. So we log out, continue with Google, this account here. And everything just works like butter. If you haven't liked the video yet, I think now is time to do that, because I really put a lot of effort into this tutorial, and thank you very much for your support. Next, I want to add functionality to this button here. I want to open a menu in the sidebar which allows us to see all the users sign up in our chat app, and from there we can start a new chat and later also group chats. Okie dokie, so what I want to do now is I want to create a menu that opens when we click this show users button, and I want this menu to take up the full chat sidebar. So I want to display this on top. So let's create a new component for this. And again, we put this into the chat folder because we only use this in this one single place. I'm gonna call it usersmenu.tsx. And then we export a default function with the same name as usual. For now, let's keep this simple. I just want to lay this out properly. So we add a return statement. We render a div. And to this div, we add a class name. Just for now, I want to give this a red background just to see that we actually display this on the screen. And to display this on top of the existing chat sidebar and not below it or next to it, we set position to absolute with this Tailwind class. We increase the z index to 10. This way it will be placed on top of the chat sidebar because the chat sidebar has a lower z index. And then we add h full and w full, so it takes up the full available dimensions. And I think this should be enough to lay this out properly. Let's save this and go into our chat sidebar. Here I want to create a state at the top, const users menu open, which will decide if this users menu is shown or not, and the setter set users menu open, and we initialize this with a use state of false. Below that, I want to put a use effect. Every time we close the chat sidebar, I also want to close the users menu. So we open the users menu and we make the screen big, for example, which closes the chat sidebar. Then the next time we open the chat sidebar, I want to show the chat sidebar itself again and not the users menu. So in here we check if exclamation mark show. So whenever show is set to false, then we call set users menu open and set this to false as well. And then we also have to make show a dependency of this use effect so that it will only execute whenever show changes. Notice that we don't set users menu open to true if show is true. This is only a one-way operation. Only if show is set to false, we close the users menu. And then we want to render this users menu. We put this inside this div above the menu bar, but again, because it has this absolute positioning, it will be shown on top of the menu bar and the channel list. So here we add an expression. We check if users menu open is true. Only then we want to render this. Remember that I earlier explained that there is a difference between rendering and not rendering a component like this, or using CSS to just show and hide it. When we use code like this, then we completely unmount this component, meaning that the next time we open this users menu, the data in it has to be loaded from scratch. But in this case, this is actually what we want. We want to reload these users because if new users sign up, we want to show the updated list. So in here we render the users menu, which for now doesn't take any arguments. The button that opens the user menu, this one here, is inside the menu bar. So let's go over there. We want to add an on-click handler to this users icon. But since the users menu open state is contained in the parent of the menu bar, which is the chat sidebar, we have to add a callback that passes this click to the parent. So above the component, we create an interface, menu bar props, and in here we add a callback which we call on user menu click, which is a function. Then as usual, we destructure this here from the menu bar props, and in here we have on user menu click. And we just wanna call this here. Then we go back to the chat sidebar, which now expects this prop. On user menu click. When this is called, we wanna call set users menu, open, and set this to true. So let's try this out. Let's make the screen big first. I click this button and we see this red rectangle, but it's not contained properly yet. To fix this, we go to the outer div of our chat sidebar and we add this position relative attribute. This should fix this. Let's try this again. Yeah, and now this users menu is only contained in this chat sidebar. And here we want to show a list of users that are signed up in our chat app. And this should also be responsive, right? So if I open the menu sidebar and the users menu and make the screen big and small again, this should be closed automatically. So big screen, small, and it's closed. This is exactly how we set this up because we close the chat sidebar when we make the screen big. Now let's go into the users menu component and actually load the users in here. For this we need a reference to the stream chat client. This is the same chat client we use on our chat page. But remember, we only want to call this initialize function once. But we can still access this chat client in all the children of this chat component here via context. So our chat sidebar is a children of the chat component, and for this reason we can call this use chat context hook in here. And out of this we can get the client, which is our stream chat client that we set on the chat component here. This is accessible via this context hook. Then we want to run a use effect that starts as soon as we open the users menu, which then goes ahead and fetches a list of users. So we add a use effect here, add a dependency array. We put an async function in here because otherwise we can't use async await inside a use effect, which we call load initial users. I call this initial users because we will later paginate our results, and this is only the first page. Okay, in here we put the try catch block because loading users can throw an error. If there is an error, we will log this to the console as usual with console.error. And we will also show an alert message, which is a little pop-up. Now it's not the best user experience. You can set up a more sophisticated error UI in your app, but here I want to keep it simple to focus on the important parts. This will say error loading users, and we can then see the specific error in the console. Okay, and to query users, we go into the try block. And how this works is of course described in the stream documentation, but I prepared all of this for you. So const response equals await, then we take our stream client and call query users on it. Parentheses, and in here we put a block of curly braces for filtering. When we load a list of users, we wanna not show ourselves in this list, right? Because we can't open a chat with ourselves. So we need a reference to the currently logged in user. And again, we could use the use users hook from Clerk, but this user can be nullable. So I prefer to pass the user as a prop because this way we can make sure that the user is defined, because we also pass it for the same reason to the chat sidebar, right? And this one is guaranteed to be defined. And the reason this one is guaranteed to be defined, just as a reminder, is because we don't render our chat if the user is undefined. And then we pass this down as props to the chat sidebar and then to the users menu. So we add an interface here, which we call users menu props. And in here we will pass the logged in user, which again is of type user resource, which we used also in the chat sidebar. So let's copy the import statement here over here. Then again, destructure the son of a in the component props, which is of type users menu props, and out of here we get the logged in user, and we use this to set our filter here. Again, the query syntax for query users is described in the stream documentation. We want to check that the ID is not equal to, which we do with this $NE operator, the ID of the logged in user, right? So that we filter out ourselves from the results list. Then after this block of curly braces here, we add a comma, and then we can add the sort for this query. We want to sort them by ID in ascending order, so we pass ID colon 1. Make sure you have all the curly braces at the correct places, otherwise this won't work properly. And then we need a state where we can put the result inside this response into, right? We need a state of users. So const users and set users equals use state. We want to initialize this with undefined. This means we also have to set the type here explicitly, so TypeScript knows what we expect to put in here. And the type we get back from query users is called user response from stream chat. So we declare it like this, and inside the try block, after we made our query, we call set users and pass response.users. This is the value we care about. And this complains because this has to be an array of user response in our state up here, not just a single user response. Then we have to call this function below where we declared, still inside the use effect, load initial users. And this expects a dependency, which is the client, the stream client. And another one, the logged in user.id, because we need it inside the filter. I also want to extend the type of this user response we put into the state, because the results we get back actually contain an optional image field with the URL to the avatar of the user. For some reason, this image value is not contained in this user response type. I found out about this by just logging the values I got back. But we can extend this type ourselves. For this, we wrap user response into parentheses, but not including the square brackets that declare the array. We put it right here like this. Then we write end to create an intersection type. Then we add a JavaScript object with curly braces like this. And in here we can declare this optional image field, which is a string with the image URL. Now we basically added this image field to the user response that we use as the type here for our user state. And if we set up everything correctly, as soon as we open the users menu, the use effect should go ahead and load the users via this query users function and put it into the user's state. Now we only have to render the user state in this component. Maybe for now, let's just stringify it in here. This is always an easy way to see if we actually load the data without having to set up a UI. So we add curly braces here. We call json.stringify and pass our user's state. Let's save this, but we also have to pass the currently logged in user to the user's menu in the chat sidebar, right? So here we pass the user to it, save this as well, and now when we open the user's menu, we see the results that we loaded here. And somewhere in here should also be this image field I was talking about. There it is. You can see it here in the text, the Clerk avatar. So this is part of this data. It's just not in the user's response type by default for some reason. It should be there, but we can always fix this ourselves like we did it here. But of course, instead of rendering a JSON string, we want to render some proper UI elements here. And for organization, we create a separate component for them, which we call user result. This component needs props. So above we create an interface, user result props. This expects one user, which we want to render, and we use the same type as we used up here. User response with our image field added to it. And we don't need these outer parentheses, and Prettier removes them automatically, which is really cool. We also add a second prop, a callback on user clicked, which will forward the ID of the clicked user as an argument so that we can then open a chat with this user. Okay, and then we destructure these props down here. User result props. And in here we have the user and on user clicked. Here we want to return a button because this whole element should be clickable. We add a class name prop to this button to style it. Each of them should have a margin at the bottom so that there is some space to the next item. It should take up the available width. It should be a flex box with items center. I want to add a padding tour. And we will put an avatar and the username in here. And I want to add a gap of tour between these two elements. And then I also want to change the color of this entry when we hover over it. I want this to look the same like the channel preview and the chat sidebar with the same color. So I check the color code. We use the hover modifier. So this attribute will only be applied when we hover with our mouse over this element. Then we want to set the background with BG to this specific hex code E9EAED, which is this grayish color. And to the button opening tag, we also add the onClick attribute. Here we want to call a function that calls our onUserClicked callback, which is this prop. And this expects the user ID of the user we clicked, which we can get out of the user prop. So we pass this back to the caller. So into this button as the child, I want to put a span. And into the span, I want to put this avatar, which is an import from Stream Chat React. If it didn't import automatically, add it manually. And I wrap this into a span because this way the avatar always takes up the full width, even if the name next to it is very long. And again, I figured this out just by playing around with different HTML tags and CSS. But this approach works. This avatar takes this image prop, which we get from user.image. That's the user we pass to this component. And this avatar component is the same one that is used here in the channel preview by default, which is really cool because this has a fallback for users that don't have an image, where it shows the initials of the name instead. This is handled by this stream avatar component. We also have this name prop, which we set to a user.name, but remember this can be undefined. So we add 2 vertical bars, and if this is undefined, we render the ID of the user instead. And then we set the size to 40 and close this avatar. We will see how this looks in a moment. Let's just finish setting up this user result before we render it in our list. So below the span that wraps the avatar, we put another span. In here we render again user.name, and if this is undefined, user.id. The name that we passed up here is used to generate the initials for the avatar, I think. But the name we actually render in the UI is this one down here. And we add some styling to the span to lay out this name properly. If this text gets too long, I don't want this to wrap into a new line. Instead, I want to have ellipses at the end, like here, these 3 dots. So we set whitespace no wrap, which adds this whitespace no wrap CSS value. We set overflow hidden, and then we set text ellipsis, which achieves exactly what I was just explaining. It cuts off the text at the end of the available width and adds these 3 dots instead. Below I want to put one more text. Here we put an expression, and in the user result we actually have this online value, which tells us if the user is currently online or not. And if the user is online, I want to show a little text that says online. We put this into a span to style this. We want to make it small with text XS, and I want to make it green with text green 500. Okay, let's render these user results in our users menu here. We don't want to stringify them anymore. Instead, we want to take our users, call.map, which adds the save call operator, because remember, our user state can be undefined, and we initialize this without a value. So we use the save call operator, and here we get passed each user, and we want to render a user result for all of them. So we add a pair of parentheses, not curly braces, but parentheses, because this is the return value. And for each of them, we want to render a user result, which expects the user object, which we get from the map call, and the onUserClicked handler, which for now we keep empty. And since we are rendering a list, we also have to pass a unique key, for which we use the ID of this user. Now when we save this, we should already render this in the UI. So I open the users menu and cross my fingers, and there it is. Our 2 users with the avatar. We still have the red background, and also the avatar is not styled properly. This one is rectangular, these ones are round. And if we show the initials of a user, I think this will also not work properly yet. Why? Because there's actually no styling applied to the avatar. At least not the styling that belongs to the stream chat components. This avatar is actually meant to be used inside stream components and not inside our own components. And they need a certain class for the styling. This class is by default applied to a stream's own components, but we can also add this class to our component. We do this here in the div that wraps our user list. We add the class str-chat. This is the stream chat class that takes care of styling the children properly. So when we save this, the avatars are now styled properly, the same way they are also styled here in the channel preview list. Okay, instead of BG red, I want to make the background right. And then I also want to add a border to the right side, because right now there is none. So we add border -e, and then we set the color with border -e minus square brackets, hashtag, and we use the same value before, dbDDE1, which is this gray color, which also the chat sidebar has. So now this looks better. But we still need to do something when we click a user, and we also want a button that brings us back to the chat sidebar. So first let's add this back button. For this we go above our users list. We add another div here, to which we add the classes flex, item center, gap 3, padding of 3. We make the text bigger with text LG, and we set the font to bold. So add all of these classes. And in here I want to render an icon with a text. So opening angle bracket, arrow left, which again is coming from Lucid React. We add an onClick attribute. Here we want to call an onClose function, which we haven't created yet. We will do this in a moment. We make the cursor a pointer again. We close this, and then we add the text users next to it. So this is basically the title of this menu, and this button brings us back to the chat sidebar. Let's add this onClose callback. This will be another prop below the logged in user, onClose, just an empty callback like this. And then we will also add another one on channel selected, which we will call after we selected a channel to also close the sidebar. The difference between onClose and onChannel selected is that onClose only closes the users menu, and onChannel selected will also close the chat sidebar, so that we get back to the actual chat page. Okay, let's destructure these props here. onClose and onChannel selected. We already call onClose down here. So let's try this out. Let's save this. Go to the chat sidebar, which now also expects the onClose callback, to which we pass an arrow function, which calls set users menu open and sets this to false, right? Then we also want to pass the onChannel selected callback. Again, we pass a function, but this one gets a block with curly braces, because here we want to call two functions. We want to call set users menu open and set this to false here as well. And then we also want to call onClose, which closes the whole chat sidebar. So let's try this out. Menu, users menu. Here's our back button. When we click it, we get back to the chat sidebar. But when we click a user, we go back to the chat itself, but we haven't added the click handler somewhere yet. So back to the user's menu component. OnUser clicked is still empty. Remember, this function forwards the user ID. This is what we set up down here. Here I want to call another function, start chat with user, which will take the same user ID as an argument. And let's put this function right here above the return statement. Async function start chat with user, and it accepts the same user ID string as an argument. We have to wrap this into try catch because this operation can throw an error. Again, down here we log the error to the console and we show an alert message, error creating channel. Then in the try block, we create a new channel the same way we did it in the very beginning. We create a const channel, call client.channel on it. This is the same function we called at the beginning, to which we pass the channel type, messaging, and then between curly braces we can configure what members we want to put into this channel in form of an array of user IDs. Here we want to put in the user ID of the user we selected and the ID of the logged in user, ourselves. Then below we call await channel.create. This way we wait until the channel is actually created before we try to open it. Then we want to set this newly created channel to the now active channel, and we want to call our onChannel selected callback, which then closes this menu. But instead of calling these two functions in here directly, I wrap them into another function called handle channel selected. And the reason I create this other function is that later we can also create group chats, which will also call this handle channel created function. So this way we make it reusable. Let's put it right above. Function handle channel selected. Before we fill this, we go up, because from the use chat context hook, we can also get this set active channel function, which I think is self-explaining. We call this here set active channel, and we actually have to forward the channel to this function. So we pass it here as an argument, and here as a parameter, channel colon, and the type of this is channel from stream chat, this one here. Then we can call set active channel, pass this channel to it, and then finally we want to call our on-channel selected callback, which closes the menu and the sidebar. Just one more thing, I want to show a loading indicator while this list of users is loading. And in this channel preview list here, we have this nice looking skeleton loading UI, which we will see for a very short, we only see it on larger screens. Let's refresh the page. And there's the skeleton for a very short moment. Did you see it? I want to use the same one for our users list here. So we want to import the skeleton, which is part of Stream Chat React, and it's called loading channels. But since we are loading users here, I want to rename this, which we can do with S. I want to rename this to loading users, because this way the name is less confusing. Then in load initial users, I want to put an artificial delay in here, just so that we have a moment where we can actually see the skeleton. We can create such an artificial delay in an async function by creating a promise and awaiting it immediately. So we write await new promise, to which we pass this resolve function, and we call set timeout, which allows us to wait for a certain amount of time. And to this we pass resolve and 1000. This will wait 1 second before it resolves this promise, and we execute the next line. So again, this is an artificial delay of 1 second. And while this is loading, I want to show the loading indicator. We do this down here in our UI, above the line where we map the users. We want to check if !users, because when we open this component, the user's state is undefined. Then we want to render loading users. And this should now work. So let's try this out. We click the menu, and when we click this button, it should load for around 1 second, and we should see the same skeleton. Yeah, looks much cooler in my opinion. Let's also wrap the loading indicator and the users list into another div, so we can style this section separately later. And when we select a user in this list, we open a chat with them. And the sidebar closes automatically. And the channel ID is automatically generated from the members of this chat. This is also why it opens the same channel if we click this user again. It doesn't open another channel, and this is what we want. Now obviously you don't want to keep this artificial delay in here. So let's comment this out. This is just a reminder. If you want to delay the loading time to see the loading indicator, you can add this back in. Okay, and next we will add pagination to our users list, because what if we have 1000 users, then we don't want to load all of them at once, right? We want to load them in pages and have a load more button. So this is what we will do next. Okay, before we paginate our list of users here, I want to prepare a loading button. And I want to style this loading button the same way the stream loading button is styled by default. We don't see this right now because we only have 4 chats. To see how this button looks, we can go to the chat sidebar, and somewhere here we said that we want to load 10 chats at once, which is a reasonable value, but just for a moment let's set this to 2. When we reload this, we should only see 2 channels, and then this load more button. And when we press this, we see a loading indicator here, and the button is disabled for a moment. It loaded so fast that we didn't see it, but I want to style our load more button in the same way. Now first let's set the limit back to 10, and most of the button styling is already applied here. We want to use the same background color, the same padding, and we even set the disabled color earlier. This is the same color the stream chat button has, because remember, we changed these colors here in our global CSS. The only thing we have to add to the loading button is the loading indicator. So we create a new component, which is just a thin wrapper around this component here. So let's put it into the components folder. Let's call it loading button.tsx. Here we export a default function with the same name as usual. This component will need props. So we create an interface, loading button props. And just like we did in our button component, we want this component to accept all the same props as a normal button. So we extend our interface with component props without ref that we already used earlier. And again we pass button here as a string. And now in the body of this interface we can add additional values to these props. We only want to add one additional prop, which is this loading boolean. And then we destructure these props here in the loading button function. So this is of type loading button props. In here we have our loading boolean and the remaining props, which again we access with this ... props syntax. And then in the body of this component, we want to return a button, but not a lowercase b button. We want to return one of our button components because they contain all the styling. In the opening tag of the button, we want to spread all the button props. So we forward them to the underlying button component. But we also want to set this disabled prop specifically to loading. So while our loading button is loading, the button will be disabled so we can't click it again. And we also want to change the way we render the children. The children are just the text or the icon and the text we put inside the button. If the button is currently loading, we also want to render the loading indicator next to it. So between curly braces we check if loading is true. Then we want to render the loading indicator from stream that we already used earlier. And if not, we want to render props.children, which are the children that we pass to the button. So either the loading indicator or the children are rendered, depending if the button is currently loading or not. And that's all we have to do for this loading button. Again, since we use our button component, inside it we have all the same styling applied to it, just with this additional loading indicator. And then we go to the user's menu. I'm going to close all these tabs and open the user's menu component. Here we now want to paginate our user list. Because again, if we have like 1,000 users in our app, we don't want to load all of them at once. This would take a lot of time. I think it's also not possible to load that much data from stream at once. Instead, we have to paginate our results. So above our user state here, we want to add two more states. The first one is more users loading. When this is true, we know that we have to disable our load more button. And of course the setter set more users loading. And we initialize this with a use state of false. Then we also need to know if we reach the end of our result set, because then we don't want to show the load more button anymore, right? So we create another state, which we call end of pagination reached and set end of pagination reached. Again, we initialize this with a use state, but this time we don't initialize this with false because I want to distinguish between true, false, or undefined. When the value is undefined, we know that we haven't loaded any additional page yet, and this distinction will be later important. So we keep this default value empty, and instead we declare the type as a type argument like this. Now this is a boolean or undefined. And then we also want to set a page size in a variable so that we don't have to use magic numbers in our code. For now we will set this to 2, just so that we can more easily see the pagination in action. Later we will set this to a higher value. Okay, and then we go into this query users function. As the third argument after our sort filter, we can add additional options. And in here we have this limit value, with which we can limit the amount of results we want to load. We want to load page size, but we also want to add +1 to it. Why +1? Because this additional result, which we will not show in the UI, is an indicator for us if there are more results to load. This way we know if we should show the load more button or not, if there are more results after it. So then down here where we call set users, we don't want to use all users, instead we want to call .slice and pass 0 and the page size. And this simply removes this one additional result, because we don't want to show this in the UI yet. This is just for us to know if there is more results to load afterwards. And then we can use this information to set the end of pagination reached value. We know that we reached the end of the pagination if the users we get back with this additional +1 is not greater than the page size. This means there is no +1. Which means that we are at the end of the list. So in here we pass response.users.length is less than or equal to page size. Okay, and if end of pagination reached is false, we want to render a load more button in our UI. So we go to the return statement, and below the users.map call, we add another pair of curly braces. We check if end of pagination reached is false. We don't use exclamation mark here because remember, end of pagination reached can also be undefined. But we want to render the load more button only if it's false explicitly, which means that we already loaded our first page of results. So if this is false, then we want to render one of our new loading buttons, which will say load more users. This component expects the loading prop, which we set to more users loading, which is the state we created. We don't set this to true anywhere yet, we will take care of this later. And we want to also add a little bit of additional styling here. We want to center this button. I want to add some margin bottom of 3. And I want to set the width to 80% like this, because this is also how Stream's own load more button is styled. And again, I want to keep the UI consistent. But right now we only have 2 users in our Stream app, right? Let's add some manually for now. In the Explorer, in the Stream dashboard, you don't have to do this if you don't want to, but it will help us see the pagination in action and make sure that it actually works. So, users, create new user, and I create test user 1. We have to change this ID it auto generates. I think it doesn't accept byte spaces. So test user 1, the role is user. Let me copy this ID and also create another one. Test user 2. The ID is test user 2. Again, the role is user. And let's add a third one. Then we are done. This was my throat again. Sorry for this. Test user 3 and another user. Now we should be able to see them in our chat. We can go back, open this page again, which reloads the users, and now we see our load more users button. It doesn't have an on-click handler yet, so when we press this, nothing happens. So let's take care of this and load the next page of users. We add an on-click handler to the loading button, which will call load more users. Let's put this function below our load initial users use effect here, just for organization. Async function, load more users. And this will look similar to what we did up here, just with some additional steps. First of all, we set more users loading to true to disable our load more button. Then again, I want to put an artificial delay in here, just so that we see our glorious load more button in action. Then we add a try catch block below. In the catch block, the same as up here, we want to log the error and show an alert dialog. We also add a finally block after catch. Finally will be executed no matter if try threw an error or not. And in here we want to set more users loading back to false. Okay, and in the try block we need the ID of the last user we loaded so that we know from where we have to continue. So we create a const last user ID, then we take users, which is our state, which either has a list in it or not. And then we have to use the save call operator because this can be undefined. So question mark dot, then we use the array access operator with square brackets. In here we want to get the last user, right? So users.length -1 to get the last element. And from this one, we want to get the ID. If users is undefined, then last user ID will also be undefined. In this case, we shouldn't even be able to call this function, but we still have to handle the case because otherwise TypeScript complains. So if last user ID is undefined, then we simply return from this function. We don't do anything. And then below we do the same as up here. We create a const response and call await client.query users, parentheses, curly braces for the filters. Up here we had one filter. The ID should not be the same as the ID of the user that's currently logged in. Now we need two filters because we also want to check that the ID is bigger than the ID of the last user, because we order our results by the ID. So by checking that the ID is greater, we can continue after the last user in our list and load the next page. So to add two filters here, we have to use this $and operator, to which we pass an array with two different queries. So let's add two blocks of curly braces here. The first one is the same as when we load the first page. We check ID colon, another pair of curly braces, $NE for not equal to logged in user.id. And the second one will check that ID colon, curly braces, then we use this $GT, which means greater than. The ID has to be greater than the last user's ID. And the sorting and the limiting values are the same as above. So after the comma here, we add the second argument. We want to sort by the ID in ascending order again, comma, and the limit filter, which again we set to page size +1. And somewhere I have messed up the curly braces. I think this one here belongs directly after this line. And the comma goes here. So this one is the first argument to the query users function, second argument and third argument. Then we want to add these new users to our users state so that we render them in the UI. So we call our setUsers stateSetter function. To this we want to pass an array with square brackets, and in here we first want to spread our existing users. Then after a comma we want to add the new users that we just loaded to the bottom of the list. So again we spread them with ... response.users, and again we use slice with 0 and the page size to remove this one additional item, and then again we call set end of pagination reached, to which we pass response.users.length is less than or equal to the page size, the same as we did before. And now when we save this, this should all work. Just to be sure, let's go back and load the users page again. We load the first two results, and when we click this load more users button, it should be grayed out for a second because we added this artificial delay, and then it should load the next page. And we should have 5 results in total, right? And this is the loading state. Load the next list, last result, end of pagination reached. Isn't this amazing? And this approach doesn't only apply to a stream. This is how you implement pagination into all kinds of lists where you have to load data. You only need to be able to order your results, for example by the ID as we did it here, limit the number of results you load at once, and then have a way to continue at the last result, as we did here with the greater than last user ID operator. Okay, let's remove this artificial delay. So this loads faster, and let's set the page size to 10 here as well. Okay, but we are not finished with our users view here yet. I also want to add a search bar here that allows us to search for the name of a user and filter the results this way. And later we will also implement a way to start a group chat. So we are still in the users menu component, and in here I now want to add a search field. First of all, we need a new state for that where we can save the search input into. I put it here above more users loading, but this is just an arbitrary ordering. You can put this wherever you want. We call the state search input and set search input. We initialize this with a use state and an empty string as a default value. Then we scroll down to the return statement of this component, and below the div that contains the error left, right here, I want to put an input field. We set the type to search. This just adds some additional icons to the input field. Those are native HTML elements, nothing special. We want to set the placeholder to search. That's the text that will be shown while this input field is empty. We can actually already see it when we save this. There's our input field. It's small and pathetic, just like all the people who have watched this tutorial but didn't like it yet. But unlike these unfriendly people, we can style this component with the class name prop. And I want to style this somewhat similar to this input field here. It will not look completely identical. For example, I didn't bother putting this magnifying icon in here, but for example, the roundedness can be the same. For this, we can use the rounded full class. And in order to see this, we add a border and we set the color to border gray 300. There's the input field. Still need some padding. We set px4 and py2. Yeah, looks much better. And I actually want to wrap this input and this users div with the button above it into their own div. So up here we create a new div, close it, and we put a closing tag down here. And on this new div, I also want to add class names, flex, flex col, and a padding of 3. Now this also spreads out to the full available width. And I also want to add some additional margin bottom to the div that wraps the arrow icon with MB3 to get some more spacing in here. Okay, and then we want to connect this input field to the search input state we just set up. The way we do this is we set the value of this input field to the search input. When we save this and try to type something in, the value doesn't change anymore because now the value is completely dictated by the state. Meaning that when we type something in, which triggers the onChange callback, we have to set the state here. So here we get past this event and we want to call set search input and pass e.target.value, which contains the input. And now when we save this, we can type something in. And this X here, by the way, is there because we set the type to search. This way we can clear this field. And whatever we type in here is now contained in the search input state. And now we want to use this search input to trigger a search. And the way we do this is we change our use effect that loads the initial page of users. We want to trigger this use effect also when the search input changes, because then we want to clear this list and load a newer page of results, but with the search input applied to it. And now what we do is we go to the top of the load initial users function. We set users back to undefined. And we also set end of pagination reached back to undefined, so that all the UI elements like the load more button that depend on these values being set are reset to the undefined state. And we start from scratch and also show the loading skeleton again. And then we have to modify our queries here. So here we filter for the results, right? We want to stay within this block of curly braces because we want to add another filter. But we only want to apply the second filter if our search input contains text, right? So we use the spread syntax again. Then we add parentheses. In here we check if search input contains a value. Then we want to spread one object in here. Otherwise we want to spread another object in here. So whatever filter we put into this object will be put into this line basically. And if the search input is emptier, then the second one will be put in here. And the second one we will keep completely emptier because we don't want to apply any filters if search input is emptier. But we need to fill this one here. And this will contain the search filter. I want to search both in the name of the user but also in the ID because we use the ID as the name sometimes. So in here we add this $or operator, which means that one of these filters has to match, not both of them. This expects an array, and in here we put two filters. Again, curly braces. The first one will check for the name of the user, curly braces. Then we use this $autocomplete operator, which is basically a search operator. This way we can search for a name that starts with the letters we type in, for example. And here we want to use our search input, simple as that. And the second element in this OR array will do the same, but for the ID. Again, we use the autocomplete operator and search for the search input. Okay, and then we want to do the same down here when we load the next page. So here we are inside this AND operator. Let's put these different queries into different lines. And below, again, we want to check if the search input has a value. Only then we want to apply the filter. The difference is now we don't need the spread operator because we are inside this array. And what we put in here is expected to be a JavaScript object. Whereas up here we wanted to get rid of these curly braces because we wanted to put it inside like this. This is just a syntax difference. So down here again we check if search input has a value, then we want to put our filter in here, otherwise an empty filter. And the filter is the same as above. So let's copy it, this OR block, and paste it in here. And not forget the comma here. And this should now already work. When we empty the search input field, we show all users, test user 3. This works really nice. But we are still not done. First, I want to have loading indicators for when we are searching. But also right now we trigger this query users function every time we change a single letter, which sends a ton of queries to the backend. For example, we typed in 5 letters and 1 space, so we now send 6 query user cards. We want to debounce this. Let's start with this. To make this reusable, we will create another custom hook. In our hooks folder, new file, and we call it use debounce. Again, it's important that it starts with the word use, because this makes use of use effect and use state. No pun intended. So, in here, export default function, use debounce. And you will be really happy to hear that we will use generics again in this file. Yay! But don't worry, it won't get as complicated as our button component. To this function we will pass 2 arguments. The value that we want to debounce, which will be a generic type, so we can use anything in here, not only strings. And a delay. The delay will be a number And we set the default value to 250 milliseconds. This is a good default value for debouncing, just from experience. This is short enough to feel fast and responsive, but long enough that we can type in a word without triggering in action with every single character. To be able to pass this generic type here, we also have to add it in angle brackets behind the function name, like this. This basically just enables using this generic type argument here. And we also want to return t from this function, which will be the debounced value, which is of the same type as the value we pass to this function. So we add it explicitly as the return value to this function. Then we create a state, debounced value, and set debounced value. This will be a use state of type t, and we pass the value that we pass to this function as the initial value to it. Then we add a use effect. And this use effect is responsible for debouncing this value. And in case you don't know what debouncing means, it basically means that we pass a value to this function, which will later be our search input, and we get it back after a delay. But this delay will be interrupted if the value changes again. This allows us later to type something into the search input field, and if we type a new character before the 250 milliseconds are over, we will not trigger the load user function yet, so that we don't trigger a query with every single character we type in. Instead, the query will only be triggered after we had a short delay in our input of at least 250 milliseconds. But you will see how exactly this works in a moment. So in the use effect, we create a const handler, which we assign to set timeout. Set timeout allows us to do something after a delay. Set timeout also gets a function passed as an argument. So we add an arrow function in here. After this timeout is over, we want to set the debounced value to the value we pass to this function. And here, before the closing parenthesis, we add a second argument to set timeout, which is the delay. After this delay, this timeout will be triggered. When we pass a new value to this hook, which happens when we type in a new character, we want to cancel this timeout, because then we don't want to set the debounced value yet, because we interrupted the debounce process. We can do this in a cleanup function inside useEffect. We already know how this works. We have to return a function that does the cleanup. So it looks like this. We return an arrow function which calls clear timeout, and those are just normal JavaScript functions. And to this we pass this handler to abort this. And then this dependency array expects the delay and the value passed as dependencies. Because if the value or the delay changes, the use effect has to run again. And then lastly, below the use effect, we want to return this debounced value so we can use it in our app. Okay, let's use this in our users menu component. At the top, below our search input, we create a search input debounced, and we get this value by calling use debounce and passing the search input to it. So again, search input debounced will contain the same value as search input, just with a delay. And if we type fast, this delay will always be interrupted until we make a short break, and only then this value is set. And only then we want to trigger a new search. So now we have to make a few changes, and to make this easier, I removed the last letter from search input just for a moment, because then we can see from these red squiggly lines where we use the search input, and we want to change these places. So here in the filter, we want to change this to a search input debounced, and these two here as well, and also down in the dependency array and in the load more filter. And this should be all of them. This down here stays as it is, and then we add this last character here again. But before we try this out, let's also set the loading indicators. So we go down to the return statement. I want to cut out this line here and I want to put the loading indicators into their own div. Here below the user's map call, above the pagination button, we put another div, and to this div we add some horizontal padding with px-3, and here we can paste this expression again. Remember, loading users is this loading skeleton that we see for a moment. We only want to see this when we open the users menu the first time. If I search for something and users will be set back to undefined again, I don't want to show the skeleton. So we check additionally that search input debounce is also falsy, which is the case for an empty string. Then we don't want to show the skeleton. Instead, we want to show something else. So below we add another block, if !users, but if the search input is trophy now, so it does have input, then we want to render a simple text that says searching, nothing special. But now that we can search users, it means that there can also be 0 results in our dataset, right? So we want to handle this as well. We add another block below. If users.length, this adds the save call operator, is equal to 0. So if we don't have any results, then we will render a div, which also needs a closing tag. And this will say no users found. And that should be all. Let's add back our delay for a short moment just so we see the loading indicators. So here in load initial users, I want to use this 1 second delay again. So let's open this users menu from scratch. We see the skeleton, but when we search for something, we see this search text instead of the skeleton. Only when we empty this completely, then we don't have search input anymore. Then we see the skeleton again, which makes sense, right? If we type in letters that don't exist, we eventually see no users found. Isn't this cool? We have fully functional pagination and search as well. Let's make sure this also works together with pagination with a page size of 2. We can search for test user, for example, and we should have a test user 3, right? Load more users, there's the last one. Pagination button disappears. Amazing. So let's set the page size back to 10 and comment out this delay here again so that people don't think the app we built here is slow, right? Just one more thing. I want to go down to this arrow icon here once again, which is here. We added this padding 3 here to this outer div. I actually wanted to remove this one, so that we don't have as much spacing. Looks much better like this, doesn't it? Okay, cool. And next we will learn how we can start group chats, which is also really important. And then we will go to topics that are not related to Stream so much anymore, like adding a dark theme and enabling web push notifications. So make sure to watch all the rest, because this will be really interesting and worth watching. Okay, I just realized I haven't actually shown you the difference between debouncing and not debouncing in the network tab. Just for a moment we will remove the debounce. So I simply assign search input debounce to the raw search input. And I want to show you in the network tab how this executes a new query for each character we type in. Users menu, TEST. As you can see, those are all network requests that we do to Stream. With every single character we type in, we make a network request. Now let's compare this to using our debounced search input. Now this should only trigger a search when we have a delay of at least 250 milliseconds. TEST, boom, there's the search. Backspace, 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 boom, there's the search. So now it only reacts after we stop typing for a moment. You can also add a larger value, a larger delay than 250 milliseconds. And by the way, some of these texts might be shown in your own language, Right now everything here is English, but on your side this might have your language, because Stream actually automatically checks the language of the user and it translates all the text. This right now is not the case for the text we set ourselves, like the searching text for example. Or no users found, we hard-coded this in English. I will later show you how you can translate your own text in Stream as well. But for now we will implement group chats. Okay, we are still in our users menu component, and here I now want to add a way to start a group chat with multiple users. For this we first create a new state. Let's put it below our users state, which are the users that we fetch from Stream. We create a const, again this is a state, selected users and z selected users. We initialize this with a use state, which will be of type string array. This will contain the IDs of multiple users, and we initialize this with an empty array. And then we simply need a way to select multiple users, and for this I want to put a little checkbox in the front of each user here in our users list, and when we select this checkbox we add this user to this array. So let's go down to our users result component here. We put this checkbox above our span that wraps the avatar, and we create a checkbox with an HTML input element. Just that we set the type to a checkbox. And let's open our users menu to see this. There it is. I also want to style this checkbox, of course with class names. I want to add some horizontal margin to add some more room. And I want to make it a bit bigger, which we can do with scale 125, which increases the size by 25%. Then we add two more props to our user result props. The first one is called selected, this will be optional, and a boolean. The second one on change selected, which is a callback that we trigger when we click the checkbox. This will be a function that will pass the new selected state as a boolean back to the caller. So we declare the function like this. Then of course we have to destructure these new props here, selected and on change selected. And then we add them to the input field, to the checkbox. We set the checked state to the value of selected. And the reason we pass this as a prop is because the user's menu component, the parent of user result, contains the array with the selected user IDs. And only if the ID of this user result is contained in this array, we know that this item is selected. And then we also have to set the onChange handler, which will be triggered when this checkbox is clicked. Again, we get this event passed here. And we want to call our onChange selected callback, to which we pass the new selected state, which we get from e.target.checked. This will indicate if this checkbox, after clicking it, is checked or not. There's one more prop we have to add, and that's on click. In here again, we get this function that passes us the event, and on this event we call e.stopPropagation. If we don't add this and click the checkbox, then the click will actually pass through to the underlying button component here, and it will open a chat because it triggers this onClick handler. And this is how we avoid this. We stop propagating the click to the parent. Okay, then we scroll up to where we map our user results, because now we have to add these additional props. The first one is selected. We know that this user result is selected if the selected users, which is our state we created, includes the ID of this user. So if this user ID is in our selected users array. And then we also have to pass onChange selected, to which we pass the new selected state as a boolean. We declared this ourselves. Here we want to put this user ID into the state array. So we call set selected users, parentheses. If selected is true, we want to put this ID into the array, otherwise we want to remove it, right? So we use the ternary operator here, selected question mark. If selected is true, we want to put a new array in here into the selected user's state. And in here we spread the currently selected users to keep the ones that are already in the list. And then we also put this user's ID in there. Pretty straightforward. Colon, if selected is false, we call selected users dot filter. Here we get past each user's ID, and we want to remove the user with the ID of the user we just unselected. So we compare this user ID to not equal to the ID of the user we just unselected. And now we should be able to select and unselect users. For now, let's put our state array into the UI as text to see that this actually works. So somewhere here in the return statement, doesn't really matter where, I want a JSON.stringify the selected users array. Let's save this and try this out. So I click this checkbox, coding and flow is selected, test user, we can unselect them, great. And we can then use this array to start a group chat. So let's remove this stringify line here and create a proper UI. And what I want to do is I want to put a sticky header at the top, which only appears if we have at least one user ID selected, where we can set the group name and then start a group chat. And when we scroll down in a larger list, I want to keep this header sticky at the top. You will see how this looks in a moment. Now selecting users like this with this checkbox is not the best UI. It's not very intuitive and it can be easy to miss this checkbox and start a one-on-one chat instead. But I just wanted a UI that is simple to set up here. You can always improve this UI later if you want to build upon this project. So let's create this header, and since we only use it in this users menu, we can put a component into the same file. We create a function start group chat header. You can call this whatever you want. And let's also create a props interface for it. Start group chat header props. In here we put two callback functions. On confirm, which means we want to start a group chat. This is a function that takes the group name as a string, but we actually make it optional so that we don't have to pass a group name. And it doesn't return anything. And the second prop is onClear selection. This is an empty callback function. This allows us to just clear the whole user ID array and unselect all users. Then we pass these props to the component as usual. And I think I'm gonna burp. I just drank some sparkling water. Okay, start group chat header props. On confirm and on clear selection. Nothing special so far. Into the component we put a state which will contain the group chat name input. So group chat name input and set group chat name input. We create a use state and initialize this with an empty string. Here we want to return a piece of UI as usual. We put a div in here. As I explained, I want this to be a box that is sticky on the top of the screen. So if we scroll down, it will stay at the top so that we always have it visible. So let's add a class name to this div. Sticky sets the position to sticky. Top 0 puts it at the top of the screen. And again, this should be above other components. So we increase the Z index to 10. We make this a flex box and a flex column. We add a gap of 3 between the elements inside this div. We set a background to white. We add some padding with P3 and a little shadow with shadow SM. So those are all the classes you have to add. Then inside this div, we put an input field for the group chat name. So we set a placeholder to a group name. We style this again with rounded, with border and border gray 300. and also a padding of 2. We will see how this looks in a moment. We set the value, which is the text inside the input field, to the current group chat name input. And then the same as before, we implement the onChange handler. We get here, we call set group chat name input and pass e.target.value. This shouldn't be new for you now. Then we go below the input field and add another div here. We add a class name to this div. We make this a flexbox. We use justify center to center the items inside it and a gap of 2. And in here we simply put 2 buttons. One that calls on confirm and another one that calls on clear selection. So, opening angle bracket button, we use our own button component, which is the one with our cool styling. We implement the onClick handler. We add an error function. And here we call on confirm, which is our callback. And to this we pass the group chat name input. And I want to add some additional padding to this button. So we add a class name py2. We give this a closing tag and the text will say start group chat. And then below we put another button. Again, this gets an onClick handler, which will just call on clear selection. And since we don't pass any arguments like here, we can just put in the function name directly as a reference. So this will call the on clear selection function. Again, we want to style this. I want to make this button gray. And this is why we added TW merge earlier, so that we can now override the background color. Otherwise, this wouldn't work as I showed you in the beginning. And then I also want to change the active color, which is the color that the button has when we press it. I want to set this to BG Gray 500, a bit darker. And again, we add this PY2 padding. And this button will say clear selection. Okay, before we add this header to our UI, let's create a function that actually starts the group chat. Let's put it below start chat with user. Another async function, start group chat. And it will take 2 arguments. The members of the group chat, which is an array of strings, an array of user IDs, and then the optional name of the group. If we don't pass a group name, one will be auto-generated by stream. Okay, and again in here we put a try catch block. And we copy the catch block content from the function above, the start chat with user function, put it in here. And we can also copy the content in the try block of the start chat with user function, because it will look very similar. It's still a messaging channel, but we can remove this part here from the members argument, because we want to pass our members array. And since the key members and the name of the variable are the same, we can use the short syntax, where we just write members in here. And in this channel function, we can also set the channel name, which is optional. And for this, we want to use our name argument. And there are more values you can set in here. For example, you can set a subtitle or an image. But this image, of course, has to be stored somewhere, so you probably need some storage solution. You can play around with this. And for learning purposes, I always recommend to build upon the project of the tutorial and add your own features, just so that you cement the stuff you're learning. Okay, we are almost done. Now let's put this header into our UI. So we scroll down and we put it right here above the div where we map our users. And here we put an expression. We check if selected users dot length is greater than 0. So we have users selected. Then we want to render our start group chat header. We have 2 callbacks we have to implement. On confirm, which passes us the optional group name, remember. So we get this as an argument, and we want to call start group chat to which we have to pass the members array and the optional name. So we pass an array that contains the logged in user ID, because we are always part of this chat, comma, and then we spread the selected users array directly from our state, and the second argument is the optional name. And then we also pass onClearSelection, which is very simple. We pass an arrow function that sets the selected users back to an empty array. But this should be set selected users. Okay, let's save this and see how this looks. So now when we select a user, we see this header here at the top. You can change the UI if you want, but this works. Clear selection, clears all the selection. Now to see this stickiness in action, we have to add some more users to our list because the list is too small. I already showed you how you can do this. We can do this in the stream dashboard here in the Explorer. We can create a new user manually. To save some time, I will skip this part and just add a bunch of test users. You can do the same. So I added a bunch of newer users. Now we can see our pagination in action again. Still works. Seems like we need some additional padding on the bottom. We can fix this later. And now when we select users again, we have this sticky header at the top, which I think is really cool. And this selection also works together with the search. So if I now search for Florian, for example, or I guess I don't have a user that's called Florian, just a bunch of test users. But we can try it with test user 5, for example, and our selection is still active. I can add test user 5 to the selection, I can clear the search, and all the correct users are selected. Let's try actually creating a group chat. Let's call it subscribe to Coding in Flow now. We click start group chat, and now we have this chat with 5 members. Hey boys. And it's also now in our sidebar here with this group chat name. Again, you can set an image if you want, but this is really cool. Let's try creating a bunch of more channels here. Ah yeah, there's still something off with our layout. I think we fixed this by going to the top div here and adding overflow y auto. Let's try this again. Yeah, now it's all contained in here. And again, I figured this out earlier by just playing around with it. And this here is scrollable as well. We can add single channels. We can add group channels. We don't have to set a group name. It will just generate an ID if we don't. And everything works and looks like a real chat app. Isn't this amazing? All right. Okay, next I want to implement dark theme into our app. And the way this works in TailwindCSS is that we have this dark modifier that we can use to set different colors on our components. This is normally controlled by the system settings. So for example, if you set your theme to dark on Windows or on the browser, then this will be applied. But we want to handle this manually. And for this, we have to add this class value to the Tailwind config, like it is described here. So let's do this. Let's go into our project, open the Tailwind config file, and here at the top, we overwrite this dark mode field and set this to class. Okay, a very popular library to implement dark mode into a Next.js app is this Next Themes library, which brings a lot of features. However, for learning purposes, we will implement this ourselves, so you learn how this actually works under the hood, because we don't learn much by just putting a library in there and calling it a day, right? Now I have to say, our setup will not be as optimal as Next Themes, and in production you should probably use this library, but again, for learning purposes, we will implement this ourselves. So what we do is we create a context provider which contains the current theme, and takes care of switching the theme. Again, a context provider is a way to pass some data to child components without having to pass them down as props. All these wrappers you put into your layout are context providers, like the Clerk provider, for example. The chat component we use on our chat page, this one that's provided by Stream, is also a context provider. It forwards some data to its children, like the chat sidebar and the chat channel. And now we create such a context provider for the theme. We put it into our app folder, a new file. Let's call it theme provider.tsx. This is a component. And in here we export a default function with the same name. Now a provider usually uses state internally, which means that we have to make it a client component with the use client directive at the top. Now some people are worried that wrapping our whole layout into a client component makes all the children inside this context provider also client components, but this is not true. We can put server components into client components as long as we use the children prop. The server components will still be fully rendered on the server. And then when the client components are rendered, the server components are put into these children slots. But you will see how exactly we set this up in a moment. So above our function here, let's create a type so that we don't have to use raw strings. Type theme equals, and this can be either light or dark, depending which theme we selected. Then we also have to create a type for the context. With interface you can use type here as well, or interface, doesn't make a difference. We call it theme context. And here we declare the data that we want to have in our context later. Those are the values that we pass down to the children. We want to pass down the theme itself, so we can read this value in any component. And this setTheme function, which allows us to change the theme. So this is a function that passes a theme and doesn't return anything. Then we create the context itself. We are still above the component function. Const theme context. Then we have this React create context function. Make sure you import the React one, not VM. We set the type of this to a theme context or null. And we initialize this with null. What we passed here is the default value of this context. Sometimes you can actually pass a meaningful value if this is just a primitive, but here we have this object that contains the theme and the theme setter function, and we only get these values later inside our component. We don't have a meaningful default value, so we pass null here, but we have to initialize this context outside of the component function. Otherwise it will be recreated with every re-render, which we don't want. Okay, and the theme provider is a wrapper around other components. Remember, what we put between the opening and the closing tag of a component are the children. And we can get the children via this children prop. You have to call it children. This is a special prop name, basically. This is whatever we put between the opening and the closing tag of this component. But we also have to wrap this into a curly braces as usual, because we are destructuring the props. So add curly braces here and here. And here are our children. And then we set the type. And this time we just create a type inline instead of creating an interface, because we only have this one prop. So we write colon, curly braces. The children prop is of type react.reactNode. This allows us to put basically anything between the opening and the closing tag of the theme provider. Other components, strings, whatever. Okay, then inside the body of this function, we put a state that contains the current theme. So theme and set theme. It will be a use state of type theme. And the same as we did in the use window results hook earlier, we initialize this by calling a function. So we create an arrow function with curly braces. And remember, in used window resize, we checked if we are on the server, because useState is executed on the server, but we don't have client-side features there. And we want to store the current theme in local storage. Local storage is only available on the client. So first we have to check if we are on the server, for which again we use our isServerUtility function. Then we can't read from local storage, so we will just set this to light. So when this is running on the server, the theme will just be set to light, and as soon as we render this component on the client, we get the actual theme value. So below we return, and here we call between parentheses local storage get item. We want to get the current theme from local storage, and as the key we use theme. But this returns string or null, and we want to cast this to a theme, which can be either light or dark, remember. Otherwise this is just an arbitrary string. And we wrap this into parentheses because we want to provide a fallback value. We don't know if we have stored a value in local storage yet. It could be null. And if it is null, we fall back to light as the default theme. If you want dark theme to be the default, you can pass dark here. Okay, so now we read the current theme from local storage, and if we don't have one yet, we fall back to light. Below we create a use effect that will actually apply the new theme every time this theme state here changes. So as usual, we pass a function, and the dependency array of use effect will contain the current theme state. We already know that we want to store this new value in local storage, so let's do that. Local storage.setItem. Again, we use the same key as we used up here, theme, and then we pass the theme itself. This will be stored in local storage, and again, use effects are only executed on the client. But right now we only save and restore the theme, we don't apply it yet. And again, it's described in the documentation how this works. If we use this class value, then it will look if the dark class is present earlier in the HTML tree, which means that any div or any other component has to have this dark class applied to it, and then this dark modifier on all its children will work. And usually you add this dark class to the outermost HTML component. So we add this line, document.documentElement. This gives us a reference to the HTML tag in our layout. This way we can access it directly. And via class list, we can add or remove a class. So first we call remove, and we want to remove any class that says light or dark to reset this basically. And then we call document.documentElement again, .classlist.add this time, and then we want to add the current theme to the classes. So if we set this to dark, it will add the class dark or light. So this happens every time we change the theme state, then it will automatically apply the appropriate class to the HTML tag. Now technically adding light as the class is not necessary because light is the default, but it also doesn't hurt. Okay, then below we have to return something. We want to return the children so that whatever we put between the theme provider tags is just displayed as usual, but we also have to wrap these children into a theme context, which is the context we created above, .provider. We close this, and in between we render the children. Just that all these children will get our context value passed to them. And we set this context value over this value prop. So what do we put in here? Well, in here we have to put what we declared up here in this theme context. An object that contains the current theme and this callback function. So let's create this above the return statement. Let's call it const provider value. And this is an object that contains the current theme and our set theme state setter. And that's basically it. We pass the provider value here, and then this context works. And now all the children of the theme context provider have access to the theme and the setTheme function, and we can access these values from anywhere as long as we wrap our layout with this theme provider. There is just one more optimization I want to do. When this theme provider is re-rendered, for example when the state changes, this object here is redeclared, and since we pass this to the children, all the children will also re-render, which isn't terrible, but it's also not optimal. But we can optimize this by memoizing this provider value. So this looks like this. Let's create a new const with the same name, provider value, because we delete the one here at the bottom in a moment. We call useMemo, which again is a React hook. We set the type of useMemo to a theme context because this is what we want to return. We call this, and in here we have to pass a function that returns this object. So we create an arrow function like this. Then we make a pair of parentheses, and in here we put this object of our old provider value. Like this. Let's put this into one line so it's easier to read. And we also have to add a second argument, which is a dependency array, just like for useEffect. Because if the theme changes, this has to be calculated again. So we pass the theme as a value here. So I guess technically this wouldn't be necessary, because if the theme changes, this will re-render anyway, and we don't have any other state in here, but it's still a good practice to put your provider values into useMemo so you avoid potential unnecessary re-renders. Okay, and now we can use this context in our app. And it's good practice to create a custom hook to access this context, because it just makes it a little bit easier and it makes the syntax nicer. So below we export another function called useTheme. In here we want to call our context, so we create a const context, and we call useContext again from React, and to this we pass our theme context. So this is how we use our theme provider context, and on this context we have our theme and setTheme functions. But since we used null as the default value for this theme context, because there is no meaningful default value, context can always be null. So what we do is we check if !context. So if context is null, then we want to throw an error that says useTheme must be used within a theme provider. Because the only situation when this can be null is if we forgot to wrap our layout into the theme provider and we try to use this context. This is an unexpected situation, it shouldn't happen, so we throw this error. And the cool thing about this is that we can now return a context that is guaranteed to be defined, because otherwise we throw an error. This is what makes this hook so useful. Now we have our defined context that we can use in our child components. Now I know that context can be a complicated topic if you implement this for the first time, but it's very important for React in general. You need context providers often, and it's a nice way to avoid prop drilling and also for state management, because you can put your state higher up in the hierarchy without having to pass down props through many children. But there are situations where a context is appropriate and other situations where prop drilling is more appropriate. I just want to leave a note up here in our code. As a comment, you don't have to add this, just a note that we use the theme provider for learning purposes, and I recommend using Next themes in a real app. You don't have to build this yourself, but it's good to know how this works. Then we go into our root layout and we wrap this whole main tag into our new theme provider. And then all the children we put in here, so all our pages and components, have access to the theme and the setTheme state. Okay, and now I want to put a theme toggle button into our menu bar next to our users button here. So let's open the menu bar component. Remember, the menu bar is this part here at the top. For organization, let's create a separate function for the theme toggle button. And in here we use our brand new hook. So we create a const that we destructure and we call use theme, which is coming from our theme provider. That's the one we just created. And in here in this object we have the current theme and we have the set theme function. Isn't that cool? This allows us to now change the theme from in here or from any other child component for that matter. You can use the use theme hook in any client component as long as it's a child of our theme provider. Okay, and what I can re-render here depends on the current theme. So we check if theme is equal to, and we get auto-completion because we set up this type earlier. If theme is equal to dark, then we want to return a span, and the span contains this moon icon, which is a Lucid React import. It's an icon. We want to add a class name here, set cursor pointer. Again, we have to do this because this is not a button, so this doesn't have this pointer cursor by default. And we want to add an onClick handler, to which we pass an arrow function. And this calls set theme from our theme provider and sets this to light. Then we give this a self-closing tag. And the reason why I wrap this into a span is because I want to add this title attribute, which adds the tooltip that we also used on the show users button. And we want this to say enable light theme or switch to light theme or whatever. So this UI element will be returned if the theme is equal to dark. If not, we want to return the other icon. We don't have to wrap this into an if, because we only get here if the theme is not dark and the only other option is light. So again, we create a span with a title that says enable dark theme. And in here we render the sun icon from Lucid React. And yeah, let's actually copy the class name and the onClick handler from up here. Just that we want to switch to the dark theme. Okay, cool. If you want to use this theme toggle button in other components as well, then you can move it out of here into the components folder. But I only want to use it in the menu bar. And I want to render it up here, below the user's icon span, theme toggle button, with a self-closing tag like this, because all the logic is contained in the component itself. And there is our brand new theme toggle button. If we click it, we switch the icon, but nothing changes yet because we haven't set any dark theme colors yet. But we should see the change in the HTML tag. So up here is the HTML tag of our app. The class is now set to light. And when we press this button, we toggle between dark and light. Isn't this cool? Okay, now let's actually style our layout with dark colors. Which means that we have to go through all our components and set dark theme colors. Let's start with our menu bar because we are already here. So here we set the background to white and the border end color to this hex value. Behind we now add the dark modifier with dark colon. And we say, okay, we want to set the background. And again, I want to use a fixed hex value, hashtag 171910. Again, I pick this color from Stream's own colors for consistency. And I also want to change this border end color here. So this is for light theme. And now I want to set dark colon, border -e minus. And here I want to set this to a gray 800. Now when we save this, we should already see this new color when we click this button. And hey, cool, it works. Our icons still have the wrong color, but we already switch between themes here on our menu bar. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Now the Clerk user menu button here needs a special treatment because this is not our own component that we styled ourselves. This is handled by Clerk, but there is an appearance attribute we can override. In here we pass an object, so we add another pair of curly braces, and here we can set the base theme. For this we check the current value of theme, which remember we get from the use theme context, so we want to use this context here as well. Const, we care about the theme, and we call our use theme hook. Now we can read this value in here. This is either dark or light. And again, this is necessary because we can't use Tailwind on this user button because this is a Clerk component. Instead, we have to use this appearance prop. So we check if theme is equal to dark. In this case, we want to use this dark class here, which is an import from Clerk themes. So this is the import here. And if the theme is not dark, then we want to set this to undefined because this way we fall back to the light theme. And now our Clerk pop-up has the correct theme as well, light or dark. Now it's up to personal preference if this should show a moon icon while we are on light theme or the sun icon. I'm not sure right now, to be honest, but it doesn't matter. You can change this up if you want. Next, let's style our chat page in the chat folder. Let's start at the top with our first return statement here, which only contains the loading indicator. I want to set the background color on light themes to BG Gray 100 so that it fits to the background color we used here behind this box on large screens. But on dark column, we want to set BG Black. So this should now already work when we refresh the page. So let's switch to the dark theme and refresh the page, and we switch to the light theme. Now this is one of the downsides of our approach. Since we can't read our theme from local storage on the server, we have this short moment where the screen is not dark yet. This is something that the Next theme package that I showed you earlier actually fixes. And they fix this by injecting a script that reads the value from local storage and it runs before the page loads. This is why I recommend using the Next theme package instead, because implementing this ourselves now would be too complicated. But if you don't care about the short moment where the theme is still light, then you can also keep our approach. Okay, let's continue with this outer div down here. We have BG Gray 100. We want to set the text to black on light themes. And on dark themes, we want to set BG Black. And we want to set the text to white. When we save this, this should also fix the color of the icons in our menu bar here. Yeah, now they have the correct color because this is dictated by the text color. The part down here is managed by stream, right? Those are stream components, and again, they need some special treatment. For this, we go to the chat opening tag, and in here is the theme prop. Again, we need the current theme value from our context. So up here, we create a const theme, and as usual, we get this from our use theme hook. And then down here, we use this to decide which theme class to apply. So we add curly braces, then we check again. If theme is equal to dark, then we want to put a class in here which looks like this: str-chat __ theme -dark. This is a class provided by stream. And if the theme is not dark, we want to use str-chat __ theme -light. So this is how this here looks. And now we have the correct theme in our stream components as well. And we can toggle between them in real time. Doesn't this look cool? Our users menu doesn't have the correct color yet, so let's take care of this next. So we go into the users menu file and into our div here in the return block. So at the end, after BG white, we add dark colon, border -e -gray 800. So we change this color. and also the background color, dark BG, and again I use a hex value here, 17191Z, which again I picked from stream. Then let's go down to the search input field here, which has a white or a light background by default. Instead, I want to make the background transparent, both on light and dark themes, so we don't add a modifier. But on dark themes, I want to change the border color again to gray 800. And I want to change the text color to a text white, only when the dark theme is active. I also want to change the hover color here, because this doesn't fit to the light theme, right? So we go down to the user result component. Here we have hover BG with this color. We want to set dark colon, hover colon. We can combine modifiers like this. And we want to set the background color to 1Z1E22. And this is a more fitting color. This is the same color that is also used here in the stream channel list. And then lastly, for this component, we go down to the start group chat header, which right now still looks like this. Here we have BG white, and we want to add dark colon BG 17191Z again. Better. We want to make the input field's background transparent again. Again, change the dark border color to gray 800. And make the text white when we type something in. I also want to change the color the loading button has when it's disabled, which is light gray at the moment. And the same is the case for the loading button here in our channel list. I want to change both of them. So let's go into our button component, where we set disable to BG gray 200. Now we also want to add dark colon, disabled colon, BG gray 600, which just looks a little bit better. Let's see. Yeah, it's a darker gray, which is more fitting. And to also apply this class to streams load more button, we have to do this in the global CSS file again. And I'm going to put it here. .dark space .str-chat. This is the class we want to target. And then we want to change this CSS variable. -str -chat, 2 underscores again, disabled -color, colon, and then we get this dark gray 600 again via this theme function. And here we can access the Tailwind colors directly. colors.gray.600. And now the disabled color for the stream load more button is also changed. Let's see if this worked. We go back to the channel list, and the load more button should now also have this dark gray 600 color, and it does. Okay, cool. Again, I recommend that you use the Next theme package in production because it avoids this short flash with the light theme when we refresh the page, but that's up to you. There's one more thing I want to cover in this section. As I already touched upon earlier, Stream automatically translates some of these texts in the UI depending on the language of your browser. The language of my browser is set to English, but if it was set to another language, then this text here, for example, that says today, could be in this other language, or all the other texts like search or members or type your message. However, the same is obviously not the case for all the texts we hard-coded into our own code. Like on the users menu, this text up here that says search, we hard-coded this earlier, or no users found. I changed the language in my browser to show you this problem. So now this text here is German, right? This text down here as well, but our own texts are still in English. The stream documentation explains how you can provide your own translations. So you can translate the whole app into different languages, but this is beyond the scope of this tutorial. What we can do instead is we can set this whole app to a fixed language of English so that we don't have this mix between English and other languages and everything is just English by default. So let's do this. For this we go to our chat page again, where we have our chat component here, and all the way at the top above the component function we create a const i18 instance and we initialize a new stream i18n to which we can pass configuration between curly braces, and in here we can set a fixed language which we set to en, English. Then we scroll down to the chat component and we pass the i18n instance that we just created. And this will set everything to English, no matter the browser language. Again, if you want to provide translations, then the stream documentation explains how this works. Okay, in terms of chat functionality, our app is finished. Everything works, we have our theme, we can open single chats, group chats, we can log in and out. For the rest of this tutorial, we will implement web push notifications, which are notifications that will be shown when we receive a message. We can subscribe to them, we can also disable them for single channels later, and they will be shown even if the website is closed, and they work on any device that has a web browser. So it also works on your mobile phone and you get a real native notification. So this is a really cool topic and it's separate from the stream chat functionality. So you can implement these web push notifications in any web project. It's really worth learning this, so I recommend that you watch the tutorial all the way to the end. And if you haven't liked the video yet, please do so. Okay, first I want to explain how web push notifications work on a high level. First, we create a push subscription via JavaScript code. This push subscription returns us a URL to a push service. The push service is actually provided by the web browser. So for example, when we use Chrome, which is developed by Google, then the push service is also provided by Google and it has a URL that starts with, I think, Google APIs or something like that. If we opened our chat app through Firefox, for example, and created a push subscription, then the push service would be provided by Mozilla, which owns Firefox. So every browser has their own push service, and when we make a push subscription, we get a unique URL that we can use to send a push notification to a specific device. And this notification will be sent by the push service, so by Google or Mozilla or whoever owns this browser. We store the URL of this push subscription on our own server so that we can use it later to trigger a push notification. And as I explained earlier, these push notifications work even if we don't have our website opened. And the reason this works is that the push notification gets sent to a service worker. A service worker is something we can create for our website and it will stay active even if our website is not active. It's a background process, so to speak, that can execute operations like showing a notification on behalf of our chat app. Okay, if you didn't understand the whole overview, no problem, we will implement everything step by step and you will see how this works. Let's start by setting up this service worker. And we have to put this into the public folder so that this file can be reached directly under the root URL of our website, and it has to be a JavaScript file, otherwise it can't be executed. So we call it service worker, and we can't make it a TypeScript file because the browser can't execute TypeScript files. Now there probably is a way to make it a TypeScript file and then compile it to a JavaScript file in our public folder, but setting this up is quite complicated, so it's easier if we just make this a plain JS file, which means that we don't have any TypeScript type safety in here by default. But we can actually use a simple trick. We can add this ts-check comment at the top, which enables TypeScript checking in a JavaScript file. So we have the same types, we have the same compiler checks, and now this JS file basically works almost exactly to a TypeScript file. To listen for push events in the service worker, we write self, which refers to the service worker itself, .add event listener, and then we want to listen for the push event. And as the second argument, we pass an arrow function. For now, let's keep it simple. Let's just log a text to the console, which says push received, to try this out. Then to register the service worker, I want to create a utility function. We put this into the utils folder. Let's put a new file in here. Let's call it a service worker as well, but this one can be a TypeScript file because that's not the service worker itself. It's just utility functions for the service worker. So in here we put export async function, register service worker, and to register a service worker we call await navigator dot service worker dot register. And here we have to pass the URL where this service worker script is located at. It's located in our public folder, which makes it available directly under the root URL. So we write slash and the name of the file here, service worker.js, the file we just created. We also have to check if service workers even work on this browser, because there are some browsers, I assume those are mostly very old browsers where service workers don't work. So we go one line above and we check if exclamation mark, then we make another pair of parentheses, then we write as a string service worker in camel case like this, in navigator. This checks that the service worker is inside this navigator object, and if this is not the case, we want to throw an error that says service workers are not supported by this browser. But this should never be thrown on any modern browsers like Chrome or Firefox or Edge. Then we also want to create a function that allows us to retrieve the service worker later. So another export async function, we call it getReady service worker. Again, we want to add the same check here. If the service worker is not available, then we want to throw an error. Otherwise, we want to return navigator.serviceWorker.ready. This ready function returns a promise that only resolves once the service worker is ready, so after the registration is over. And until this is ready, the promise will just not resolve, so it will be stuck basically. And to avoid that we are stuck indefinitely, because a service worker is not available in this browser, we also add this check here, so that we throw an error if there is no service worker support in this browser. Okay, and we want to register the service worker as soon as we open our chat. So we do this on the chat page. We add another use effect up here. Again, it has to happen before this conditional return, because use effects must not be called conditionally. So here we put a use effect with an empty dependency array. In here we create an async function which we call setUpServiceWorker. We call this function below. And again we create these nested functions because we can't make the function that we pass to use effect async. So we have to wrap it into this inner async function to use async await in here. Okay, and in here we put a try catch, because remember we throw an error if the service worker is not available. If this is the case, we just log the error. We don't need to show an error message here. And in the try block, we call our register service worker function. And as soon as we open our chat, this will be executed and it will register the service worker. Now calling serviceWorker.register multiple times, like every time we open the app, is fine. You can call this repeatedly. If a service worker already exists, it will just use the existing one. Okay, and we can check if we successfully registered the service worker by opening the Chrome DevTools with F12. Then we switch to the Application tab. Here we have the Service Worker tab, and there's our service worker.js file. We can also send a push message here. This is not a notification yet, it's just this push event. And when we click this, we should see a push received in the console. So this works. Later, this push event will be sent by the push service, which will be triggered by us sending a new message in the chat. And then the service worker will create a notification that will be shown on the screen. So the next step is to register the push subscription and then store this on our backend. Okay, let's create a new file that handles the push subscriptions. So I want to put this into the src folder. First we create a folder called notifications / and in here we put a file called pushservice.ts. And in here we will put a bunch of functions. The first function will return the existing push subscription if there is one. So export async function get current push subscription, and it will return a promise of type push subscription. This doesn't require any imports. Vertical bar null, because the current subscription could be null, and we don't have to add this return type explicitly, but sometimes I like doing this to make sure that we actually return a valid value. So here we need a reference to the service worker. Let's call it short sw equals await, and then we call our getReadyServiceWorker function, which we created earlier in the service worker utility file. Remember, this returns the service worker after it is ready, so after it was registered successfully. So we can use this function to retrieve the service worker in our push service functions. And then below, we want to return sw.pushManager.getSubscription. But so far we haven't registered a push subscription anywhere yet. For this we create another function, export async function, register push notifications. Here again we have to make a check if push subscriptions are supported on this device, similar to how we checked for service worker in the service worker utility file. So we check if exclamation mark, again another pair of parentheses, push manager as a string in Pascal case like this, make sure the spelling is correct, in window. This way we know that the push manager is supported in this browser. If this is not the case, then we want to throw an error again, which will say push notifications are not supported by this browser. Then below we want to check if we already have an active subscription. So const existing subscription equals await, and then we simply call our get current push subscription function from above. And if we already have an existing subscription, then we also want to throw an error, because we shouldn't be seeing the notification subscribe button if push notifications are already enabled. So we throw an error here, which will say existing push subscription found. Then we need our service worker again. Again, we create a const sw, short for service worker, await get ready service worker, because the service worker is what allows us to create a new push subscription. So below we create a const subscription, and we call await sw push manager.subscribe, to which we pass a JavaScript object. In here we pass user visible only and set this to true. This means that we can only use this push subscription to display something to the user, and as far as I know this is also enforced at the moment, so I think we can't pass false here even if we try to. But we want to show notifications which are visible for the user anyway. Then as the second argument we pass the application server key. And for this we have to create a public and a private key that we can later use to authenticate ourselves to the push service, to verify that we are actually allowed to send this push notification to the device. Now earlier we installed this web push npm package, which helps us create these keys, and it also takes care of the request later to properly authorize our request. And I think this is actually an official package. It's the official JavaScript package for web push notifications. We have already installed this, but we want to open the console again, and I want to open a new console. I do this with Ctrl-Shift-Ö. Your shortcut is probably different. You can take a look at the menu, Terminal, New Terminal. This shortcut here opens a new one. And here we run npx web-push generate -vapid -keys and press enter. Vapid stands for Voluntary Application ID, if I'm not mistaken right now. And yeah, this is just the way in which we authorize ourselves to the web push service. And we want to put these two keys here into our env.local file. The first one is public, so we need to make this available on the client. So we create a new environment variable, next_public_web push public key. Let's copy this, put it in here. And then web push private key without the next public, because this is confidential. And we copy paste it here. We can close this terminal over this button. And of course, we want to put these new environment variables into our save env file here. So the public one here and the private one up here in the server env variables. And we also have to pass the public one down here. So next public web push public key colon process.env, and we need to get this value out of there. Let's save this and save the env.local file as well and go back to the push service file. So to application server key we pass env. For this we import our env.ts file. .next public web push public key. And then below we call await send push subscription to server, and we pass this new subscription to it. We haven't created this function yet, we will do this in a moment. First, let's also create a function to unregister push notifications. So again, export async function unregister push notifications. Again, we need the existing subscription, so we can copy this line. If the existing subscription is null, then we want to throw another error, because we shouldn't be able to unregister a subscription if none exists. And this error will say no existing push subscription found. Right? Then we call await delete push subscription from server, another function that we will create in a moment, and we pass the existing subscription to it, so that we remove it from the backend and don't try to send more notifications to this user, or at least not on this browser. They can still receive push notifications if they activated them on other devices. And then we also unregister this push notification from the browser, which we do with await existing subscription dot unsubscribe. So this function is the counterpart of our register push notifications function. Then below we want to create these two functions here we called, but haven't created yet. So export async function send push subscription to server. Thank God we get auto completion. To this we will pass a subscription, which again is of type push subscription. We will implement the functionality for this function later. For now I just wanna log a message to the console to see that this is actually called. Sending push subscription to server, comma, and then we pass the subscription as the second argument to print it to the console. And then I want to do the same for this other function. Export async function, delete push subscription from server. Again we pass a push subscription to it. And again we log this to the console for now. Deleting push subscription from server, comma, and print the subscription. Okay, and the button that enables and disables push subscriptions should be in our menu bar here, right? With the other two buttons. So let's open the menu bar component and scroll all the way down. Here we already have our theme toggle button. We also want to create a push subscription toggle button. So function push subscription toggle button. And again, we only use this component inside the menu bar, so I put it into the same file for organization. In here we put a state. So const square brackets has active push subscription and set has active push subscription. We initialize this with a use state where we set the type to Boolean, because again I want to have this undefined by default. Before we have loaded our existing push subscription, I don't want to show this button in the UI yet, because we don't know which icon it should show yet, because we get this value asynchronously. So for a moment the button will be completely hidden. And then we create a use effect which checks if a subscription exists yet. So a use effect with an empty dependency array. In here we put an async function, get active push subscription. We call this function below. In here we create a const subscription and we call await get current push subscription from our push service file, which remember uses the service worker to retrieve the current subscription, and this will tell us which icon we want to show in the UI. The enable notifications icon or the disable notifications icon. So if we get back a subscription here, we want to set has active push subscription to true. So we call set has active push subscription. And then we want to return the subscription into a Boolean. So if it's null, it will be false, and if it has a value, it will be true. And we can do this in JavaScript with 2 exclamation marks followed by the variable name. This will turn this value into a Boolean. Below the use effect, we create a function that allows us to enable and disable push notifications. So another async function here, set push notifications enabled. And it takes a Boolean which we call enabled, either true or false. But before we fill this function with code, let's take care of the UI. So as I already said, if has active push subscription up here is undefined, then I don't want to show this icon yet. So we return null here to not render any UI element for this toggle button. And below we know that has active subscription is either true or false. So here we return the icon itself. We wrap this into a div, and then we add curly braces and check has active push subscription, question mark. And if this is false, we want to render something else after the colon. Again, we want to render a lucid icon that we wrap into a span so that we can show such a mouse hover title. So opening angle bracket span. The title of this one will say disable push notifications on this device. We close this. And in here we put this bell off icon, which again is an import from Lucid React, just like these other icons. So this gets an onClick handler, which will call our set push notifications enabled, and it passes false to it to disable push notifications. And again we add this class name cursor pointer to make this look like a button. And then we do the same down here for the enable button. So again, span with a title, enable push notifications on this device. The icon will be a bell ring, which is just a normal bell icon. We set the onClick handler and call set push notifications enabled with true this time. And again the same cursor pointer class name. Then we close this. And then we only have to implement the set push notifications enabled function. This function will simply call the appropriate function of our push service. Register push notifications or unregister. Since we throw errors in these functions, we wrap this into a try catch block. In the catch block we log the error. And when we try to register a push subscription for the first time, we will get a permission pop-up where we have to allow notifications. If we deny this permission, we will actually also get an error, which I want to handle down here in the catch block. We can check it the following way. We check if enabled is true, meaning that we just try to enable push notifications. Then we add 2 ampersand signs. And then we check if notification with an uppercase N dot permission is equal to denied. So we tried to enable notifications, but the permission was denied. Or we are, for example, in an incognito tab, which in Chrome denies permissions by default. Then we want to show an alert message, because at this point the only thing we can do is tell the user to go into the settings and enable notifications. So here we add the text, please enable push notifications in your browser settings. We will try this out in a moment so you see this in action. Else, if it's any other kind of error, then we want to alert a more generic error message. Something went wrong, please try again. And then we can see the actual error in the console. Okay, and in the try block, we check if enabled is true. In this case, we call await register push notifications from our push service file. And else we call await unregister push notifications. And then below this if block, we want to update our state, right? Set has active push subscription, and we set this to enabled, which is either true or false, depending on what we pass to this function. Now we only have to put this push subscription toggle button into our UI, and then we can give it a try. So it goes into this div with our other icons here. Push subscription toggle button, as simple as that. Okay, let's try this out. So now we have our button here. When we click this, we should see a permission request. There it is. And it's good to show this permission request after we click this button and not right after we open the page, because this way it's more likely that the user actually allows notifications because they know why they are receiving this. So it's important that you show this at the appropriate time like we are doing here. So first let's try blocking notifications, which now shows this error. Please enable push notifications in your browser settings. When we click this again, we get the same error. We can reset the setting by resetting the permissions here, by clicking on this icon, reset permissions. Oops. Then we also have to reload the page, so these changes come into effect. Now we click this button again, we allow push notifications, and now this icon changes to this struck through bell icon, with which we can disable notifications again. But now we don't get this permission request anymore, we only have to allow this once. In the console we should also see the push subscription that we are creating, because we logged this in our send to a server function, right? So sending push notification to a server, and here is the content of this push subscription. This is this push service endpoint I was talking about. So this is a Google domain, and when we later make a request to this endpoint, Google will send a push notification to this device on our behalf. So Google is responsible for sending these push notifications. And again, if I was using Firefox here, for example, then this would be a Mozilla API, because every browser implements their own push service. Okay, so now the next step is to send this push subscription to our backend and save it there, so that we can then use it to send an actual push notification. We don't have our own backend in this project, but we can store the push subscription right in Clerk, because we can store additional user data in Clerk, and this way we don't have to set up our own database. So to store these push subscriptions in our backend, or rather in Clerk's backend, we need a new server endpoint. Because again, this has to be executed on the backend, because only there we can modify the user data that we want to change. This means we create a new folder in our API folder. We call the route register push / and in here we put a route.ts file. Here we first need a post route handler. So we export an async function which we call post in all uppercase. And here we also get passed the request which contains the subscription information. We later call this post endpoint ourselves from our push service file. In here, as usual, we put a try catch block, and again in the catch block we want to log the error we are getting, and then we want to return next response.json, which contains this error field again, internal server error, and again we set the status code to 500, like this. In the try block we want to get the subscription that we are sending to the backend. So we create a const new subscription, and it will be of type push subscription. But this time we don't use the one at the top that doesn't require the import, we use the web push one. Why? Because this is the push subscription but stringified, as you can see from this documentation comment. This can be obtained on the front end by calling service worker registration push manager.subscribe. This is what we did in the push service TS file. The expected format is the same output as JSON stringifying a push subscription in the browser. And this is what we are doing when we send this push subscription to the backend. It will be stringified. So this is the stringified version of this push subscription. And this is provided to us from this web push package we installed. But of course it can also be undefined, because maybe we make a post request to this endpoint and we don't send any body to it. So we have to cover this case as well. And we get this value from await request.json. This is similar to how it works in Express.js. We get the JSON body of this request from the request that this function here receives. Then first we want to check if new subscription is undefined, because then we want to return another error. So return next response.json. The JSON body will say error : missing push subscription in body, and we set the status code to 400, which means invalid request. This way the response we send back is just a bit more specific than our generic internal server error response down here, which we would get if we would just throw an error here in this try block. Below, let's also log the subscription to the console to see that we actually received the correct value. So console.log received push subscription to add colon, and then we log the new subscription. Okay, and then we want to get the currently logged in Clerk user that's making the request to this endpoint. We did the same in our other route handler here. We got the Clerk user over this current user function. We want to do the same over here, but we have to import this from Clerk Next.js, but we import this from Clerk Next.js/server. I think this doesn't make a difference, but I'm not sure, so I add the server here just to be sure. I think /Next.js points to the same function, but doesn't matter. As usual, the user could be undefined if we are not actually authenticated, so we check this as well. I think we can copy this from over here, this block, put it in here, user not authenticated. So, and when we look into the Clerk dashboard, into a user profile and scroll down, we can see that we have these metadata fields here. Public metadata, private and unsafe metadata. They are described more in the documentation. We can use private metadata to store something that's supposed to be secret, like our push subscription endpoint. So this is what we will use here. Later we will also use unsafe metadata, so you will see how this works as well. So below our user check, we want to see if the user has already a subscription in their private metadata. So we create a const user subscriptions, plural, because we can store multiple subscriptions for different devices. And then we can access the private metadata on the user object. Now in here we can save anything we want, because this is just a JSON. We can put any value we want in there, which also means that this doesn't have a type or any properties by default. And I want to store the subscriptions in a field that is called subscriptions, but the type of this is unknown by default because Clerk doesn't know about the subscriptions field. And we will get problems with TypeScript if we try to use it like that, without a proper type. Now in normal JavaScript, this just works out of the box like this, because there we don't have any types and we can do everything willy-nilly. But in TypeScript, we want to narrow down the type of our private metadata. For this, what we do is we create a new file in our root folder here. So a new file. First we create a folder which we call add types. And then in here we want to put a file clerk-user.d.ts. The name of the file actually does not matter, but the d.ts ending is important. Because in here we want to extend the type of this Clerk user. This looks the following way. We write declare global, curly braces. In here we want to make a change to the interface user private metadata. The spelling of user private metadata is important because this is the name of the private metadata type in Clerk. So make sure that you write this correctly in Pascal case. User private metadata, curly braces, and in here we want to put this subscriptions field, which will be of type push subscription. Again, the stringified one from the web push import. And we want an array of this. When we hover over user private metadata, we actually see a documentation comment. If you want to provide custom types for user.privateMetadata, simply redeclare this blah blah blah. I don't know why this does not require an import, but apparently this is how it works. Okay, and now when we close this file and go back, subscriptions now has a type, push subscription array, because we told TypeScript what type we expect for private metadata. Now I actually want the type of this to be push subscription array or undefined, because when we have a new Clerk user, we don't have any value in here yet, right? So let's actually go back to our .d.ts file once again and add vertical bar undefined to create an intersection type. And now this can be subscriptions or undefined. And if it is undefined, then we want to fall back to an empty array, just to make sure that we also can work with the case where there is no value in the private metadata yet. Okay, so now we have the existing user subscriptions. And here we want to add our new subscription tool. But before we do this, we want to remove this same subscription if it already exists, so that we don't have it in there twice. So we create a const updated subscriptions, and we assign this to user subscriptions.filter. In this filter call, we check each subscription, and we only want to keep the subscriptions where the endpoint, which is the push service URL, is not equal to the one we want to add to this array, so that we don't have any duplicates. And by filtering it first, we always keep the latest one in the array. So next we call updated subscriptions.push and add our new subscription in here. That's the one we just sent to the backend. And then we want to update the Clerk user. So we use this Clerk client value here with the server import. On this we have .users, and on this we can call update user. The first argument we have to pass here is the user ID. That's the user that's making the request. Then a comma, curly braces, and in here we can pass the private metadata that we want to store. We want to store a JavaScript object with the subscriptions key, and we get autocompletion because of the type we set up ourselves. If you want to add additional fields to the private metadata, then add them to the clerkuser.d.ts file that we created. And in here, we want to store the updated subscriptions. And then this should be stored on our backend. And then we just send a response back with a 200 status code. So return next response.json as usual, message colon push subscription saved. You don't have to send a message back, only the status code actually matters. 200 success. So now we can store push subscriptions on our Clerk backend and later send a notification to this user. And again, this works for multiple devices because we store the subscriptions in an array. So we can have a subscription for desktop PC, one for mobile, and so on. And we can also later unregister them independently from each other. But we also need a delete endpoint to delete a subscription when we unregister it. So below we export another async function. This one is called delete with all uppercase because to call this endpoint we use an HTTP delete request. Again, here we get passed the request. Again, we need a try catch block, and we can copy the catch block content from up here. Again, we send a subscription to this endpoint. This time the one we want to delete. So we create a const subscription to delete. And again, this will be of type push subscription or undefined if our body is empty. And again, we get this with await rec.json. Again, if this is undefined, we want to throw an error. And we can copy this block from up here, copy this, paste it here below, and just change this to a subscription to delete. And the rest also looks very similar. Again, I want to log this to the console, received, push, subscription to a delete, colon, and then we log the subscription to delete to the console. Then we need the logged in user again. So const user equals await current user. And again, if the user is null, we want to throw an error. I copy this from here. I love copy pasting. Again, we want to get the subscriptions already contained in this user account, which is this line. Again, copy paste. put it here, and then we create a new const updated subscriptions. Again, we call user subscriptions.filter. We want to remove the subscription with this endpoint of the one we are sending over. The endpoint can basically be used as an ID because the endpoint is unique. So subscription endpoint not equal to subscription to delete endpoint. But this time we don't want to add a new subscription. We only want to delete it. And again, we want to update the Clerk user and send a success response back. So we can copy these two parts here as well. Put them here. Just that the message will say push subscription deleted. And that should be it for our register push endpoints. One more thing, update user actually returns a promise, so we want to await this operation to make sure that errors propagate properly to our catch block. So we do this down here and also down here in our post endpoint. And that should be it. Next we go into our push service file again. And down here we want to fill these two functions with actual functionality and make the request to our new endpoints. So here we create a const response, await, and we make a fetch request to our new endpoint, which is at /API/register push, comma, and then we configure this. This time we want to make a post request, so we have to set the method to post. And we want to send the subscription in the body, right? So we json.stringify the subscription so we can send it over. Now again, if the status code is not 200 or 300, then by default the fetch function doesn't throw an error. We have to check this ourselves, just like we did in the token provider earlier. So if !response.ok, so if we get a 400 or 500 response back, then we have to throw an error ourselves. Failed to send push subscription to server. And then let's copy this whole function block because the code down here in delete push subscription from server is very similar. We still send the subscription over, the one we want to delete, just that this is a delete request. And if this fails, we say failed to delete push subscription from server. Okay, next stop, middleware.ts. Remember, we have to add this new endpoint to this array here. Otherwise, we don't get authentication there. So /API/register push. And now we should be able to try this out. Just to be sure, I refresh the page. Then I wanna click this button here again to get rid of the subscription because we didn't send the first one to the server, right? So now we click this again. And this takes a moment because we make this fetch request and we will add a loading indicator here in a moment just to get some responsiveness. But now in our Clerk dashboard for this user, we should see something in the private metadata, but I think this is the wrong user. It's the other one. This one here, right? Yeah, there it is, private metadata. We can open this here over this edit button, and this is the first push subscription we stored. So now we have the endpoint to the subscription saved, and we can use this to send notifications to this particular device. And later we can put more push subscriptions in here for different devices. Let's also try deleting the subscription. So we press this button again. Again, this makes a request to our server. And when we refresh the page, subscriptions should be an empty array. Nice. Okay, but as I said, I want to have a loading indicator here because it takes like a second or half a second until the request is over. And we don't want this to look unresponsive. So we go into the menu bar component again. We scroll down to the push subscription toggle button. And here I want to add a new state. Const square brackets loading and set loading. And we initialize this with a use state of false. What I also want to do is I want to show a little pop-up notification message that says push subscriptions enabled or disabled. So we create another state for this. Confirmation message and set confirmation message. We initialize this with a use state. This time we set the string type explicitly because I want this to be undefined by default. We initialize this with undefined because we will set up the message in a way that it automatically disappears after a few seconds. And to trigger a new message, we first have to set this back to undefined and then to a new value. So in set push notifications enabled, we first check if loading is true, then we simply want to return from this function. While this is loading, this shouldn't do anything when we click it again. If it's not already true, we want to set it to true. And we want to set the confirmation message back to undefined. Okay, then we have our if else. And right below it, we want to set the confirmation message to push notifications space plus, and then I want to append, depending if enabled is true or not. If it's true, we want to append enabled, so push notifications enabled. Otherwise it will say push notifications disabled. So this is the confirmation message that will pop up. And then in the finally block of the try catch, which is down here, we want to set loading back to false. And for this confirmation message, we will create a new component. Because as I said, I want this message to disappear automatically after a few seconds, and we can encapsulate this logic into a component. It's reusable, so let's put it into the components folder, and let's call it disappearing message.tsx. So as usual, export default function disappearing message, and it also needs props. Disappearing message props. We need the children. Again, this is whatever we put between the opening and the closing tag. We don't want to keep this limited to a string. We can put whatever we want in here, and it will disappear after a given amount of seconds. So in here we put a React node again, which can be any React component or a string or a number or whatever. We also want to pass an optional duration. We will set a default value for this duration, so we don't have to pass it. And we want to be able to style this, again with an optional class name. And then we destructure these props down here from the disappearing message props. Children, duration, again I want to set a default value of 5 seconds, 5000 milliseconds, and the optional class name. Then in the first line we create a state. Visible and set visible. We initialize this with a use state of true this time, because we want to start out having this element visible and then hide it. Hiding happens of course in a use effect. This is nothing new for us. The same as in our use debounce hook earlier, we use a timeout to create a delay. So const timeout equals set timeout, to which we pass an arrow function. And after the timeout is over, we call set visible, set this to false, and we pass the duration as the second argument to the timeout. So after 5 seconds or whatever we pass here, this use effect will set the set visible state to false. And if use effect runs again, we have to clean up the previous timeout. So again we return an arrow function which calls clear timeout on this timeout object. And then down here we have to pass the duration as the dependency. So when the duration changes, we clear up the previous timeout and just start this again. Okay, and then below, we want to return the UI element itself. What we do is we wrap the children into a div. So again, children is whatever we put inside the disappearing message tags. And then we add a class name to this div. We add a block of curly braces so that we can put an expression in here between backticks, $, curly braces. Here we want to check if the visible state is true. Then we want to use the opacity 100 class, which means the opacity is 100%, so fully visible. If visible is false, we want to set the opacity to 0, which makes this whole div transparent. Then outside of this variable placeholder here, we add some more classes. Wmax, so it takes up the full width of this message, so it's not squashed together. We want to add a transition to the opacity with this class name here. So the opacity change is not abrupt, it has a transition, an animation, which just looks more smooth. And we can change the duration of this animation with the duration classes. I want to set this to half a second. Duration 500. And then we add another variable placeholder, and here we can pass class names from the outside to style this div. This time it's not necessary to use Tailwind merge because we don't want to be able to overwrite one of these values here. Those should be fixed. Okay, let's format this, save this, and then put this disappearing message into our menu bar. We scroll down to the return statement of our notification toggle button right here. We add a class name to the outer div with the relative positioning, so that we can place the loading indicator and the icon itself on top of each other. Then below we add an expression where we want to check if loading is true. In this case we want to render our loading indicator, which we wrap into a span. And here the same stream chat loading indicator we used before. And we add class names to the span to style this. We add the following class names. Absolute, then left 1/2 with the slash between this one, top 1/2, which adds these 50% positionings. We add a z index of 10, and then we also have to add minus translate x 1/2. This one here, make sure it has the minus at the beginning, and minus translate y 1/2. This allows us to render this loading indicator on this icon here, and I figured out that I need these attributes here from Stack Overflow. So I just googled how I can use Tailwind classes to place one element on top of another one. Okay, that's the loading indicator, and below we also want to render the confirmation message. So here we check if confirmation message has a value. Then we want to render a disappearing message. In here we put the value of the confirmation message. Remember, we set this value after we enabled or disabled push notifications. And this message will automatically hide after 5 seconds. But I want to style this as a pop-up. So we add a class name to the disappearing message. And again, we have to add a bunch of classes here. Absolute, left 1/2, top 8, and I figured this out by trying out different values. Z index of 10, again minus translate x 1/2, rounded LG for rounded corners, BG white for the background color on light theme, and dark BG black for the background color on dark themes. Then a horizontal padding of 2 and a vertical padding of 1, and lastly a shadow MD. So those are all the classes we have to add here. Lastly, when this is loading, I also want to make the bell icons a bit transparent. So we change this class name here. Also to a backtick string, so we wrap this into curly braces, backticks, so that we can put a variable in here. If loading is true, we want to set this to opacity 10, and otherwise we pass an empty string because then we don't want to add any classes. And we can copy paste this down here as well. Okay, let's save this and try this out. So now we should have a loading indicator when we click this, and looks much better in my opinion. And this is the disappearing pop-up message. Push notifications enabled and it disappears. And push notifications disabled. Looks much cooler in my opinion, doesn't it? And we get proper feedback so the user isn't confused. One more thing, it could of course happen that we try to register a push notification and it works in the browser, but sending it to the server fails for some reason because the network connection is gone or something like that, or our server is down. Although if we deploy our project to Vercel, our server should never be down because those are serverless functions. But this fetch request can still fail. Also, these push subscriptions in the browser can expire and then they get replaced for a new subscription automatically. But we also need this latest subscription on our server, right? So what we do is we add a new use effect to our chat page, which will always send the latest push subscription to the server when we open our chat. So once per session this happens. And this is a good strategy to avoid these problems I was just talking about. Before we do this, let's cut out this handle sidebar on close function here because I want to put this below all our use effects just for organization. So right here. And here's our first use effect, the second one, and below we create another one. This gets an empty dependency array. It will only be called one time when we open our chat. Here we create an async function, sync push subscription, doesn't take any arguments, but a try catch block. In the catch block, as usual, we log the error to the console. In the try block, we want to retrieve the current push subscription if there is one. For this we call the get current push subscription function from our push service file. And if there is a subscription, then we simply want to send this to our server. So await send push subscription to a server, which again is in our push service file. And then down here we have to call this function. And to try out if this works, we can simply delete the push subscription from our Clerk user. I'm gonna remove this, save, now it's gone. The push subscription in our browser is still active, and when we refresh the page, it should be added back to the private metadata of this user. And there it is. So we always have the latest push subscription active here. And if it has been replaced by the browser for a new subscription, then we will replace the one on our server. And later when we actually send push notifications from our server, we will also check if there is an expired notification still in the private metadata and also delete this automatically. So our subscriptions will always be clean and up to date. Okay, and that's what we do next. Send push notifications to our users when they receive a new message. So now we store the push subscriptions in our Clerk users, and in order to actually send a push notification, we have to make a request to this endpoint here from our server. And we want to do this when we get a new message in our chat. The question is, how do we know that we get a new message? Because all the chat functionality is provided by Stream. We are not doing this on our own server. For this kind of stuff, Stream provides webhooks. Webhooks are a way to notify our server when something interesting in the Stream chat happens, like when a user gets a new message. So we go into our Stream dashboard and you will notice that there's also a menu option called push notifications, but this is actually just for mobile. If we want to send web push notifications that are received by a web browser, we have to set up a webhook and handle this ourselves. So we go to the chat messaging overview tab, And when we scroll down, we have this section called webhooks. And here we have different events that we can receive. We only care about new messages, so we click on clear all to remove all of them, and then we search for message.new. This is the only event we care about, and then we click on submit to save these changes. And then the documentation describes how to set up such a webhook and how to secure it properly. So let's go back into our project. We need a new server endpoint that receives these webhook calls. So we create a new file in the API folder. Let's call it push webhook/route.ts. Again, how to set this up is described in the stream documentation. We have to create a post endpoint, so export async function post. Again, we need a request to get the data out of there. And in here we put a try catch block. And in the catch block we use our usual error response here. Let's just copy it and paste it here and import the next response. And in the try block for now, let's just log the body of this webhook call when we receive it. So we create a const body and we call await rec.json to pass this. Then let's just log this to the console for now. And then we need to send a success response back, so stream knows that the request was successful, because if we send an error response back, they will actually retry the call to this webhook a couple times. So next response.json, in the body it will say success true, and for the status code we send 200 back. The content of this JSON does not matter to stream, but I think it makes sense just as a feedback. We save this and then I want to try out this webhook, but of course to trigger this webhook we need a real URL that we pass here. That stream makes the request too, but we haven't deployed our project yet, so we don't have a URL yet. However, we can use a tunneling service like this one here to put our localhost app onto a real temporary domain. There are different of these tunnel services available. I like this one here because we don't have to install anything and it's also free. We just have to run this command in the command line. So let's try this out. We need this command here all the way to the port 3000 because our app is running on localhost 3000. And then we need a command line like the Windows PowerShell and we execute this here. Now in the process you might have to set up SSH keys. This is described here. You might get this error. Then you have to run the SSH key gen command. From the top of my head right now, I don't know if this one command is enough. If it doesn't work, then Google for generate SSH keys for your operating system. I already have them set up here. This is why it's asking me for the passphrase. And then we get this temporary URL. And under this URL, we can now reach our website running on localhost. So let's try this out. There it is. It's loading so fast because I have loaded this previously. But the cool thing is everyone can now open this website under this URL, but only as long as it's running on our localhost machine. If you can't get this to work, you can also skip this step. Later we will deploy our website to a real domain and then we will route our webhooks over the real domain. But of course for testing purposes this is great and it's best if you follow along to try this out. So here we can now log into this app, just like on localhost. Let's try logging into our Google account, but the last time I tried this, the stream chat actually didn't finish loading. And I kept seeing the progress bar here. Maybe this works for you, maybe it doesn't. It seems like Stream doesn't really like these tunneling URLs. So this doesn't finish loading, but it doesn't matter because we only want to try out our webhook and the webhook doesn't need this chat here to work. So let's close this. And again, if you can't get this here to work, you can also skip this step and just watch me do it, but it's better if you try it out yourself. We have to keep this terminal open, otherwise this will not run on this URL anymore. Then we go into our stream dashboard, and here under the before message hook URL, where we set up our message new event earlier, we insert this URL /API/push minus webhook, because this is the endpoint we set up, right? And now this is where Stream will send these events to. And if everything worked, we should see a log message, because we are logging the body here as soon as we send a new message. Let's send a message 1, and there it is. That's the body that was sent from Stream through this webhook. And as you saw, this was very, very fast. So this is all the data we get set. The message that was sent, who sent the message, and so on. Here is also the channel name. Now I want to generate a TypeScript type in interface from this JSON response so that we can more easily access these different fields later. These members show objects here. What I want to do is I want to stringify this whole body so that we see all the data inside it. So JSON stringify. Let me clear the terminal. And then I want to send another event. And then we should see the whole content. Yeah, it's not formatted anymore, but now all the data is in there. When we look at the members key here, now the actual user data is in there. What I want to do is I want to take this whole JSON string, copy it, and then put it in a tool like this one, this JSON to TypeScript converter. You can either type out this URL or just Google for JSON to TypeScript converter. And here we paste this. But apparently there is a syntax error in here. So what I did is I went to this JSON formatter, pasted it in here, and then I noticed that for some reason there is a line break in my name. So when we remove this line break and replace it for a space, cut this out, paste it here, then it works. And this creates these TypeScript interfaces for this type that we can use in our project. Now we can copy this whole thing into our project. Close the terminal for now. Since it's so big, I want to put this into a separate file, but I co-locate it with the push webhook route because we only use this in here. Let's call it stream push event.ts. And in here we paste this bunch of interfaces we just copied. But I want to rename root to stream push event, and those interfaces are the ones that are used in here. I will also link this file in the video description so you can copy it from there. And now we can use this information to finally send the push notifications to our users. So back to our push webhook file. Let's set the type of the body to a stream push event, which we import from our file. Let's rename the body to event. I think it's a good idea to keep logging it to the console, so every time we receive an event we can see the data it contains. But I want to add a string in front of it, which says push webhook body : and then we just log the event itself. And then we can get the information we care about out of this event. So let's create a const sender. And that's contained in event.user, which is the stream user. Then we create a const recipient IDs. Those will be the other members in the chat channel that will receive the push notification. We get this value from event.channel.members. And then we want to map these stream users to their IDs. So below we call .member, and I put this below just for readability. In here we get past each member, and we want to map this to member.user ID. There it is. But we want to remove the ID of the sender. So below we call filter. We get past each ID, and we want to check that the ID is not equal to sender ID. This way we filter out the sender ID. Lastly, we want to get the channel ID out of the event, because this is the channel we then want to open when we click the notification, right? And this is contained in event.channel.id. Okay, but these members here are all stream users. But we also need each corresponding Clerk user, because in the Clerk user we stored the push subscription in the private metadata, remember? So again we create a const recipients. We call await Clerk client. Again we import this from /server .users .get user list. This way we can retrieve multiple users. Parentheses, curly braces, and in here for the user ID, even though I think the name of this key is a bit misleading because it's singular, but we can actually pass an array to it, our recipient IDs. Okay, then we want to get all the push subscriptions out of each user and send a push notification for all of them. So if one user has a subscription for many different devices, we want to send a push notification to all of them. Also, we want to execute these requests in parallel and not one after another, because this would take a long time. So what we do is we create a const which we call push promises. We take the recipients, which are the Clerk users, and then we want to map each recipient to their push subscriptions. So we call map, and here we add a body with curly braces. In the first line, I want to get all the subscriptions for this user. So we create a const subscriptions equals recipient, which is the recipient we get passed from the map call, dot privateMetadata. And in here, remember, we store our subscriptions, which can be undefined. So we fall back to an empty array in this case. And then we want to send a push notification for each subscription. But again, we don't want to execute them in succession. We want to execute them all in parallel. So we want to return them from this map call. So we have this one push promises array with all the subscriptions of all recipients in there. So what we do is we call return. We take the subscriptions of this user and we map them again to the single push subscription calls. So here we have each single subscription, singular, like this. New line. Make sure your chain of map calls here is correct and you have the curly braces at the correct place and the return statement. Otherwise this array here will be messed up. And here finally we send a notification. We do this with this web push package, but auto import doesn't work, so we do it manually. Import web push, it's the default export, so we don't wrap this into curly braces, from the web push library we installed earlier. Theoretically, we could also make this request manually, but there are a lot of steps involved that take care of the authorization, and this library takes care of all of this for us. And again, this is more or less an official library, so it's absolutely fine to use this. Okay, on this we call send notification. This is the exciting part. So the first argument we have to pass here is a push subscription. That's the one we store in our Clerk user. So we pass it from the map call, comma, and then we can send a payload. And the payload is what we receive on the front end. In our service worker, we can send any data we want, and we then later use this data to create a notification. But we have to stringify this data because we are sending this from the backend to Google's servers or whatever browser the user was using when they signed up for the subscription. And we can only send strings between servers. So we stringify this, and here we put a JavaScript object, curly braces. We pass a field title, for which we want to use the sender name. Now you can pass any data you want and use any keys here, but I use the same keys that the notification later also expects, just so that it's easier to read and use these values later. But we don't have to call this title. But it makes sense because I later want to use the name of the sender of the message as the title of the push notification. But we take care of this in our service worker on the front end later. Okay, so let's continue. Body will contain event.message.text. This is the text of the message that was sent. We also want to set an icon, which will be the image that is shown in the notification later. And we want to use the image of the sender, so the profile picture in the stream chat. Then we also send an image field. This will be a larger image later contained in the notification. We will only show this image if we send an attachment with the message, either an image or a video. And here we pass event.message.attachments. Again, this is all part of the stream push event interface we created earlier. Attachments is any by default, that's fine. We want to get the first attachment. But of course, this could be undefined if there is no attachment. So we use the safeCall operator, question mark dot. And in here we want to access image underscore URL. We don't get autocompletion now because the type of attachment is in any array, but this is fine. And then we add two vertical bars because if there is no image sent as an attachment, then we want to check if there is a video thumbnail that we show instead. And I came up with this myself. You can of course change this logic later if you only want to show photos and not videos and so on. But I think this way it works really nicely. So again, we use the first one. Again, we use the safeCall operator, and in here is a thumb underscore URL. So we send this as the image field. And lastly, we also send the channel ID, and we just pass it like this because the key in this object and the value have the same name. Then we go behind this closing parenthesis here of our JSON stringify argument. And then we pass options as the third argument to send notification, which again we put between curly braces. And in here we have to send this WAPID details field. Again, WAPID stands for Voluntary Application Identity, and it contains the credentials so that we can show Google that we are actually authorized to send this message to this user. Colon, curly braces. In here we add the subject field. This value has confused me at first because here we have to put an email address where I think Google could reach us if there is any problem or anything wrong with the push service. I don't know. I just know that we put an arbitrary email address in here. So if you deploy your project to production, you should put an actual email address in there that exists. But for development, we can use a fake email address. We have to write mail to, which creates an email link. And then I just invent an email address basically. So I'm going to write florian@flowchat.com. But again, this address doesn't actually exist because I don't want to deploy this project to production. But again, this field doesn't have any influence on the behavior of our app, but is still required. The second WAPID details field is the public key, which we get from our environment variables. Next, public web push public key, that's the one we created earlier in the console. And also the private key, which we get from env.webpushPrivateKey. And again, these credentials are necessary to tell Google that we are authorized to send this push notification to the user, so that not anyone can send a notification. Okay, so now we map all these subscriptions and we have this push promises array, which right now is a two-dimensional array. It's an array of arrays because each user can have multiple subscriptions, right? So now we have a separate array of subscriptions for each user, for each recipient. But we want to change this into a normal array. So we remove this semicolon down here, which belongs to the map call of the push promises, and we call.flat, which puts all these values into a normal array. So it removes these inner arrays. Now we just have an array of promises of web push send result, which is the return value of the send notification function. And to execute them all in parallel, below we call await promise.all, and we pass push promises. And promise.all executes all these push promises, so all the send notification calls in parallel. Now I think technically it's not in parallel, it's concurrently, but doesn't matter, it's just nomenclature. So let's save this, and then we have to go into our service worker and construct the notification when we receive the push event. So this push event listener here actually takes an event in this function. When we hover over this, this has this generic event type. This should actually be a push event. In order to get the correct types here, we have to add this stuff at the top. Because I think TypeScript by default just doesn't work well with service worker stuff. So please pause the video and type this out. Make sure you add 3 slashes exactly as you see it here. And to be honest, I don't know exactly what this stuff does, but it seems to read type information. I found this on Stack Overflow. And now instead of self, we use SW, which is the service worker with the correct type, the service worker global scope type. And now the event has the correct type, push event. Again, I found this on Stack Overflow. This is apparently just necessary to get typing for service workers. Okay, and in this event will be the payload we send over from our push webhook, this information here. So we remove this console log, create a const message, and we get it from event.data.json. We don't have to call await here, but it automatically adds the save call operator because we have this TypeScript check in here. So this file behaves like a TypeScript file with strong type checking, even though it's a JS file. Now the type of this message is any, because TypeScript doesn't know what data is in this JSON. But this will contain all these fields here we send in the payload. So these 4 and also the channel ID here. So let's destructure them. We create a const, paste them in. And I want to put them into one line with commas between. And then we assign them to a message. Because in there we can find this data, and not to forget, the channel ID is also in there. So again, this is the same data we put into the notification payload over here. Maybe let's also log the push message to the console to see what exactly we receive. Received push message, and then I'm gonna add the message itself. Then below we create an async function inside the event listener called handle push event. The reason I wrap this into a function is because then below we have to call event.waitUntil, to which we have to pass a promise, and to get this promise we call handle push event, but we actually have to call this method with parentheses. We always have to call this waitUntil function in our service worker event listeners, because this prevents the service worker from shutting down prematurely, because the service worker only runs when necessary, and we have to tell it that we want to execute this whole function before it's supposed to stop. And in handle push event, we trigger the actual notification that will appear on the screen. But I only want to show the notification if we don't have the chat window active right now, because otherwise it's pointless to show a new message notification, right? So what we do is we create a const window clients, and then we can do something cool. We can call await SW, which is our service worker, .clients.matchAll, parentheses, curly braces, and then we can figure out if there is a window of our website currently running. And this will only return windows of our own website, because this is where the service worker belongs to, so only of our chat app. And here between curly braces we have to add type : window as a string, like this. So now we get all the windows that have our own website opened, our chat app. But having them open is not enough. If the window is in the background, I still want to send a push notification. I want to check if the app is actually focused. So below we check if window clients.length is greater than 0. So if there's even one of our chat windows opened. Then we create a const app in foreground, which will be a boolean. Here we take our window clients, which is an array. We use the JavaScript sum function, with which we can check if a certain condition is true for at least one item in our array. Here we get passed each window client, and we want to check if client.focused, this one here. So if one of the window clients is focused, app in foreground will be true. So below, still in the same if block, we check if app in foreground. Then we just want to return. We don't want to show a notification in this case. Let's also add a log statement here, just so that we don't get confused later why we don't get a message. App is in foreground, don't show notification. Then below, still inside the handle push event function, so before this closing curly brace here, we want to show the actual notification. Finally, right? So again, we call await sw.registration.show notification. The first argument is the title of the notification, which we pass here in the message, which remember is the name of the person who sent this message. Comma, and the second argument is the remaining data, but between curly braces. And as I said, I gave these keys here the same name that we also have to pass to the show notification function, and we actually get autocompletion here. So we have the body, for which we pass again the value from our message, the icon, the image. We also want to pass a badge, but this is not contained in the payload. For the badge, I want to use our logo, and the badge will only be shown on mobile devices as this very small icon at the top of the message, but on desktop I think this is not shown. Nevertheless, it's cool to pass this, so we have to pass the address to this image. It's in the public folder, so we can just write / and the name of the file, flowchat_logo.png. And again, I put this image into the starting code. Then we can also add actions, which are buttons on the notification. To see how this looks, let's add one. We have to pass them as an array. In here we put an object on which we set a title. This is the name of the action. Let's call it open chat. And the second argument is a key for the action so that we can distinguish it later. Let's call it open_chat. Now in our example here, we will open our chat when we click the notification itself, and we won't do anything special when we click this open chat button. It will have the same behavior. If you want to learn how to implement a different action for these action buttons, then you can read the web push documentation. Okay, comma, then we add the tag value, which we set to the channel ID. By setting a tag, we can replace the previous notification if we get a new one. So this way, if the same channel receives multiple notifications in a row, we will only ever see the latest notification, which I think is better than spamming the user with 1,000 new notifications just because of one channel. So this will be replaced automatically by setting this tag. We also set re-notify to true. If I remember correctly, this makes the notification pop up again, even if it's replacing the previous one. Not 100% sure right now, but doesn't really matter. You can always read the docs. And lastly, we can put arbitrary data in here that we want to send through this notification. We want to send the channel ID so that when we later click the notification, we know which channel to open. Okay, let's format this and save this, and then we should be all set. So let's try this out. So I'll make this window bigger, open the Chrome DevTools, because we first have to remove our old service worker. So again, go into the Application tab. You can open the Chrome DevTools with F12, unregister this, and then reload the page. I think in production, the service worker will be updated automatically after 24 hours. I'm not 100% sure, but in development, we can just clear it like this. Okay, then you have to make sure that our localhost tunnel is still running, because we need a valid webhook address, right? If you had to restart this and you got a different URL, then make sure to update the webhook URL in your stream backend. But mine here is still active. So now when I send a message, we should see a notification. Let's cross our fingers. 1 and Nothing, but this is good because we don't want to send a push notification when we send the message ourselves, right? We made sure of this in our backend. We have to open our app a second time in incognito tab so that we are signed in with 2 users. So I'm gonna log in here as well. Password. And then we also have to enable push notifications here. I didn't do this yet. So we click this. It should subscribe to push notifications. And now when I minimize this window or just unfocus it, shouldn't matter, and we send a notification, then this other user in the other window should receive a push notification. Hi. And there it is. Voila. We see the profile pic of the user. Okay, the alignment isn't great. This is the ID of the user or the username and the message. Now we haven't handled notification clicks yet, so when I click this, it only goes away. We will take care of this next. If you didn't see a notification, make sure that you don't have Do Not Disturb or anything like that activated in your notification settings here. You can open the notification sidebar over this button on Windows. Let's also try if replacing the previous notification works. So I send 2, then I send 3. And now when we look here, we only see the last one. Very cool. And again, these notifications also work on other devices that have a mobile browser. Smartphones, for example. In our log, we can also see the content of this push message. And let's also try sending an attachment, which we should also be seeing in the notification. So again, I send the Coding and Flow logo just as a normal message attachment. Subscribe to Coding and Flow and like the video. We send this, and there it is, as this image here in our notification. Really cool. But I want to make a little improvement to our push webhook route. So let's go in here once again. As I mentioned earlier, these push subscriptions can expire after a while. Then the send notification function will throw an error. And what's worse, since we execute them in promise.all, if one of the promises fails, all of them will be cancelled. To avoid this, we can add a catch block to the send notification function. So down here is the closing parenthesis of this function. We can attach .catch, error, and we pass an error function with curly braces. In here, first of all, I want to log the error to the console. Error sending push notification, and we print the error itself. And then if the error is caused by the subscription being expired, we want to remove this from our Clerk user so that we don't keep this invalid subscription in the user. For this we can check if error is an instance of web push error, which again is an import from the web push package, here between curly braces. So if this is a web push error and the error.status code is equal to 410. This is what we receive when the subscription expired. Now when I prepared this project, 410 was the only error status code I was getting. Maybe in the future there are other errors that can also pop up, I'm not sure. So if the notification doesn't work, pay attention to the console. Here you will see why the notification failed. And in here I want to update the Clerk user and remove this old outdated subscription. So in here we take the Clerk client again, .users, .update user. We are still inside this map call where we have the recipient. So down here we can use recipient.id as the user ID we want to update. Then comma, curly braces. We want to update the private metadata of this user. Colon, curly braces. In here we have our subscriptions. And here what we do is we take the same recipient again, .privateMetadata, .subscriptions, and we want to filter out this invalid subscription that threw the error. So we call .filter. Since this is a filter call, we get past each subscription And because we used the name subscription already above, I'm just going to call this S. And we want to compare the endpoints, which, remember, is stored in the subscription. And the endpoint is unique. So we check that endpoint is not equal to the endpoint of the subscription that caused the error. So this might look a bit complicated at first, but it all makes sense. And now our web push endpoint here is done. So I know this was a bit complicated, but now our webhook here is really robust. And if there's an invalid subscription, then we will delete it automatically. And the next time we open the chat app, we will send the latest push subscription to the server. And it's working. Oh, this is really cool. One more thing we have to do in this push webhook, we have to secure it. Because right now anyone can call this post endpoint, right, and trigger a push notification. Of course we want to avoid this. We want to verify that the event we get here was actually sent by stream. For this we go all the way to the top of the try block. We create a const stream client here as well. And as usual we get it with stream chat, get instance, to which we pass env.nextPublic stream key and env.streamSecret. Then we actually need a body in its raw form out of this request, not the parsed JSON form, but the raw text. So what we do is we create a const raw body and call await rec.text, like this. Then below we create a const valid request. We call stream client.verify webhook. In here we have to pass the raw body as the first argument, comma, and then rec.headers.get, and then we need a header called x-signature. We have to pass this here, but this can be null if this header doesn't exist. Then we want to pass an empty string here. Then this verify function will fail. But this x-signature contains a verification code basically that authenticates stream, so we know that the request is actually coming from stream. So this is a boolean here, which will be either true or false. So below we check if !valid request. Then we want to return next response.json. This will contain our typical error JSON body, which will say webhook signature invalid. And we pass the status code 401 for not authorized. Just make sure you return here, because we don't want to execute the code below if this is the case. Just one more thing, we can't call rec.json anymore after calling rec.text. We can only get this body out of the request one time. So instead of await rec.json, we call json.parse and pass the raw body, which has the same effect. Now we pass this body into the JSON format. Okay, let's format and save this. And to test if this verification works, I'm going to make a request with postman. So I'm going to send a post request to localhost http://localhost 3000/API/push webhook. And if we protect this route properly, then we should see the error message we return here. Webhook signature invalid. Send. And there's the message down there. Webhook signature invalid. Let's see if we still receive something when we send a chat message. So I open the incognito chat tab again, send a message, and we still receive our push notification. Nice. But now this endpoint is properly protected. The next step is to do something when we click a notification, because right now it only disappears. Instead we want to open the chat with this channel. So let's do that next. Just one more thing, I also want to log a message when we delete an expired subscription. So down here in this if block, I also want to log a message, which will say push subscription expired, deleting, just so that we get more feedback. Okay, now let's take care of notification clicks. We handle notification clicks in the service worker. So let's go to the service worker JS file. Attention, it's the JS file, not the TS file with our utility functions. And here below our push event listener, we add another event listener. Again, SW, add event listener. This time we listen for the notification click event. And if you set up the file like I did earlier, then you should get auto-completion. Attention, notification click is written in all lowercase, not camel case. And again, we get an event here, which we handle in an arrow function. This event is of type notification event. And out of it, we can get our notification through event.notification. So we store this in a variable. And the first thing we want to do is we want to call notification.close. So that we close the notification after we clicked it. Then again, we wrap the async operations into a function like we did up here, so that we can pass it to a wait until, and this way keep the service worker alive. So async function handle notification click. When we click a notification, I want to open our chat and I want to navigate to the channel ID that we send here in the notification. If a chat window is already opened, I want to bring it to the foreground on the screen. If there is none opened, I want to open a new one. So in this function, again, we create a const window clients. We have done this before. And we get it with await sw clients.match all, parentheses, curly braces. Again, we want to set the type to a window. And then we also add this include uncontrolled field and set this to true. Sometimes when you open multiple chat windows, then the service worker of the latest window is not connected to the old window. And then even though a chat window is already open, this match all function won't find it. And this include uncontrolled avoids this problem. This makes sure that when we have a chat window with our URL open, it will always find it and not open a new one. Then we go below this match all call. We want to get a channel ID out of the notification body. We send it over here in this data field. So const channel ID equals, and we can access this with notification.data.channel ID. Of course, TypeScript doesn't know about this channel ID, so the type is any, but this is fine. We can work with this. Then we check if we found active windows. So if window clients.length is greater than 0, then we want to focus this existing window. So we bring our chat window to the foreground. We can do this with await. Window clients, we want to access the first one and then call.focus on it. You will later see how this looks. But that's not all. We also want to send the channel ID to this window, right? And we can do this again with window clients at a 0 index. Then we can call post message and send the channel ID in a JavaScript object like this. And later in our chat, we can listen for and read these messages and then navigate to this channel ID. So this is the case if there is a window with our chat already opened. If not, we want to open a new one. Again, sw.clients. Here we have this open window function, which creates a new browser window or tab. And then we simply pass the URL we want to open. We don't have to add the base URL to our website. The relative URL is enough. We want to open chat. But again, I also want to navigate to our channel with the ID we are sending in the notification. Now we can't send a message to this new window like we did up here because unfortunately we can't wait until this window here is opened. Instead, what we do is we send the channel ID in a URL param, which we can then also read in our app. So we add question mark, channel ID equals, and then we append the channel ID. This kind of stuff is not described in the documentation. This is just something you have to come up with yourself. These URL search params can be very useful to forward primitive variable values if other alternatives are not an option. Okay, and then below this function we declared here, we must not forget to call event.waitUntil, and again call this function in here with parentheses. These parentheses here are important because this waitUntil function expects a promise. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we will not listen for this click on our open chat action button, because clicking on the notification itself will already open the chat. If you want to learn how to handle these actions separately, please take a look into the documentation. Okay, so now when we click a notification, we send this event to our existing window, and in our code we can listen to this event, get a channel ID out of there, and then navigate to this channel. To listen for this event, I want to set up a separate file, which we put into the app folder, into the chat folder here together with our remaining chat elements. And we call this push message listener.tsx. It's a component. In here we export a default function as usual, push message listener. And the reason I put this logic into a separate component is for one, organization, but also because we want to use the chat context here. So const curly braces equals use chat context from stream chat react. And remember, we can only access this context in children of this stream chat component here. So it has to be nested inside this chat. So I want to put this push message listener down here. This will not actually render any UI. We will return null. Instead, it will only listen for these notification clicks and then navigate to this channel through the context of the chat component. So make sure you put it before the closing tag of the chat component, right here. If we put it outside of it, we can't access the chat context. So let's save this file. Finish setting this up. As I said, this will not return any UI, so we return null. But we can't put this logic into a custom hook because again we couldn't put this custom hook down here into the chat tag. It has to be a component. And from the chat context we want to get the client and this setActiveChannel function that we already used earlier. And then we want to set up a listener for these notification click events. And as usual, we set up event listeners in React in a use effect. Again, we need to clean up this event listener later, so we store it in a variable. Const message listener equals, and this is a function that gets passed a message event, which doesn't require an import. And then we create an arrow function. Before we add the body of this function, let's register it below. We do this via navigator.serviceWorker add event listener. Here we can listen for the message event. And as the event handler, we pass our message listener we just created. And as usual, we also have to clean this up when the use effect runs again. So we return a function from use effect, which calls navigator.serviceWorker.remove event listener. Again, we want to remove the message event and pass our message event listener here as well. So now we register and clean up this listener. Now let's take care of the listener function itself. First of all, I want to show a log message here. Makes debugging easier. Received message from service worker. And then I want to log event.data, which contains the body of the message we sent over. So event.data is this part here. The body inside post message, which contains the channel ID. So let's get it out of there. Still inside the message listener function. Const channel ID equals event.data. And again, we don't get auto completion here because TypeScript doesn't know about this. Below we check if the channel ID exists, if this was sent over, in case we have different events later. Then we want to call this setActiveChannel function, but this expects a channel object, and we have to get this channel object first. We can do this via the stream client, which we also get from the use chat context. .query channels, parentheses, curly braces. We want to search for the ID. That is the same as the channel ID we sent over. And when this query returns something, we want to set the active channel to it. This query channels returns a promise. So let's make this handler here an async function. Let's await this and store the result in a variable. So const results, which is an array of channels. Then let's check if there is a channel in there. So if results.length is greater than 0, then we want to call setActiveChannel and set it to results at the index 0. Maybe let's rename results to channels. We can do this with F2. I think it's a better name. Maybe it's a good idea to also log something to the console if this channel doesn't exist, because we expect that it exists, right? So let's wrap this into curly braces and add an else block here, and then log a text to the error console. And let's write push message listener colon, a channel with this channel ID was not found, so that we get some feedback if this doesn't work. Hey, it's Florian from the future here. I just noticed that I forgot to set the dependency array on this use effect. Make sure to add this as well, otherwise this would be executed on every single render. It would still work the same, but it would be a bit unoptimized. So this expects the client and the setActiveChannel function as dependencies. So make sure to add them here. Okay, let's try this out. So we go to our chat. Again, we want to unregister the service worker to update it with the latest one. So we click unregister in the Chrome DevTools application tab, and then we refresh the page to register a newer service worker, which we do in the use effect in our chat page. Okay, make sure your webhook is still running so that we receive notifications. Then again, I want to send a message in an incognito tab. So on the left side here, let's open another channel. So now I have this channel opened. I minimize this window. I send a message in channel 1. Okay, it seems that when we delete a service worker, we also unregister push notifications. So let's open the chat here again. Go to the menu, enable push notifications. Again, we open not channel 1, but a different one. Minimize the window, send a new message. We get the push notification, and now when we click it, not only should we bring our existing chat window to the foreground, we should also navigate to this channel. Let's try this out. Click, it opens the window, and we are in channel 1. Isn't this amazing? And when we don't have a window open, it will open a new one with the channel ID in the URL search param, but we haven't handled this channel ID anywhere yet, so let's take care of this next. So we go to the chat page again, and every page component in Next.js can receive the query params as props. So what we do is, all the way at the top, outside of the component, we create an interface called chat page props, and here we find the search params. Make sure to spell this correctly with an uppercase P, because only then Next.js will recognize this and actually put the URL search params in there. Here we add a pair of curly braces and we declare what we expect in the search params. We expect a channel ID, which is optional. We don't have to put it in the URL. And it's a string. Then we destructure it down here on the chat page. So chat page props. In here we have the search params, which we want to destructure again, so colon, curly braces, and in here we have our optional channel ID. Okay, what do we do with this channel ID? Since this component contains the stream chat client, we actually can't access the use chat context that we accessed in the push message listener. And only in there is this setActiveChannel function. So what we could do is we could create another child like the push message listener and pass this channel ID to it, but there's actually a simpler way. We go into our chat sidebar, and here in the channel list there is another optional prop we can pass, which is the custom active channel. And the cool thing about this is that this takes a channel ID and not a channel object, so we don't have to query for this channel again. Instead, we will just pass our search param with the channel ID to our chat sidebar, pass it in here, and this will automatically open this channel when the chat is initialized. So here let's pass a value called custom active channel, which doesn't exist yet, but we make this a prop of this component. So we scroll up, add it here. This will be an optional string. Then we destructure it here and use it down there. And then we can pass it on our chat page. So let's go back to the chat page. We have our channel ID as a prop available. We go to the chat sidebar and we pass it here. Custom active channel, channel ID. So let's save this and try this out, and this time it shouldn't be necessary to unregister our service worker first because we haven't changed any code in the service worker, only code in our components. So let's open the incognito chat window again. Over here again let's move to a different channel. Then let's completely close this chat window. And now we should still be able to receive push notifications for this left client. And when we click the notification, we should open the same channel via the channel ID we sent in the URL. Let's try this out. See, we get our notification. When we click it, we open a new tab. The channel ID is up here in the URL and it opens the correct channel. Isn't this cool? There's just one more improvement I want to make. So the channel ID is inside the URL param, right? So now if I navigate to a different channel and refresh the page, it will read this channel ID in the URL again and bring us back to a channel 1, which is not great. When I refresh the page, I want to be in the same channel again, meaning that we have to remove this channel ID from the URL after we processed it. So let's once again go to our chat page and we add another use effect. Let's put it here. That takes care of removing the search param from the URL after we received it. So we create a use effect, pass a function here. Then we check if channel ID, so if this URL search param exists. Then we call history, which shouldn't require an import. Replace state. The first argument for data is null. The second argument is an empty string. I don't know what these first two arguments are for, I haven't researched this, but we pass the URL that we want to change the current URL to as the third argument, as a string, /chat. So we navigate from /chat, channel ID to just /chat. But this is not actually a navigation, this just changes the URL in the address bar. Okay, let's not forget to add a dependency array, which should require us to pass the channel ID. Let's save this and try it out. So I navigate to a different chat. Let's actually send a message here. So this chat moves to the top of our channel list. We close this tab, send a new message, click the notification. It still opens channel 1, but we remove the search param from the URL. You could see it for a moment. The value was processed, we move to this channel, and then we automatically remove the search param from the URL. So now if I navigate to this other channel again I send a message here so that it's the topmost channel in our channel list. We refresh the page, and we are still in the same channel. Okay, next I want to add an option to mute push notifications for a single channel, because right now we can only activate and deactivate notifications globally. But of course, if there is a very active group chat, for example, getting tons of messages, then we should give the user the option to mute only the single channel, but still receive notifications for other channels. So let's do that next. Okay, so to disable push notifications for a single channel, I want to put a button here into the header of the channel. So right here at the top right of the channel view. This element here is in our chat channel component, this channel header. So if we remove this, this section would be gone. And as usual in Stream, we can customize any component. We could create a complete custom channel header and then use context to read these different values out of it and create our own layout. So we get the users and the channel title and so on through context values. This is how the channel header works. I think it gets them from the channel component that wraps the channel header. But instead of creating a complete custom channel header, I want to keep using the existing one and just put this button next to it. So basically we will put the channel header in here and just the last rectangle will be our own UI with the button. Those are the kind of solutions you come up with when you have an IQ of 200. So let's create a new file in our chat folder. Let's call it custom channel header.tsx. We export a default function with the same name. This will take props because the normal channel header also has these optional props and we still want to be able to pass them. And for this we use the type channel header props, which is coming from Stream Chat React. Then in the return block, we want to put a div here, which for one contains the normal channel header that we used in our chat channel component. Here we want to spread these props to forward them. And then I want to put an icon button next to it where we can toggle notifications for this channel on and off. I want to put this into a separate component in the same file for organization. Function, let's call it channel notification toggle button. We will store the information of the muted channels in the user profile of our Clerk user. So we will pass two props to this channel notification toggle button. For this we create an interface, and thank God for auto-completion, I didn't want to type this out again. Channel notification toggle button props. In here we pass the user, which again is of type user resource. That's the Clerk user type that we also used earlier, but again auto import doesn't work. So import curly braces user resource from Clerk/types. In there we can find this. And the second prop we will pass is the channel ID, so we know which one we want to mute. And then we destructure these props as usual. So down here, channel notification toggle props, user and channel ID. So we want to store the muted channels in the metadata of the user. Earlier we used the private metadata for the push subscriptions, right? For the muted channels we will use the unsafeMetadata because this doesn't require us to set up a backend endpoint. We can modify this directly from the front end. This is called unsafe because the user could theoretically modify this directly since this is running on the front end, but this is not a problem because the user can't do any damage by changing their own muted channels, right? They can do this in the UI anyway. So for simplicity, we will use the unsafeMetadata. Don't get scared by the name. I actually asked the Clerk team if this is fine to use in this case and they confirmed it. Let's go into our Clerk user DTS file to extend this type here, to tell TypeScript that we want to put the muted channels in there. So we go into this declare global block below our first interface and we add another one, user unsafeMetadata. Again, make sure to spell this correctly. And in here we want to put the muted channels in form of a string array or undefined if we didn't set them yet. Okay, back to our custom channel header. We want to get these muted channels from the user. So const muted channels equals user.unsafeMetadata.muted channels, which we can now find in here. And this is now an array of strings or undefined. Then we create a const channel muted equals muted channels.includes channel ID. If this channel ID is in the muted channels array, we know that this channel is currently muted, and then we want to show a different icon. Then we create an async function called setChannelMuted, to which we will pass the channel ID and mute it in form of a boolean, so we can mute or unmute a channel. So we make an update to the unsafe metadata of this Clerk user, which has to be wrapped into a try catch. As usual, in the catch block, we want to log the error to the error console. And later we will also add a message here, but for now, let's leave it like this. Then in the try block, we create a let because we want to change this value. Muted channels update. We set the type to a string array, but we don't initialize this variable yet. Because what value we put in it depends if muted is true or false. So if muted is true, we want to mute this channel. So we take our muted channels, update, and we assign it to a new array in which we spread the currently muted channels, and then we add the channel ID to them. Now this complains because muted channels can be undefined, so let's fall back to an empty array, and then we can also remove the save call operator here. Okay, and if muted is false, we want to assign muted channels update to a muted channels.filter. We want to compare the IDs, and we want to filter out the channel with the channel ID we want to unmute. Then we want to update the user, and this looks similar to what we did on the back end, but again, since we use unsafe metadata and not private metadata now, we can do this directly on the front end, and we don't have to add a new endpoint, which can be very tedious. So we call await user, and remember we pass the user directly to this toggle button. .update, parentheses, curly braces. We want to change the unsafe metadata, colon, curly braces, and in here we want to update the muted channels field with the muted channels update value. Pretty straightforward. Okay, and below the set channel muted function, we want to render a UI element. So we return a div. To this div, we add the class name me6 to add a margin to the end, because this will be shown here on the right side of this header. And here we want to show a bell icon again, depending if channel muted is true or false. So we add curly braces and we check exclamation mark channel muted, question mark. And down here we handle the other side of the ternary operator if channel muted is true. Again parentheses, and in here we put our icons. Again, I want to wrap them into spans so that we can add a tooltip title. This one will say mute channel notifications. And in here we put a spell of Lucid React icon. We set the class name to cursor pointer again. And we add an onClick prop, to which we pass an arrow function, which calls our set channel muted function we just created. We forward the channel ID that we want to mute and true for the muted value. And then we close this icon. And then we put another icon down here. Again, we wrap this into a span. The title will say unmute channel notifications. And for the icon, we use this normal bell icon here. Class name cursor pointer. On click will call set channel muted with false. Close format. And of course, we also have to pass the channel ID here. Okay, after this is done, we scroll up again to the return statement of our custom channel header. And here below the channel header, we want to render the channel notification toggle button, but this now expects the user and the channel ID. We can get the user as usual from the use user hook from Clerk. And where do we get the channel ID from? Now the channel header is wrapped inside this stream channel component. And this channel component provides different contexts to access different pieces of data. So inside this channel header, we can call another hook. Again, we destructure this. This one is called use channel state context. And again, this is an import from StreamChat React. And in here, we will find the currently active channel, but we only care about the ID. So we destructure this further. In here, we get the ID. And we can rename this with a colon to channel ID to make the name a bit more descriptive. But both these values can be undefined. So we wrap this channel notification toggle button into curly braces. And we only want to render this if the user is defined and the channel ID is defined. They should always be defined when we open a channel, but if for some reason they are not defined, we will just not show this toggle button at all. And now we can pass the defined values here. Like this. Okay, now we have to add some class names to this div to lay out these two elements properly. We make this a flex box. We use item center and justify between. Again, justify between puts the elements to the left side and to the right side. We want to add a gap of 3 between them on small screens, so they are not directly touching each other. And then we set BG white for light mode and dark colon BG minus. And again, I use the same color that Stream uses for this header here by default, this dark grayish color, which I found with a color picker. So hashtag 171910. That's the value. Let's save this and then put this into our UI. So when you are ready, we go back to the chat channel component and we simply replace the channel header for our new custom channel header, and we have to import this. This internally still uses the same channel header, so everything will work the same as before. But now we get this additional icon next to it. Let's refresh the page. And there it is. So this part here to the left is the normal old channel header, and this is our new element we put in there. To make this a bit more visible, just for a moment, I'm going to change the background color to red. Yeah, so this is the part we just put in here. This is a nice way to customize the channel header without having to replace the whole damn thing. And this button should already do something. It should update the unsafe metadata of the user we are logged in with. So let's try this out. Let's mute. We will add a feedback message here in a moment. Let's take a look into the dashboard. And now the unsafe metadata contains the muted channels. Let's try unmuting. Works as well. Refresh the dashboard and the muted channels are empty. Perfect. But this still doesn't actually do anything. We have to modify our backend so that when we send the push notifications, we check if the user has this channel muted and then not send the notification. But before we do this, I also want to add a feedback message here so that the user actually knows what happened after they click this button. Now this time we don't have to add a loading indicator because updating the unsafe metadata is pretty fast. I think it's fast enough to not add a loading spinner here, but I want to add a message. Now we could add one of our disappearing pop-up messages we created earlier, but since we are inside the stream chat channel, we can actually use a notification toast that stream chat provides out of the box. So what we do is we go down to our channel notification toggle button. Up here we create a new const, which we destructure, and we call the use channel, this time not state, but action context, which again is an import from stream chat React. Again, this is available because this component is nested inside stream's channel component. And in here we will find this add notification function. So we take this, go into our try block here. After we updated the unsafeMetadata, we want to call this function to trigger a notification. In here we pass a backtick string, which will say channel notifications, and then we add a variable placeholder. If muted is true, so muted question mark, then we want to say channel notifications muted. Otherwise this will say channel notifications unmuted. And the second argument is the type of message, either success or error. We pass success here. So let's save this and try this out. And this is how this message looks. And it should also change with the theme. Yeah, light theme has a different color. I think this is just a cool way to show these feedback messages directly in the channel itself. And if there is an error in the catch block, I also want to show such a notification as the error feedback. This one will say something went wrong, please try again. And for the type of notification we pass error this time. So this should have a different color. We can actually try this out by just throwing an error here in our try block for a moment. Throw error, bazinga. Now when we click this button, we see the error message. Okay, it has the same color. I don't know what difference the error and success flags make, but it's good enough. Let's remove our error here. Okay, and to not show the notification when we have a channel muted, we go into our web push hook handler. And this is actually pretty simple. Up here we have our recipients that we get from Clerk. We will simply filter this list. So what we do is we wrap this whole await call into another pair of parentheses, because this way we can call.filter directly on the result. Filter passes us each user as usual, and we want to filter out the users that have this channel ID here muted. So we write user right arrow exclamation mark user.unsafeMetadata.mutedChannels dot includes, which adds the save call operator, channel ID. As simple as that. So let's save this and try this out. So again, I open the chat in the incognito tab. So let's try sending a message in channel 1, which should trigger a notification. There it is. Over here, I go to channel 1 and I mute it over this button, channel muted. We send another message and it doesn't send a new notification. It's still only the first one in here. But when we send a message in channel 2, which are also both users in, we should see a notification because this one is not muted and it works. Let's again try channel 1. No new notification. Let's unmute it. And notifications work again. Really cool. There's one more step I want to take before we deploy this whole project. I want to disable push notifications when a user logs out. Because right now, if we log out, we will still receive these push notifications because the subscription in the browser is still active and it's also still stored in our backend. And I also have a homework for you, which you can do later. Right now, there is nothing clickable here in this channel header. And there's also no way for us to see who are the members of this channel. You can take a look into the stream documentation. They explain you how you can, for example, query channel members. It's all described here. And what you could do, for example, is you could make this channel header clickable and then open either a pop-up or a different screen where you see the channel members. You can also add additional options like changing the channel title. This is up to you. This is your homework, and if you really want to cement the knowledge, then I encourage you to build upon this project and add a few more features, because this will really teach you more than just following along. Okay, and next let's disable push notifications when we log out. So when a user logs out, we want to stop sending notifications to this user on this device, meaning that we have to remove this subscription from the private metadata of this user. Now Clerk right now doesn't provide a logout callback where we can execute code when a user logs out, but they have webhooks similar to the stream webhook we implemented earlier. And this webhook also makes this whole functionality more robust because we can trigger it when a user logs out or when a session has been deleted by some other means. This way also the client doesn't have to await this operation, and we can make sure that we always remove the subscription after a user logged out. But when I log out, I don't want to remove all subscriptions of this user. If they log out on their mobile phone, for example, but they are still logged in on PC, then I want to keep sending subscriptions to the PC. So we need a way to identify for which session we want to remove the push subscription. So whenever we log in somewhere, it creates a session, and the session has a unique ID. So what we do is we go into our Clerk user DTS file. Then we wrap the push subscription type here into parentheses because we want to extend this with an ampersand sign, curly braces. I also want to store the session ID along with each push subscription, but this is still an array. Now it's an array of push subscriptions with a session ID. Because this way later when a user logs out, we can check the session ID and we know which push subscription we actually want to delete. So let's save this and then let's go to the register push endpoint. Up in the post handler, we get the current user here. And to get the session ID, we create another const, which we destructure, and then we call this auth function, which again we import from Clerk Next.js server. Call this function, and in here is the session ID of the session that's making the request to this endpoint. The session ID can be null, just like the user, so we check this here as well. We expect a valid session ID when we make this request, otherwise we send a 401 back. Then down here where we push the new subscription into the array, we wrap this into a curly braces to turn this into a JavaScript object. We want to spread all the values of the new subscription in here, and then comma, we additionally add the session ID because this is now part of the type that we store in the private metadata's subscriptions field. We don't have to change anything else in here. Let's save this and try this out. So I remove the push subscription that we have active and I enable it again, which should have updated it in our Clerk dashboard. So private metadata should now contain the session ID. Yeah, here it is, along with the rest of the subscription. This way we can later identify it. Okay, and next we need to set up a webhook here in Clerk, for which we have this webhooks menu option. We open this and we get to this dashboard. Then we click on add endpoint and we want to use the same URL that we also used here, our temporary URL, just that we want to call Clerk webhook instead under /API. Okay, then we want to set this up properly. Message filtering. We care about session events here. Session ended. Let's also take these other two, removed and revoked. Then let's create this webhook. And now this should be ready to send events to our endpoint. So we have to create this endpoint next. So let's go back into our project. and create a new file in the API folder with the name we just used in the webhook URL, which was Clerk minus webhook, and then we create a route.ts file in here. And in this webhook we just set up, there's also a signing secret, which we will need. So we copy this and put it into our env files. So local.env, let's put it up here above the Clerk secret key for organization. And let's call it Clerk underscore webhook underscore secret and paste this value. Then of course we also have to add this to our env.ts file. Let's duplicate this line in the server block, put it in here so we get type safety. This secret allows us to verify that the request is coming from Clerk, just like we also protected our stream webhook earlier. So in here we want to export an async function, all uppercase post, because the webhook will make a post request to this endpoint. And as usual, we get our request here and wrap this into try catch. The catch block always looks the same, so let's copy this from over here. Relog the error to the console and send a response back and import next response. But for some reason this doesn't work, so I'm gonna copy this from over here, paste it here at the top. In the try block we need a raw request body, as we also did earlier in our other webhook. So we create a const raw body, await rec.text. We can use this to verify this request. Then we create a const wh and we initialize this by calling new webhook from this Swix import here. We call this and pass an environment variable to it, our Clerk webhook secret. Swix is a package we installed in the very beginning. And this is the underlying service that Clerk uses for its webhooks. And we can use this library to verify this webhook. Again, this is described in the documentation. Now, when we verified our push webhook earlier, we got a boolean back, right? Valid request from this verify webhook call. In our Clerk webhook, this works slightly different, because this verify function will throw an error if the request is not valid. So we have to wrap this into another try catch block. And in this catch block, I want to return the same error response as in our stream webhook. This one here, webhook signature invalid 401. We paste this here in the catch block. And to verify this call, we take wh, this webhook object, call verify, which expects the raw body as the first argument and then some headers. And we have to add these headers in a JavaScript object. We have to add these headers one by one in Next.js because the headers object we get out of the request doesn't fit to the type this argument here expects. And I figured this out by Googling for it, and I found a Stack Overflow solution, which was showing that we have to pass each of these header values separately. So Swix idea. For this we pass rec.headers.get. In here we have a header with the same name, Swix minus idea. And again the header can be null, so we fall back to an empty string. Then we do the same for the Swix signature. We pass rec.headers.get, Swix signature or an empty string. And one more, Swix timestamp, for which we do the same. And this should verify this webhook call. Again, this process looks different depending on what backend framework you use. We use Next.js here, so we have to pass these values like this. Okay, so this way we make sure that this endpoint is protected below this try catch block here, but still inside the outer try block. We now want to pass the data out of this body, right? So we create a const event, but the good news is that this time we don't have to set up our own type. Instead, Clerk provides this type. It's called session webhook event. And again, we get this by JSON parsing the raw body. And in this event is the information of the request. Let's log this to the console just for easier debugging. Clerk webhook body. And we pass the event as the second argument. Then below we check if event.type is equal to session dot, and remember we are listening for ended, removed and revoked. To be honest, I don't know what the difference between them is, but it's probably a good idea to listen for all of them. So if the session is ended, or event.type is equal to session.removed, or event.type session revoked. In all of these cases, we want to remove the push subscription for this session. Both the user ID and the session ID of the session that was ended is contained in the event object as well. So we create a const user ID equals event.data.user_ID and const session ID equals event.data.id. This is the session ID. Then we want to remove this session from the private metadata of the user, right? From their subscriptions, which means that we first need to fetch this subscriptions object. For this, we first need the full Clerk user. So we create a const user, await Clerk client. Again, I import this from /server. Again, I think it doesn't actually matter, but just to be sure. So await Clerk client.users.getUser, and here we pass the user ID of this event. We want to get the current subscriptions, the current push subscriptions of this user. So const user subscriptions equals user.privateMetadata.subscriptions, or we fall back to an empty array as usual. Then we want to remove the subscription with the session ID that was just ended. Remember, now we are storing the session ID together with the subscription. So we create a const updated subscriptions equals user subscriptions.filter. In here, as usual, we get passed each subscription, and we want to filter subscription.session ID not equal to this session ID of the event. This way we remove the push subscription with the session ID that has just ended or was revoked, which includes the user logging out. Then we call await Clerk client.users.update user. We pass the user.id and the data in a JavaScript object. We want to set the private metadata to subscriptions column, updated subscriptions to update this field. Okay, and that's everything we have to do. And then we just return our usual next response, where we send a success message back. Again, the message in the JSON doesn't matter, but I still think it's fine to do that. Success true. And for the status, we pass 200 again. Okay, so now when the user logs out or their session is revoked by any other means, then Clerk should call this post webhook. And here we are removing the push subscription with this session ID. So this should now just work. So let's try this out. Let's take a look into this user in the Clerk backend again and see the current value of the private metadata. So we have this one push subscription for this one session ID. I want to sign in with this user a second time and create a push subscription there as well. We can do this on a different device like our phone or in a different browser. We can't do this in the incognito tab because here we can't enable push notifications. They are blocked in incognito tabs by default and I don't know how to disable this. So I open Edge instead. This is about the only time I ever use the Edge browser and I want to log into the same Google account here. info@codingandflow. Okay, now I'm logged in on Edge as well. Let's enable push notifications here. Notifications blocked, allow. Yeah, enabled. Now in our Clerk backend, when we refresh the page, we should find a second push subscription. And looks like the CSS is a bit off, but here is the second subscription with a different session ID. Okay, cool. And if I now log out from the first one, Clerk's webhook should take care of removing the first subscription here. And then we will only get push notifications to Edge, but not to Chrome anymore. Okay, let's try this out. Let's sign out. Let's refresh the Clerk backend. And they really have to fix their layout here. And now in here is only one subscription left. Perfect. So now when I send a message to this user, we should still get one push notification, but only from Edge, not from Chrome. Hey Edge. Let's see. We get a notification from the Edge browser, as we can see here. So this now works as well. Let's log out in Edge too. So I'll sign out here, close this, refresh the Clerk backend again. Make sure to wait a second or so because the webhook can be called with a little bit of a delay. But now all the subscriptions are empty. And now we shouldn't get any notifications anymore. Unless we are still logged in somewhere else. Let's log in again. The push notifications in this browser are still active, which means that we send the latest subscription to our backend, right? So let's refresh the Clerk dashboard again, and there is a subscription again, and we receive a push notification on Chrome, but not on Edge. So this is working like a clockwork. And again, I invite you to try this out on your mobile phone. You will get a notification there as well. Okay, this is an amazing app we have built here. And lastly, I want to deploy this whole thing. And you will even get a free URL under which you can reach your website without having to keep it running on your localhost machine. Okay, so to deploy this project, we have to push it to GitHub, which you can do in VS Code over the source control panel here. You want to create a new GitHub repository. Doesn't matter if the repository is public or private. I have already pushed this project to GitHub and all the code has to be on the main branch. Then we want to go to vercel.com and log in. If you don't have an account yet, create one. Vercel is the company that also created Next.js and they are also a hosting provider. So this is how they make money from this project basically. And even though you can deploy a Next.js project on other hosting providers, the easiest way is to host it on Vercel because then all these features like server endpoints, image optimization, all this good stuff just works right out of the box. It's very easy to deploy your project here. So your Vercel account has to be connected to the same GitHub account where you also pushed your project to. You can take a look into the settings and here you can set up login connections. So this is connected to my Coding and Flow GitHub account. And the cool thing is that you can deploy your project for free on Vercel. By default, you have a free hobby account. You can update to a pro account if you need more quota, longer running server endpoints and so on, but for small hobby projects the free account is enough. And then we click on add new here and we want to create a new project. And if this is properly connected to your GitHub account, then you should see your repositories here. And then we select our stream chat project and click on import. Automatically sets a project name. It should automatically recognize that this is a Next.js project. And we also have to set the environment variables. We need the same environment variables that we also have on localhost. Otherwise our project will not run because we validate our env variables here in the env.ts file. So we have to add them one by one. We copy them all over here. In the key input field we put the name of the variable and the value over here. Then we click on add and add the next one. And I will go ahead and add the remaining ones and skip this part in this video so that you don't have to wait so long. Just go ahead and add all these environment variables. Okay, so I have added all of them and then we can just click deploy and the rest happens automatically. This takes a few seconds or up to a minute or maybe longer than 1 minute, but once this is done, we see this congratulation message, we get confetti, and then we actually get this free URL under which we can reach this website. It's a Vercel URL, but to try this out, it's perfect. And this website is now reachable on the internet. Let's update our webhook URLs. So we copy this URL. We can stop this temporary URL we had running earlier with Ctrl-Z. Close the terminal. Then we go into our stream dashboard and we replace the part before the /API. But we still want to have /API/push webhook. We update this. Then we do the same for our Clerk webhook. We click this and here we want to edit the URL. Save this as well. And now this is where these webhook events should go from now on. First of all, I want to log out and disable push notifications on localhost so that we don't get them twice. Let's log in and see if everything still works. So I'm going to log in with my Google account. I'm inside the chat. Everything still seems to work. I want to enable push notifications here. And now when we send a message, we should still see a push notification and we should navigate to this tab like before. Hey, production. There it is with the new production URL. And when we click this, we open this tab and everything seems to still work. Now this is not 100% production ready yet. Both the Clerk and the Stream apps are still in development mode. You can promote them to production. There are some additional steps you have to do, but this is all described in the documentation. So if you want to really use your app in production with real users, then make sure to set them to production mode. And in the Stream dashboard, you have to create a production app as well. You can clone an existing app and then select production down here. But again, make sure to read the documentation with the steps necessary to deploy these projects to production. I also encourage you to check out the different settings and features in both the Stream and the Clerk dashboards. Especially Stream has a ton of options you can add, a ton of customizations. You can go to the Stream documentation for React under this URL, and you have the sidebar with all these different features like moderations, roles, and so on. I really hope you enjoyed building this project with me. If you did, please like the video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't yet, because I want to make more web dev projects like this one in the future with different features, different technologies and so on. And then have a nice rest of the day. Happy coding. Take care.